Oh boy, boys. You know what time it is. Ascension number 7 Gauntlet begins today. We are about to hop in and see who is going to get there in style. These two players seated against one another. We're starting things off on high water. Now, I have not seen SYPIAC play in a bit, but I did practice against DeadInfested. And that, to me, my friends, is all that matters. We have ourselves DeadInfested in the top right of high water as the Palatinate Blue Terran against SYPIAC, the Yellow Zerg, in the bottom right. Already setting up his camera hawk. He's feeling warmed up, apparently, despite not warming up to our knowledge. DeadInfested, on the other hand, he played a couple of games against me. He played a couple of games against the AI. This guy has been grinding. He wants to make it back to the tournament. He wants to prove that 3Crow can't defeat him in matches anymore. We'll see how he does. He's back as Terran. He's his main race, or one of his main races in Brood War anyway. Apparently he plays Terran and Zerg. So he's trying that out for now. Maybe a little bit of something going on there with his Mason. He wasn't quite sure if he wants to see that happen or not. He's thinking maybe I had enough money for a stockade. Not quite. By the way, boys, just want to point out, this is a total conversion in many ways of StarCraft. A giant conversion, at the very least. We have very, very different rules here. No upgrades, no researches, no supply. Your units start out at their maximum possible strength, and then you enchant them with auras and support units, or you get better units by teching up. We'll see if we even get to the point where we have tech ups here. We do have SYPIAC scouting in the bottom left, taking an expansion before his pool. Fairly standard play here. And on this 4-spawn map, by yours truly, this was selected by SYPIAC. The way that the format goes, this is a double elimination setup. Best of 3 until the qualification matches, which are best of 5. We have a lot of money being banked up here because SYPIAC wants his pool next. He will be scouting his opponent the wrong way, actually moving to the top left here. Same as DeadInfested, who is a little bit slower to scout. Some people may know DeadInfested from Artosis' Twitch chat, but I know him from Artosis' Twitch chat. And occasionally you will hear me take a sip, just like that. Sips are very important, and if you agree that you got to stay hydrated, well, you can donate coffee. You can do that. There's a link in the bottom right. You can do that. You can fund this project's development. I suppose a word of warning, a cautionary tale. We do have the potential for some sort of desync, hash error, etc. I have equipped our players with essential debugging tools to try to track that down if it does happen. But in all of my preliminary tests, we received no issues, even on games that went towards the 20-minute mark. So we'll see if that ends up happening here. Maybe I quashed all the problems. Maybe I magically fixed everything. You never know. Our players will finally start to see each other. A Maverick stemmed into the swamp. Yes, you can walk on the swamp. That's not Jesus. That's just a Maverick, a.k.a. Marine. And we got Hurakan. This guy is Jesus, actually. You'll see Hurakans, affectionately nicknamed Ahmeds, charge directly forth and destroy this worker. Get him. Bully him. Just eliminate him? No? Okay, he's just sort of corralling him. Oh, this does give SYPIAC a scouty. We'll see that there's a vestry add-on. It's a kind of a bog standard bio build out of DeadInfested. He wants the aggro. He's actually going to get a Maverick stemmed in, and maybe you get a worker kill here if his opponent isn't careful. He's going to go ahead and burrow. Ooh! You can stand on burrowed units to reveal them in Cosmonic Brood War, and that's, I think, what DeadInfested had in mind, but the catch-up there with the Quasilisk, a new unit, and of course the Zethercore, formerly known as the Zergling, is indeed going to be more than enough to catch that Maverick, formerly Marine. Isn't that lovely? We have so many formerlies, and so many currents. First Circuit is up. That's obviously going to be a very familiar sight if people remember that as the Sunken Colony. It's now a Circuit Cesiant. Zerg have unpronounceable names. Enjoy them. You just have to say, how I learned to stop worrying and love the Zerg names. Maybe the renames overall. So we do have a move out over here from Monsieur DeadInfested, who is adding a star pad behind us. Normally we would actually see Terrans be expanding at around this point, but it looks like DeadInfested wants to try a one-base play. SYPIAC has decided to hedge his bets. Only one Circuit, but a decent firing line of Quasilisks. Short range, sort of attacker. Spammable Swarmer, 2 per egg, 75 minerals. They move a little bit on the slow side. And there is another Kagrant. And I still think that this is a potentially good timing for an attack, but he's going to be thwarted by that Circuit. He maybe didn't click on this Kagrant to see that it was still a Kagrant, right? A creep colony for those new viewers out there. And the main thing about that is that he's actually going to be able to mass up a little bit more units, but the second Circuit is a pretty big deal, and it is about halfway done mutating, so I think this attack is going to get called off at the end of the day. Looks like double Nathracor came out over here and saw what they could maybe snipe out. There's some wreckage over there, maybe a Mason died or something. An attempted move out by SYPIAC. He's just sort of scouting, probing, seeing what his opponent's doing. These players do have a little bit of history playing against each other, but not that many, so I think they're going to be using this as an opportunity to feel each other out. A third stockade being added. We do have a Trojan coming. Trojan is the name for the dropship now, and it basically is the same structure, same transport you would ever know and love, but it comes from a different structure now. The Nathracors are actually going to start trying to punish it a little bit, but of course, the Watchdog is there for some defense. And unfortunately, he loaded a Mason up. Will he ever unload the Mason? Yes, he will. Okay. He's saved. Now, there are some Hurricanes coming. The fact that the Trojan exists does mean that there's going to be a little bit of a switch flipped from SYPIAC, who is now at a healthy 25 worker count to DeadInfested 16, who's going very, very all in here. Nathracor is zoned away by the Mavericks. And yeah, this you can tell this is all in because he added a third stockade and he's cut worker production entirely. He wants to punish his opponent a lot and see what he can do. He does have another Watchdog out there. We love to see that because obviously that will cover his production. We see this all the time in TVZ normally, but Nathracors hit faster than Mutas. You can see there that they are indeed going to get thwarted. Another pair was made. Zorkas is finished, so we should see Lucifirius, the new name for the Lurker. But at some point, you know, I say at some point because I don't see anything coming out of these eggs. SYPIAC maybe not sure what to make of the situation. He's got a lot of quasis, but can he break the bio-contain? 7 Hurricanes are on the way, but the Trojan might get intercepted by Nathracor patrols. I think it's just going to go ahead and bob through. It threaded the needle. The unload is going to come out. It unloads faster than the normal round, so it's going to get all 7 out before dying to a final Spraith attack. Now, at this point, you need to see the front line move in, right? As soon as you spot all these quasis here, you're massacring all the workers down to 20 workers to the 18 of DeadInfested. A stim pack is going to go. He's going to wait for the clerics to heal him up. He's buying a lot of time with those Hurricanes, and he charges on forward. When the Hurricane attacks a structure, it will rend the armor. Same for units as well, but we do have 2 Lucifirius burrowing, and there is no detection here for DeadInfested. We don't have scanner sweep in this project, so you absolutely do need to fall back when you see that. Otherwise, it's just going to be a total massacre. But our players are even on workers. The problem is not so even on actual expansions or indeed defense. There can be a brutal counterattack coming out here from SYPIAC. He can absolutely try to threaten to end the game here. We need to see maybe Cyprians come out, but there's no Vespine. We need to see anchors on the high ground, but he's placing it on the low ground. DeadInfested might be dead in the water. The high water, to be exact. Still have the double Watchdog protecting for any air units, but that is not the primary threat. These do not detect in Cosmonic Brood War. Instead, you have the Antseal dedicated detection unit will also protect versus some of the attacks, but the Anchor is going to have to get canceled, and the Ministry as well gets bopped down there because it was being built on the low ground. Could kind of see that coming from a mile away, and DeadInfested knows he's in trouble. He needs to rely at this point on his opponent making some kind of committal mistake. He has the Mavericks. He's going to try to stem them down. He falls away from the incoming spines, which, as you can see, return to the Lucifirius after. So you can skip getting hit by one of them, but you don't really want to get hit by too many. There you go. The Nathracors flying over, just scouting, confirming what's actually happening. Zoriustalets are going to frontline. The Anchor is not even, just barely got started here, and there's no Hurricanes to rend the armor, so the Zorius are going to absorb a lot of the damage, and here come the Lucifirius shots, instantaneously shredding so many of the Mavericks, and the all-in military play, it doesn't do enough damage. It specifically didn't do enough damage to the military of SYPIAC, and a little bit awkward on the timing where he could have charged in and maybe burned down the main before those Lucifirius went in. There is not going to be a GG, and SYPIAC will take the first match. That means DeadInfested can select the next map, as he has lost that first round. It will be Derelict, a 2-spawn map by BiddyB. Up next, we have Nitro Valley as our decider if we need it. DeadInfested, reeling from that loss, thought maybe he could do something there and maybe at least hold on after the counterattack, but you know, that's the power of having 25 workers to only 16 for a good chunk of the game. Remember that we do not have a single elimination here. So DeadInfested will have a chance even if he gets defeated here. He needs to shake off the rust, feel himself a little bit better. He is on the top right. He needs to be on top. Once again, the Palatinate Blue Terran of DeadInfested going up against the SYPIAC Snow Zerg, bottom left. Yes, snow is a color here. I always enjoy it specifically when it's a Protoss player because I like the Protoss player Snow. I think he's a cool guy. Especially, I think his laugh is infectious, you could say. But I don't think Snow knows about Cosmonarchy Brood War yet. And y'all don't know about Protoss yet, but you will when Igor takes the stage, as well as a number of other players. I think we... Hold on. Let me see here. That might be the only Protoss that we have playing today. Oh, no, that's not true. We have SmrtyCakes playing as well. So we got 2 Protoss players. Most of them are going to be Terrans, however. And, of course, Benza flying the Zerg flag alongside SYPIAC. Actually, one of our opening matches is a ZVZ, Benza versus Enoz. That'll be fun. Feel like it might be a little bit one-sided, but we'll see. And DeadInfested. You know it. He's going for the proxy. He's cooking something up here. Stockade. Nothing at home. SYPIAC going for a hatch first, which is a great opportunity for DeadInfested to maybe score a cheeky win. Maybe prepped this out. The workers are going to go ahead and pass each other. And, of course, as soon as SYPIAC sees there's nothing here, he should be highly suspicious. The liftoff is in. He's just going to land it directly in the base. Okay, the problem with this play is that if the pool does come, and there are enough units to respond to the attack, this could be very deadly. But we need to see the Mason come up here and maybe build an anchor behind the mineral line, or maybe build an anchor by the hatch, or something like that, right? He's not going to be able to deny the Quaseth pool. He's a little bit too late. We do have another Mason that went out here. That was the real scout, in air quotes, and this guy is going to pretend to be the real scout. And yeah, this one is actually going to construct an anchor to lift it off, and, you know, eventually when you have more than Hurricanes out there, you can absolutely do something. But, you know, SYPIAC smells something in the water. The Mason, unfortunately, is going to get killed by that Droleth, so unfortunately not able to make it too hard there. But, however, that is a wounded worker. And the pool is not exactly ready just yet. Here comes the drill attempt. Now, the Hurricane is not positioned super well to deal with this. He's only going to get 4 attacks off, and here comes the anchor. It's going to need to try to land somewhere where the Hurricanes can do some damage. Well, you know, where Mavericks can do some damage more like. There's another drill. The Hurricane's being foiled here. Will any workers die? It looks like 2 workers have died. One of them narrowly avoiding death. A Maverick hops in. And this is going to get really risky here, right? Another Mason is on the way. And here comes the attempt at the Maverick. Now, this could be blocked by workers, but it doesn't look like SYPIAC is going to be ready for it. He's going to try to come around, but here comes a Maverick to try to dissuade that. That's not going to last for too long here. And yeah, there goes the land. Now we only have some Quasilisks out. The Maverick should hop in here. What's the reaction time for DeadInfested? Oh, he's actually going to unload. He wants to stand and fight. That's interesting. Just going ahead and bopping some more. We would like to see a Cyprian, but no Vespene has been harvested. Another anchor being constructed. And it looks like SYPIAC will evacuate with a measly 6 Droleths in an attempt to make it somewhere else. Now the Mason is going to get killed. It's a good target selection coming out of SYPIAC, and because he did it when the anchor popped out, it does mean that most of his Quasis get away. I say most because one of them does walk right back into its death. Now the Hatrosk is under attack. We could definitely see more stuff being set up at home. I would love to see Maverick stim down here to try to attack the workers that are mining from the natural, but I'm not so sure that SYPIAC, well, I don't know if his natural was scouted by that first Mason. It feels like maybe not. Looks like instead we're just going to pressure down the Hatrosk. Now, a victory condition is in, where when you lose all of your production structures, you are defeated. It's not buildings anymore, it's production specifically. And when this Hatrosk dies, if DeadInfested is aware of that, he will be able to realize, okay, there's an expansion coming, right? Now we have some Quasis out here. He's going to go ahead and find the stockade. There's 3 Mavericks over here, as well as the 4 in the anchor. So this is an ill-fated decision. And I feel like, well, Stockade could have finished a Hurricane, maybe done some more damage that way. But honestly, this is a really difficult situation for SYPIAC to be in, where he only has the 7 workers. He doesn't have great income. His opponent has been starting to produce additional workers. And an anchor back at home for maximum safety. Like, this is DeadInfested's game. Hook, line, and sinker. There's no way that he can possibly drop this at this point. That's my bold prediction. I think we will be going to a decider after all. Well, there you go. Your sole production structure is destroyed, right? So you should be defeated, right? But no, not quite. He's got an expansion. What are you going to do about that? Maverick is going to go ahead and start walking across the map to sync up with some Hurricanes. Finally, we're going to see some static defense come up. The Quasis I mean, they're going to need to deal with something, right? As this Kagro recedes, the anchor can lift off and move a little bit forward and try to attack the Quazeth pool. That would be another target you could go for. But really, we just need to see Hurricanes storm here and defeat everything over here, as the Stockade has relocated over in this location. So, yep, here comes the Huracan. The Maverick is actually going to scout other bases. But as soon as this is seen, right, like a couple of workers are going to get tickled. I don't know if any of them will actually die. Looks like one of them does end up going down. So not bad from that Huracan, but could be a little bit more coordinated. I wonder if maybe DeadInfested just can't believe his luck. And he's going to go ahead and take his own expansion. But he's really behind in workers, you know. He's not really behind, I guess, technically. But he's not building them, right? We can see he's not really too interested in building them. So here comes the anchor. It is going to go ahead and relocate. Obviously, you could attack the Quazeth pool here if you wanted. But we'll see what he ends up wanting to do. I think he wants to instead take an opportunity to attack into the Quazis, which are now going to come on down. Mavericks need to stim and support, but hey, it's not actually landing. DeadInfested wasn't prepared for this. He needs to watch out. It does get the land off, so that's important. It's going to get a couple of rounds of attacks off here. And if those Mavericks also stim, which they aren't going to, a little bit of miss micro, but it looks like it might be just enough. Now that with the anchor dead, that's not going to relieve too much pressure. There's 3 more Hurricans, another one on the way. It feels like at this point, you can absolutely just storm the gates, kill all these Quazis, and also deal with the Circuit as well. But right now, what does DeadInfested want to do? He has scouted. He's confirmed, okay, well, he's not at my 3 o'clock. He might be anywhere else on the map, but he's not at my 3 o'clock. Quazis are, once again, posturing. If they relieve this area, then at least SYPIAC can do something in this situation. I'm not so sure. I feel like DeadInfested has missed an opportunity to sync up with his Hurricans. But he does have 3 more Mavericks on the way. Another anchor is going to go ahead and be dispatched. There was a vestry built back at home to train some healing units. And actually, this is a really bad situation if SYPIAC moves out here. Because look at all those Hurricans instantly roasting 3 Quasilisks. One of them is already halfway dead. And with the Cleric coming, you can heal up the damage that you took on that one Huracan. We do have another Hatcherosk being added. It's not in the main because that's too vulnerable. He adds a Macro Hatch over here in his natural, his new main, as it were. You know, this is the kind of wacky stuff I was hoping we would see in the qualifiers, in the Gauntlet stage. This is my kind of shit right here. Okay, well, with the Kagrant on the way, that will be a second Circuit. I still feel like DeadInfested has got this game hook, line, and sinker, especially with the anchor coming in for support. He's going to go ahead and fall away from the high ground area, and the Circuit is going to finish. But again, there's enough Hurricans over here as long as the Clerics stick around too. One of them is attacking the Hatcherosk, though. A little bit poor micro. He can't just jump straight into that anchor once it lands. Maybe that's exactly what he wants to do, but it's taking its sweet time in doing so. Needs to throw some units in there. There we go. And that will continue to zone him out. Now, obviously, you can move this anchor up to the high ground, but then you can't really support it as well. He did flub that attack a lot and lose a lot of stuff. He's got some idle workers back at home, could definitely be preparing. I feel like the stress is getting the DeadInfested, and SYPIAC doesn't seem as moved by it. He's stabilized a little bit here, and he's doing all right. Another Maverick could fit in that. Now we have some Vespian being harvested for both of our players. Still nothing back down there, but a Zorkish Shroud is coming. Guys, if DeadInfested doesn't close this soon, there could be Lucifirius on the loose. And he has no detection. He has no star pad even started. What's he going to be doing behind this? A Fulcrum. Trying to end the game with a little bit of a heavier hit. He wants to bust this situation. He doesn't really see how he can do it. Lots of opportunity DeadInfested had. Three Masons get pulled just to deal with the repairs. Lots of workers idle. Maverick over here just scouting around, seeing what's going on. Getting eyes on that inner 7 o'clock. We've got 2 Lucifirius coming. And again, 0 detection. We could add another anchor. We could add, you know, more stuff over here. Fulcrum is going to be done pretty soon. What's DeadInfested thinking? The Lucifirius have made themselves known, and oh boy, what's he going to do in reaction to this? He's got 2 of them over there. I don't know if you can just stand on them like that. He kills one of them, but look at the rest of it being shredded. And back at home, remember, there is not much here for DeadInfested. I feel like this game is going to go the same way. Man, why did I curse him with the caster curse? He drops a second stockade. He has some Cyclops on the way. The stockade will finally be put to death. It can, of course, lift off and then move somewhere else just to scout around. Looks like that's exactly what DeadInfested is going to do. Recalling the Maverick at the 7 o'clock is going to go ahead and come on home. maybe transition into a more of a macro game, but this has to be a little heartbreaking. An anchor being constructed here. Is it going to be in time? We still don't have any detection, right? There could be a shaman being queued. He pulls the workers preemptively from the natural to saturate his main, and he is going to come up and use this as a makeshift wall. I don't mind this situation. By the way, you can land it, make a lodestone, garrison it, and lift it off, and that's basically a temporary anchor, but not too many people know about that little trick. Doesn't look like DeadInfested is going to leverage it. I didn't even know about that trick until I saw ItDepends do it, so that was funny. All right, is going to garrison it with a couple Cyprians. That should dissuade a little bit of initial action, but again, there is still a Lucifirius with this army. Or is there? It looks like it might have stuck around a little bit too long. 3 Quasis just chasing the stockade around. That's to prevent it from landing and doing some other dastardly stuff, although it could start to do it now. Here comes the committal, but there's Cyclops, there's Cyprians. I feel like this isn't going to be good enough, although, hey, those Zorius were blocking for a while, but now the Quasis are going to be under attack from that. And they do end up busting the first anchor, but here's a cleric to try to heal this minimal damage coming out. And yeah, okay, you end up losing most of your army. Only now does the Lucifirius get burrowed, and it doesn't end up getting any frags. That anchor can be finished. Looks like it will be. And what do we have here? That ministry being made does mean that DeadInfested can go ahead and lift it off and land it back over there. We have the 3 Zorius coming, but that's not much of an attack force, is it? Still no shamans, though. It doesn't look like DeadInfested is too interested in detecting those by throwing it into visionary mode. Nonetheless, there is now finally going to be a Hatrosk made in the main. So both of our players will soon be on 2 bases. It just depends on how soon DeadInfested decides to go for it. He spent a lot of Vespene on this particular army. He's not fully saturated on the gas. Oh, no, he is fully saturated on the gas. I was worried for him for a second. He can absolutely go for this over here. But yeah, we're seeing, I feel like I don't know if it's true, right? I only have speculation to go off of here. But it kind of feels like nerves got to DeadInfested. He had this game. He had it. And he is going to go ahead and land that stockade again. The patrolling Quasilisks will see it and start tickling it. Surely. Oh, maybe not. Not quite. But will he? Yeah, okay. He saw it, though. He saw it. His Quasilisks may not have. Well, here we go. Moving the Mason down there. Don't build another ministry, please. You have one. Adding a star pad for detection, finally, is going to go ahead and lift the stockade and move it away. Adding another anchor. Landing his other one. His first one, I suppose. Or it's more like his 3rd or 4th one, but, you know. Who's counting? And, yeah, straight into Vespene, right? We have Tier 2 on the horizon for SYPIAC, because he spent the initial Vespene on the Zorkiz, gets his Lucifirius. He must be feeling pretty confident in this situation. I will say, DeadInfested played a lot more heads-up, like, in the warm-up games. He felt... I don't know if he's tired now, or if he's just nervous, or what. There's something going on. This is not the level of play I saw out of him previously, and I feel like this could be, you know, the end of all things for him. He might drop down to that lower bracket in a match that he was, on paper, you know, more experience, favored to win, etc. But all right, we have Anseal. We have, fuck that Anseal, apparently. We have a bunch of units. So we're doing things. We do have units. We do have detection. We can maybe try to pressure down these Lucifirius and step on them and all that other stuff. The Vulture is scouting out that position. We have a stockade under attack, brutally being attacked by the 2 pairs, the Paranatricors. It will slowly die. I promise you guys, it will. One day. And there we go. Interesting situation to be in. But I feel like DeadInfested... I don't know. I mean, he's kind of stabilized. It's just his opponent's about to drop Tier 2, right? And the stockade has scouted out Zorius, Quasi. It's not going to actually get any information on where the Tier 2 is at. It's actually in a very vulnerable position for drops, funnily enough, which is DeadInfested's claim to fame in the last game. What allowed him to get a decent amount of worker kills, but ultimately ended up putting the rest of his army to bed. He is going to have to respond to this Nathrakor threat. He will lose a Cyclops to it, which is very unfortunate and totally unnecessary. But hopefully, he doesn't feel too bad about that. He does have 1,000 minerals. He has about enough time to get to Tier 2 here. He's waiting on the Vespene for it. And surely it will go down now. So with the Atlas on the way, and of course the Iral on the way, there's going to be an attempted flood. This is a little bit of misplaced by SYPIAC. He might not have scouted the entire army. Or maybe he just wants to get rid of some units and see what he can do. But the Anseal is protecting the anchor for a very, very long time. It looks like one of the anchors will eventually be busted. But this might be a little bit premature for him, right? He had tier 2 coming, but he decides to throw away most of his army, which means now he can't evolve many Quasilisks into Lyrilisks, for example, right? So that's absolutely something that you have to be a little bit, I would say, critical of, yeah. I think it makes some sense. That being said, that might be the go signal for DeadInfested. He unloads all of his anchors. He is going to get rushed here if he's not careful, right? He will have 4 Mavericks in there. But there's, Lucifirius, there's Zetracors. This can absolutely respond, react. There is a Star Peg coming. Well, it looks like maybe instead we might have a bit of a army v army fight. Cyclops and Mavericks are going to go ahead and make some shots, take some shots, doing some damage. Bit of an asynchronous attack. The 2 Lucifirius still up there, and that's not a canceled Hacharosk, so he doesn't get the money back, and the worker, of course, also dies. Lucifirius are going to try to return back. This could actually be a deadly situation for SYPIAC. His tier 2 is done, but he's not actually using it for anything just yet. He only has the Kalkir Pond. He does have tier 2 defenses, so he does have that up his sleeve. But with the Lucifirius going down, I do feel like this is going to give DeadInfested a lot of pressure. It's really hard for him to really be attacked at any point, and he has the 1 Maverick guarding this base, which means the Droleth is not going to be capable of... Well, as soon as he attacks it, surely DeadInfested responds, but I can't believe that they barely lived. Well, he can just send a couple more units down there, right? It's not really that big of a deal. He's even got a Trojan waypointed in. That's an interesting location. I don't think he's going to be able to drop there. Adding 2 Mantles with his tier 2 on the way. That means that Cataphracts will soon be upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, I predict DeadInfested will find a way to spend all of his money. And SYPIAC, on the other hand, he has a lot of Lyrilisks, right? That is a pretty scary situation to be in. But the Trojan is going to distract this army for a little bit. And yeah, this is a lot of stuff to go through. If the Cataphracts don't happen soon enough... Oh no, he's not unloading! Ooh, he gets 1 Cyprian out. That was an expensive drop, too. That had a Cyprian, that had a Cyclops. It looks like it had 2 Cyprians, a Cyclops, 2 Clerics. That's a lot, right? So, decent amount of Vespine there. And not to speak of the minerals. But hey, DeadInfested can stabilize. He's got 2,000 minerals. He can absolutely afford more stuff. He's adding a starport, maybe for better detection in the form of the commandment add-on for the Seraph, formerly Science Vessel. And he's adding Sentinels. 2 can play at that game. You've got your tier 2 defense. I've got my tier 2 defense. Massing up for an attack. He has all these Lyrilisks, but he doesn't really have much of a front line, and that's really what you need versus Sentinels in particular, but also in, thinking about Terran in general. I thought for sure this game would have ended a long time ago one way or the other, but no, we've got a longer game on our hands, which is exciting. 16 Lyrilisks. 17, actually. Adding some Zorius to the fray, starting to get 3rd and 4th base set up. This is definitely going to put SYPIAC at a macro advantage. But does the macro advantage overwhelm Cataphract Sentinel? That is the question. There's an Anvil coming, a Commandment coming. Boys, we're going to try to see nukes out of DeadInfested. See if he can disrupt some of these satellite bases that aren't going to have too much defense. Oh, we have SYPIAC having a moment of internet. Oh, shit! What happened? Looks like he may have had a serious Canada moment. Instantaneous destruction of a man. Well, hopefully... Yeah, it looks like he had a disconnect at some point. Yeah, that's an oof. That's an unfortunate moment right there. That still was anybody's game is the problem, so... That sucks. Nobody likes to see that kind of situation. But... Man, that sucks. That was a based match. That was a pretty solid one. I just really liked the opener, and then it was an actual macro game. Since I can't call that one for either side, I am going to go ahead and remake. Yeah, the game was pretty... Like, I think SYPIAC had the better macro, but, there were drops potential. There was all sorts of other stuff. But yeah. So maybe the question is, since I have Igor in the chat, right? Was SYPIAC shadow practicing with you or something? Like, what was going on? Because I didn't see him on the server at all. So I'm curious if that's going to happen. Now, we do have SYPIAC as the Lemon Zerg in the bottom left. And, of course, DeadInfested, the Midnight Green Terran in the top right. So we have the same spawns. Will it be the same strats, though? Is DeadInfested going to go for another fast stockade? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Lucy. Just replay the same game, of course. Yeah, it is unfortunate when situations like that transpire. Like, I know that, for example, Nicholas Scoler has a similar problem where he can't... sometimes his internet just gives out, right? And he usually just takes the L in those situations, although, to be honest, like, it was absolutely... Like, the game that had happened in, I think it was Ascension 5, he was against Sublime, and he was just... It was over. So he DC'd, like, maybe a minute before GG would have been called anyway, and it was clearly he was losing. So in that game, it's much different, right? And it looks like maybe DeadInfested is going to do the same thing, actually. I love it. Well, okay, he has the Mason out pretty fast. He has a stockade back at home, so it's not going to be exactly the same thing. But... You played yesterday, and... Oh, he was practicing this very morning. Nice, okay. Yeah, he did try to play... He tried to play a little bit against Sublime, who's a good practice partner for Terran, right? But the other thing that you guys have to remember, too, is that... It's going to happen again. The other... one of the situations you should always be aware of, I think, is that, like... You can sometimes get trapped in your own head. I don't know how SYPIAC's mental game is. He seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. He didn't, really panic too hard. Versus the other situation, right? When that cheese hit him. There's an anchor over here. Oh, ooh, got him. He's going to add a second stockade over here. That's what the Mason was there for. It was idle for a while. He could have actually had a lot more. And we do have a hatch in the main instead of a natural hatch. And, of course, the Quasith pool. Hey, he could have killed that worker, but he decided not to. It's because he's going to come over here and set up another anchor right in his face. Here comes the first. I assume that's what it's for. Okay, well, the Quasith pool is about 75% done. The anchor is going to go ahead and land here, but because that hatch is completed, it's going to be a little bit different. He's going to have to move it back a little bit. Oh, shit! The Kager keeps spreading! Kager's blocking him! Well, he's going to go ahead and stim the Maverick and start attacking workers, which is pretty much what you do. On the very last moment. Oh. Got him! Got him! Absolutely got him! Oh, shit, he died. Well... Mavericks are going to go ahead and start streaming across the map. There's an anchor where there's 2 Masons to try to repair it. There's 4 Quasilisks. And 6 Quasilisks, actually. And, of course, a Circuith over here. So the cheese might be stymied after all. He's going to go ahead and try to attack with the that guy. But, obviously, it's not going to be too useful. Especially with the burrow micro happening. Yeah, SYPIAC's just kind of outclassed him this time around. He hasn't lost a single Quasi. And the cheese is diffused. 3 stockades, 11 workers. DeadInfested is super all in here, and he might feel pretty crushed at not being able to execute the cheese last time, and then having a disconnect ruin his opportunity. Oh my god. It's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Now, at the same time, we have some Mavericks moving out just to scout around what's going on. We do have double Hurakan. We do have double Maverick. Triple Maverick, actually, back at home. I feel like this will be okay for DeadInfested to hold. The problem is he's down 5 workers, and that is absolutely going to add up over time. His cheese was not successful. The one thing you can say about it is that he was able to deny... an effort to expand, right? Like his opponent decided not to expand, but he does want to stay on the cliff over here because the Quasis are coming. He's going to go ahead and march out. Okay, this isn't too bad because his units are a little bit more stacked up, right? So he's going to see that. He's going to see, okay, there's 6 Quasis here or thereabouts. I can just keep producing stuff. I can keep macroing. I can keep making units, and I can march across the map. I'm blocking the 9 o'clock. I'm blocking that 7 o'clock position. I think I called this 7. Obviously, this is 5, not 7. This is 7. Math. Numbers. Hurakans are dead. Stimmed Mavericks are going to be finishing the job over here. Looks like 2 Quasis are down. He doesn't want to pursue. He wants to wait for more units. No Vestries being added on yet. No Vespene being harvested yet. All onto minerals, and he needs to be building more Masons here, if you ask me. And with Quasi's on the way, Mass Quasi on the way, can he hold the ramp? He has no Hurricanes. He's actually moving down the ramp a little bit, but he does still benefit from the cliffs. This is a little bit better of an engagement for him than SYPIAC wants, so he's going to go ahead and fall back. We still don't have any Vespene. We are going to add on a 4th Stockade. It's just Mavericks right now. No Hurricanes, which are only 75 minerals, no Vespene. And we have SYPIAC going for more workers. Still no expansion. No extra hatch. But now that with full saturation on minerals, actually a little bit over full saturation, he should be A-okay. Looks like another Quasilisk bit the dust over there, but we've got plenty back at home. We've got 12 versus the 10 Mavericks. We got a couple more stragglers coming. Obviously, they can link up with the guy at 7 o'clock if they want to bolster their numbers a little bit more. We could maybe see some stockades or whatever, continue to like change their rally points so that his units move across the map. And does he want to expand, or does he want to... What's he thinking here? He's going to add more Mavericks. Just queue them up. Maybe think about moving his army a little bit further. Yep, there we go. Quasilisks are going to try to take to the ramp here. We've got double Circuith. So, yeah, DeadInfested is containing his opponent, but he's got way less workers than him is the problem. And he doesn't have any Vespene income. So this is very, very all-in. It's conceivable that he could charge forward with a bunch of Mavericks. Like, I'm talking, 20 Mavericks or so. And maybe defeat this. But look, it's 23 Quasis. I don't think so, especially with the cliff advantage, giving the Quasilisks a range advantage, actually. They have 4 range, but it's +2 down cliff. So they actually outrange the Mavericks here. And that is absolutely going to be deadly. So DeadInfested is being set up for some disappointment here. I think he should take the contain and run with it, right? Build a lot of Masons, expand, etc. But at this point, we are going to see that Zorka Shroud come up. It's nearly complete yet again. We've got 19 Mavericks. We got more coming in. But there's way more Quasis, right? And even as the Mavericks equalize the Quasi amount, we got Zoryus coming. He's actually banking his gas. He's so confident, I don't even need the damn Lucifirius. I'm just going to use Zoryus because they have so much armor and there's no Hurricanes with this army. Oh, here's an attempted bust, perhaps. He's going to go ahead and walk his weakened Maverick forward. He's going to see a bunch of Quasis up here. Okay, what's he want to do? He stims on forward. The firing line, the circuits have range to attack into them. Some of the Quasis are finally starting to die to these stimmed Mavericks, but look at the massacre even before any Zorka's units come out. Only has 11 Mavericks remaining to the, of course, 14 Quasis out of SYPIAC. And the 3 Zoryus are not going to help this situation either. They could be stimming. They are going to start focus firing, but they focus fire the wrong one. They switch targets off when they could have maybe killed one of those Zoryus, and he doesn't even kill a single one. The Hurricanes arriving too late to rend the armor. We need to see some more play out of DeadInfested here. Needs to maybe drop an anchor or so. Has a lot of Hurricanes coming. If those had synced up with his army beforehand, maybe for the ramp bust, he might have been able to do something. But even then, I would have favored the Quasis based on their positioning. Circuit's doing a lot of damage as well. And yeah, the Tier 1 army is streaming across the map. Boys, I think we're in for another short one. This is not looking too hot. Not looking too hot at all. DeadInfested has to be very stoic in this moment. He can't be thinking about the failures that led up to this. The 3 Lucifirius are burrowing. He doesn't really have anything to deal with them. He's going to stand on top of them. The Hurricanes are actually doing a surprising amount of damage to them, but there's nothing to hold back the tide of Quasis, and one of the Lucifirius is even still there, and that is going to be it. No GG from DeadInfested as he drops down to the lower bracket, and SYPIAC uses his internet as an advantage. Absolute brutality. Yeah, I feel like DeadInfested could have done... but like he so could have defeated him, right? Like if we go back to that match, let's see, it'll be the second derelict match down here. Like I look at this match, it was so favored for him. I feel like I was really surprised that he wasn't able to do more damage. He does get drilled, so he gets pranked by the drill a lot, and he does decide to go ahead and clear this out. But as soon as this Hatchrosk, like while this Hatchrosk is being pressured, he has units coming out of the stockade. He could just waypoint them over here, right? Because he has, I guess he doesn't have vision of the, like if we turn off vision of SYPIAC, and maybe of me as well. Yeah, he can kind of see them, right? Like he kind of figures it out, but he canceled the stockade Hurricanes, and I feel like that was a little bit much. Yeah, he scouted the Kagra at some point. Or maybe that's just, that could be a bug actually. But see, maybe he doesn't know about this. But you know, you send one unit over and you see it. And it's like, okay, what do I do from this situation, right? I can land the anchor over here near the ridge, and that will shut down the pool. Eventually, I'll kill the pool. I can maybe go for, you know, Hurricane, Maverick, counterattacking in the main. Like, this is the game that obviously busted halfway through because of SYPIAC's internet. But, like, that was definitely winnable pretty early on. So. Yeah, the disconnect probably did tilt you. If I had to guess, but I was just going back over the first round. And I was looking at how I think in that situation, having a heads up to keep the macro going at home with Masons, because you were behind in workers a lot pretty fast in all of the games actually, except for there was one game where the game that I was just looking at was when you were like in this situation, right, when you end up pranking him and you kill a bunch of his workers and stuff. And like you said, he's got 6 workers, but you should have more than 9, right? Like I feel like you should have had more stuff back at home. You have all the minerals. I think that's probably the main thing that was. I wouldn't want to say this is a downfall because you could have used what you had a bit better as well, but it's like kind of contributed, right? Like you didn't give yourself as much of a cushion. You weren't as far ahead as you could have been. That's probably the main thing. But you can tighten that up, and you know, if iSarCasm defeats BoxTrade, then that guy is pretty new to the project, right? I think he's C rank in Brood War, but he hasn't played that much, so he's coming in super green. And if you go up against him, I think you can definitely slap around that guy. That's going to be a TVT as well, so it won't be as probably won't be as cheesy, and probably won't be as difficult to imagine what he's going to do, right? Because you know what Terran does. Let's get into it, boys. We got another set for you here. It's going to be Newt, a Terran player, taking on SmrtyCakes, a Protoss player. Newt will be starting in the bottom left of Derelict, the map selected by SmrtyCakes as the Glacial Terran. SmrtyCakes will be the Mango Protoss in the top right. That does mean, ladies and gentlemen, that we have another match on this map by BiddyB, and I fixed this tile. I'm epic. Now, I am predicting Newt to take this set relatively comfortably. He's been grinding a lot of games, and SmrtyCakes has been playing maybe mostly versus AI, and apparently he only won against AI today for the first time as Protoss. So he will be going for a pylon first. Apparently he's been practicing some matches, though, and 3-card did give him a little bit of a heads up on the strategy side, right? What's the meta sort of thing? So we'll see if he ends up finding some value out of that advice from the 3-er. Going for presumably a gate first, although it's going to be a moment before he has enough minerals for it. This is a player or mistake I often see newer players do, is that they'll idle their worker. This could have been maybe 2 or 3 returns of minerals. That's 12 minerals, by the way. It's going to be a Fulcrum first. Newt, tried and tested approach here to fight Protoss early on. If he suspects his opponent is a little bit weaker than him in terms of feeling on the newer side, maybe not really knowing what's up, then absolutely he will go for the kill, and I appreciate that a lot. But the gateway is on the way. Some Vespene is being made. SmrtyCakes is now aware, clearly, demonstrating his awareness of the one scribe on the geyser, and the gateway will eventually have enough Yas to go for a Draconin. Blocking the expansion, just continuing to scout. Pretty standard stuff. Vulture on the way. And in 2 more returns, we will have that Vespene required for the Draconin. He goes ahead and scouts to make sure there's no proxy anchor shenanigans happening. And we should see that... oh, he's got a lot of workers queued up. That's a little bit of a oopsie. And he still has not... yeah, there it is. There's the Draconin. This is the first time we're showing the new Draconin off in a live tournament game. Isn't that exciting? Vulture going to go ahead and deal with this pesky scribe intruder. I was actually practicing some Protoss versus Terran against Newt, just giving him a little bit of awareness there. Confirming that indeed there is nothing coming just yet. He actually has a Warden coming, so that's going to be a little cheeky, but an anchor being built, you can warp in another gateway. You can do it, Smarty, but Newt, on the other hand, can jump straight into that anchor with his Vultures. He has 2 of them. It is a thing. Looks a bit goofy, but it is a thing. Draconin on the way. It's actually going to come in just in time to see what's going on here. Dropping a lobotomy mine. Looks like it'll get the burrow off. Ooh! And this is actually going to result in the scribe dying, surely. Oh no, he's actually going to stick right onto the Draconin. Why not? The lobotomy mine stuns you for 3 seconds and slows you for 3 more afterwards. But yeah, that Draconin is dead in the water. There is another one coming, but it's a little bit on the later side. And now I think this pylon is going to be the next target. As soon as he spots that Warden, he's going to say, okay, time to just snipe this pylon. Now, Smarty is in trouble, but he does have enough money to get another pylon down, and it looks like the second gateway might even ward off initial aggression from Newt, who is backing up just so that he can see what's going on here. The mine cleared by the scribe. It will be swiftly picked off, and the Draconin is now in an interesting position. The anchor is landed. The honk sound is made. We have double Draconin coming. And a third gateway being dropped. No extra pylon or anything. So just wants to see what he can do over here. More vultures being rallied across the map. Newt going to go ahead and take an expansion behind this, which is what you want to do behind the early pressure, if you don't believe that you have what it takes to fully kill them. But this gateway is starting to go down, right? And this is a risky situation for SmrtyCakes. He wants to try to defend this, but he might not have ever had this happen to him in the testing rounds that he did. First vulture is going to go down. He'll trade itself for this Dracodon. Oh, no, it won't, actually. Just narrowly staying alive. And the Mason also going down. A little bit of attrition here, right? Absolutely can pull this Dracodon backwards and get up a critical mass. I feel like this gateway is a little bit on the safer side now. So SmrtyCakes might actually be able to hold, and with the Ministry coming, the production of additional units is a little bit lower, right? So maybe as soon as these... oh, that gateway is actually going to go down before the Dracodon can finish, which is a little heartbreaking, because 5 Dracodons is so much better than 4 for fighting these anchors off. But he will have a 4th, and he's adding some Zealots. That is going to be the meat to his army. And yeah, again, there's going to be an anchor back at home, Scrapyard add-on, a second Fulcrum. No, it's actually a Star Pad. Interesting. You might want to go for drops after all this. Or maybe just an Anseal so that he can defend himself a little bit better. Gateway gets rebuilt. Vultures are going to go ahead and evacuate. One of them does have mines still. And SmrtyCakes, he's a little bit cautious of that anchor, but he's going to charge in and attack it at some point and then realize, oh, there's actually nothing in there. So, okay, it's safe. He's going to use the Zealots to face tank the lobotomy mines, maybe pick off the Vultures if they stick around. Blackjacks can hop into the anchor. And SmrtyCakes, will he go for an expand? He's actually very, very behind in workers. I think he lost a lot of workers, actually, to over time to the Vulture Menace. Ooh, face tanking a Zealot and a Dracodon stun there, but it's not going to be enough for Newt to engage. He doesn't want to pull the trigger there. And with 4 gates on one base with only 15 workers, I do feel like it's going to be a while before we see SmrtyCakes take an actual expansion. He has this worker down here, but it could be harvesting. And he could also grab that Zealot that's idling in his base and maybe try to do some pressure. There's only the one anchor. We have an Anseal coming here. And yeah, Newt is just going to pull ahead in the macro game at this point. No more workers being produced, 2 of them idle. 4th gate nearly complete. I mean, he's just never going to have enough money if he, maintains throughput here. That's the main thing. So what does SmrtyCakes want to do? He's actually, he made the building. He didn't bother training any additional units. He is going to take a Nexus. He does have enough money for it. Currently managing his army. A little bit slow to the punch there. Feels like maybe he could have done... He could be a little bit more efficient here, right? He's not building any workers. He's not building the Nexus. Now he'll put it down. And then I suppose he'll probably order up some more military, judging by his spending habits so far. Zealot clears out yet another lobotomy mine. 1 remains to buttress the anchor over here. Finally, we get some more workers. They're all queued up. Well, that's one way to make sure you don't forget. Yeah, the army is looking pretty solid, but at this stage of the game, I'm definitely banking on Newt being able to pull on through. He's adding a stockade now. Probably going for Vestries to heal his wounded mech units. But the Anseal is a great anti-burst tool. However, it will be used as a scout here. And funnily enough, it looks like SmrtyCakes is like, oh, I see what you're doing. A more experienced Protoss player would take this opportunity to just commence the attack. Because without the Anseal to defend, you can burst down the anchor, you can deal with the Blackjacks or whatever. But it looks like he's actually going to chase the Anseal around, which is absolutely not the play to do. He's got the 4 gates going. And I feel like when Newt discovers this, he should just back off. He should just be like, yep, all right, I see 4 gates here. Only one of them is blinking right now, but I see 4 of them. That means that you're going hard into the military. And it looks like his Anseal will actually get picked off by the Dracodons. So, okay, he gets the golden goose, right? But I don't really think that it was worth it. He could have pressured. He could have maybe denied the scout just by having the Anseal have to come back to try to defend, right? Another one is made. I think Newt got a lot of valuable information off of that scout. And losing the Anseal does suck, but it's not the end of the world. Zealot once again moving around. Just scouting out, making sure no additional bases have been taken. Kind of soft containing his opponent. But the Terran does not feel too constrained by this situation. He's adding a Shaman. He's adding another Anseal. Getting a critical mass of Matador Blackjack. Mostly Blackjack right now. And yeah, SmrtyCakes is just sort of moving across the map, thinking, oh, there's something suspicious afoot. He probably played against 3Crow, and 3Crow just repeatedly proxied him and cheesed him and stuff. 3Crow is not really a good practice partner for learning how to play the standard game, because 3Crow does not play standard. So, if that was SmrtyCakes' primary practice, then I kind of understand what's happening right now. But Newt is going to play fairly standard. He's banking a decent amount of Vespene. He'll be using that to tech up at some point soon. Got a very healthy worker count. SmrtyCakes is growing mineral-wise in the expansion. He's not harvesting any Vespene just yet from it, but he's happy to be here. Queuing up a lot of workers. Not really any military coming out of this situation either. And he's roaming across the entire map. But he's not actually doing anything just yet. Now here comes the move out. Lots of mech. We have triple Anciel, double Shaman. So pretty good sustain over here. And the Zealot is going to get intercepted. That's going to be a reaction from SmrtyCakes. Does he go for the attack? Does he go for a defensive move? How is his killer instinct in this situation? Because if this Dracodon force gets wiped out by the Blackjacks, which absolutely can happen, it does feel to me like SmrtyCakes will be in a really awkward position. It feels like he's in an awkward position right now anyway, but again, he could charge forward to attack. There's a number of opportunities for him there. Now, at this point, Newt might end up ceding the bulk of his army on the low ground. That's not really where you want to be, but SmrtyCakes doesn't punish it by scaling up there and trying to fight. So it just slows down the offensive here, but Newt doesn't seem to mind too much. He's going to go ahead and charge directly towards that choke point into the natural where there are very minimal defenses, right? We've got 6 Dracodons, 3 more on the way. Warden in the mineral lines, but nothing else. And yeah, this is going to be a situation where SmrtyCakes is going to have to try to defend with just the minimal amounts of units that he's got over here. The first pylon is going to be bursted down. The Blackjacks do a ridiculous amount of damage when they're kept at full HP, and the Shamans are there to do just that along with the Anciel. Some of the forces getting picked up because we do have a large number of Dracodons up here on the high ground. The Scribes are going to be pulled to try to draw target fire. That's going to be good enough to get these Dracodons a lot of shots, but remember the worker count is still really, really, really poor right now for SmrtyCakes as his rest of his Dracodons charge up the ramp, cleaning up the stuff over here, and of course, the rest of his Dracodons returning to try to pick off as many units as possible. Now the Blackjacks can be focus firing a large number of these Dracodons. A lot of them going down. Remember, the Shamans are still healing, and the Ancials are regenerating a little bit here and there. So this army actually, at the very tail end of it, is ended up doing a lot more damage than I think SmrtyCakes predicted, particularly if some of these Dracodons are actually low HP, and it looks like they are. That one is one shot away from dying. There we go. A couple more shots to exchange. The Shaman healing the Vulture on the front line. The Anciel's trying to protect it for as much as possible. And it's just, he can't quite break it. It's taking so long for Newt's forces to die over in this situation. The sustain and the burst shields are absolutely phenomenal. But it looks like eventually they will die. A single Blackjack has arrived. There's 3 Clerics and a Shaman to heal it, as well as the 3 Anciels. It'll be the most legendary Blackjack to ever live. And we have a couple more Blackjacks over here. The rally's being corrected. More units being trained. We still never got tier 2. No, we did. A Mantle being added. Maybe a second one. There it is. He's going to go for the Cataphracts after all. Doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon, but we might see it if the game goes on long enough. And that's going to be a situation where I don't think SmrtyCakes is prepared for it. He doesn't have any Architects. He doesn't have any tech other than gateways. And his army definitely got bamboozled by the amount of sustain and the amount of protection that was equipped there, right? Because the Ancials also get healed by Shamans. That's another thing, is that you can see it here, the HP going up. There you go. So that's a situation where, like, if you're not familiar with that, like, oh, okay, I guess, you know, I didn't focus down the Shamans, and I didn't focus down the Ancials. And here we are, a great lobotomy mine. Only going to be proccing on one of the Zealots, but that's going to allow the Blackjack, the 2 pair of Blackjacks inside there to deal with that. Some Masons are pulled. A lot of Masons are pulled to repair the anchor. It's not going to be too bad there, but you can see Newt was a little worried. If there was a lot more behind that attack, it could have absolutely been critical. 1,000 Vespene in the bank, and not that many worse for wear on minerals either, but 2 Cataphracts have been queued up, a Starport being added. Ancials are once again trying to protect the vulnerable Blackjacks from the Dracodon fire. There's actually not that much in terms of military over here. He's got the Zealot and 2 Dracodons coming. He's going to have to evacuate the Nexus. The expansion not really going to be able to be set up here. 15 worker deficit, a little bit more than that actually. And no additional units being produced right now for SmrtyCakes. He is very, very far behind in that respect. And okay, he comes in with a flank. He doesn't end up focusing down the Shaman, and the Zealot is almost dead. It looks like this Nexus will actually fall, and that is going to be critical for SmrtyCakes. He is absolutely going to be... I think this one's pretty much said and done, right? Like, the early aggression kind of put him off kilter. He only ever ended up making the gates. He's now contained to just 1 base versus a Terran player who has Cataphracts out on the field now and Gorgons following it up afterwards. Just consistent production out of Newt. He did float a lot of money earlier, but he seems to be correcting that now. I feel like he feels pretty confident. He's like, oh, killing Protoss is easier than I thought. Who knew? I just had to fight someone who was a little bit on the newer side. And that's what I kept talking to people about. It's like, if you practice and you lose most of your games, but you're playing against some of the upper echelon players here, like, of course you're going to end up losing some of those games. This is more the level of the Gauntlet right now. And we are seeing some good focus fire out of SmrtyCakes. To his credit, he actually stayed alive a lot longer than I thought he would in this situation. And it looks like, well, so too did his enemy forces here. But he doesn't have the sustain, he doesn't have the eco, and he is going to get overwhelmed, particularly if those cataphracts end up showing up at any time soon. They are slowly marching across the map, surely. No, they're actually back at home. So he's just going to storm the gate with a bunch of blackjacks. Newt said that he thinks blackjacks are bad, but GG is called because of them. And that is going to be the first round going Newt. We will have SmrtyCakes select the second map. It's either Infinite Velocity or Nitro Valley up next. It will be Nitro Valley selected by Mr. SmrtyCakes. I gotta say, I'm predicting a bit of a more macro-oriented match as we move on to Nitro Valley. But it really depends, right? He's picked a 4-spawn map. I think he thinks to himself, okay, you know, this guy cheesed me last game. I'm gonna see it. Or, you know, he did the early aggression. Let's see what happens. On a 4-spawn map, we need to either get lucky to scout me there or something else, right? Here we have Newt in the top right, Palatinate Blue Terran, against SmrtyCakes, bottom left, the green Protoss. And he is very green. It's fairly new for him. He's not the newest debutant, the greenest debutant that we have. We, of course, do have Mr. What's his name? BoxTrade coming in a little bit later on in the day, going up against a very tough opponent in iSarCasm. His TVP will have to be on point. Maybe he can practice some matches. Maybe he can look at this set and see to himself, okay, what's going on here? What can I do? But yeah, mostly at this point, it seems like Fulcrum first for aggro, Stockade first for early expand, try to hold. We'll have to see if that's, you know, which one Newt is going to opt for this time around. He's not getting any Vespines, so I'm going to go ahead and predict it's a Stockade into Expo. He wants to use that fact that this is a 4-spawn map. He wants to play into the macro. Feeling pretty good. He fielded the Cataphracts. He didn't get to use them last game. Maybe he wants to do that this time around. Nitro Valley, a map by Knight of the Realm, modified by yours truly. Maintained, you could say. And the Scribe is actually scouting cross-map. I wonder what's going on here. Now, cross-spawn is pretty good, but it's not going to be a Nexus first, so Artosis can't get too angry. And neither can Newt. At least not yet. Newt going to go ahead and scout the top left. SmrtyCakes over here with his Scribe is going to confirm that his opponent is top right. And that's going to be a little suspicious for Newt, who's keeping things at 300 APM. He's keeping himself warmed up. Ooh, cheeky. Absolutely cheeky. Well, even if that finishes, I feel like the Scribe is going to get hunted down by the Maverick, right? You can do this versus, you know, Fulcrum first, because the first unit takes a little bit longer, right? But in this situation, there's actually no way for him to warp anything in behind that pylon, so it'll just end up being kind of useless. The second Maverick is going to go ahead and stand on top of that corpse in triumph and gloat as he kills the pylon. And first blood has been drawn. And Newt thinks, oh, my opponent scouted me first. He must be bottom right since he wasn't top left. Nope, he's scouted cross map first. He's a lunatic. Dracodon on the way. We are around halfway done on that, and Nexus is a little far away. SmrtyCakes a little bit premature there, idling a couple of workers now. Needs to correct that as soon as possible. There we go. And he does end up going for a second Dracodon before the Nexus. So it'll be a while before we see a Nexus coming out of him. Mason is going to go ahead and scout bottom left. So Newt, having scouted his opponent last, might be at a little bit of a disadvantage. But look at this. Instead of a Fulcrum, we have a Star Pad coming. We even have some Hurricanes prepping. Prepping for launch duty. Receiving orders. That's what Ahmed wants to say. He wants to say, need a light. He wants to say, wee hee hee. Star Pad finished, but there's a Mason hugging it. And oof. Died as before he scouts whether or not there was a Nexus there. Or maybe he just sees it. And he might not have seen, like, wait, is there really not a Nexus there? Because I feel like the vision range was actually going to be enough. So he might have seen the Scribe there. But at least he knows, okay, my opponent is probably doing some kind of prep for that. But this could hit pretty hard, right? Especially if some, you know, less than stellar banking is happening over here, right? SmrtyCakes has a decent amount of Vespine, but not really enough minerals to continue production of much of anything as he drops the Nexus and is going to go ahead and send a scout across. Depending on the path that this Trojan ends up taking, right? We could see this drop actually overlap with the Scribe. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. We have a Fulcrum coming as well. And nothing out of the Star Pad just yet. I think Newt's going to bank some more resources. Maybe go for an expansion after this anchor goes down. As a general reminder, anchors are 25 less minerals on this update than they were in the last tournament. So if you've been watching or playing, you got to get used to that as well. It's 125 minerals instead of 150. Stockade's going to go ahead and lift off, make room for a vestry. Pretty good wall over here for any sort of zealots coming in or anything like that. Of course, you can use the anchor to just lift that off at a later point. And we have 4 Dracodons, no additional ones coming. And here comes the attempted drop. What's the reaction here from SmrtyCakes? He pulls one of his Dracodons over, but not that many. A massacre of workers. We're dropping on down to 20, 19. Maybe the number will continue dropping here. And it looks like the Hurricanes are kind of getting stuck on dealing with the Dracodons, so they won't deal any additional damage. One of them is continuing to tickle. You could maybe grab that guy. But, you know, they sent his opponent into a bit of a disarray. He's not going to be harvesting Vespian anytime soon. He does end up evacuating that Huracan. We've got 10 workers coming in. That would be a juicy Ahmed target, but it looks like Trojan is just going to evacuate. A fine play as the scrapyard is established. We don't really have much of anything back at home, so the Dracodons could potentially posture aggressively, but obviously they are still worried about that, and a ministry being built on the high ground. Newt has his head on his shoulders here. Definitely feels like he got some value out of that. He might not know it, but the worker count's actually pretty even, and of course, with the second Nexus, SmrtyCakes can outproduce his opponent in terms of workers, and can come back into it as a result. But SmrtyCakes, I don't know if he knows much about the tech trees here. He did say that he thinks Cantavis are really good, but, you know, he doesn't see them very often, and he hasn't built a grand library, so we might not see him here either. Now, if he suspects he's up against Bio because of the drop, and then he goes up against Mech, that could be a problem. But I feel like Newt's pretty firmly in the driver's seat here. We have a Warden coming in the natural... No, just the main. I thought maybe both bases, but it's just going to be the main for now. SmrtyCakes on about 400 minerals. Ends up dropping down to a little bit less so that he can spend some money at the gateway. Trojan returns. We've got more units being added. This could actually end up being kind of like a doom drop. The ministry is done. We'll see the anchor fly over to try to hold the choke. See if maybe another one gets constructed a little bit later on in the game. But for now, we've got a couple of clerics, a couple of blackjacks. We've got the double Trojan, triple Trojan. So there's definitely going to be some kind of drop action over here. Dracodons spacing themselves out. See, SmrtyCakes has some basic fundamentals, right? It's just he hasn't practiced too much, I feel like. I think he went to a kickboxing class or a judo class or something. So that's kind of interesting, too, is that he might be a little bit fatigued. Third Trojan has nothing in it right now, but it, you know, can still be useful in a pinch if you need to evacuate or one of them goes down and you can load the units back up. Ministry now getting established. SmrtyCakes very far ahead in terms of worker count right now because he had that second Nexus up for so long, and he didn't lose that many. Adding an Ardent Authority, not a bad choice, but will it happen in time? I feel like this drop could do a lot of damage. He does have a lot of Dracodons, right? But they're kind of spread out. He's got the Scribe over here that was idling forever. I guess that'll give him some advance warning. The Warden will also help shut down some of the attack, or at least like draw some attention. But I feel like at this point... Ooh, his Zealot even scouted that drop in the bottom right. So he should actually be able to grab his Dracodons and come in over here. So that not bad at all. The empty Trojan actually taking a lot of the early aggro there. And a couple more units end up getting unloaded. But I feel like the Dracodons scrambled in time. That I don't actually think that this is going to be too critical. However, I say that. The Blackjacks are staying alive. One of the Hurricans standing underneath all of the Wardens. A Mason randomly falls in and dies. Falling back to the Warden, not a bad shot. Now the Clerics are going to have to catch up and fall back. The Scribes can still be accosted from this range, though. And there has to be a concern about that. Here comes the Huracan in one of these Trojans. Going to go ahead and be sort of hopscotched over. We'll start to attack the Dracodon over here. But yeah, the Dracodons on the bottom are absolutely getting hosed down right now. Still the worker advantage for SmrtyCakes. He can't necessarily give up hope just yet. There's not that many units over here, right? The problem is his gateways were not really training too many units during this time. He does have 2 more Dracodons, and the Ardent Authority is being focused down. More Scribes getting bopped on the side. Here we have 2 Zealots coming in. The Dracodon going to go ahead and try to focus down the Blackjack. It really should be attacking the Huracan since it's far out of range of the Clerics. And now with one of the Dracodons going down and the other one going down, I feel like these... No, the Blackjacks... Oh, are they actually going to die? The full surround is in, but no, it's not going to be enough. The Huracan pulled off. The Acantor is here in just a moment. That will help shut down this play. But this is way more cost efficient than it should have been. Here comes the Acantor shot. Time to play dodgeball. It looks like they didn't dodge very well after all. And the scribes even got pulled from the natural to try to deal with that. The Cyclops kind of getting lazily walked in are going to get bopped by that Warden. And the Trojans are just going to sit here and survey the battlefield. Apparently, more units rolling on in. 24 workers and not a single one of them harvesting. Trying to correct that situation now, but Newt has taken the worker advantage with that play. The Acantor is out, but there's no envoy to airlift it over, and the Cyclops are going to claim the pylon as their first victim. No Hurricanes to run the armor, so the Nexus will stay alive a little bit longer. Trojans now going to evacuate. A Zealot was over here this whole time, could have contributed to the fight at some point. SmrtyCakes lost track of it in all the action. Well, he's mounting some kind of response. I feel like the Acantor and the Zealots, I mean, just the Zealots alone should be enough to deal with this, but we'll see what SmrtyCakes is feeling. He's got a fifth one out. I think he's losing track of his units a little bit here. There's the attack move. One of the Blackjacks instantly getting bopped. And there you go. Cleaning out the rest. Nice and easy. Now, at the same time, Zealot was spying over here. No third base up, but the Atlas is done. And now we've got a Fulcrum. We might see a Palladium being added on. Watchdog in the main. Envoy was complete. Has an Acantor and a Servitor in it. Now that's interesting. I haven't seen Servitors in a while. So there could be some counter damage happening over here. The starports are being added in the back. There's no cataphracts coming because there are no mantles coming. But there's enough army at home right now that I feel like this is going to be dissuaded against. I think he even spotted the envoy with this Trojan, funnily enough, sort of using them as scouts. He's even going to spot the Zealot move out. Blackjacks harnessing their energy in the top right. And a third starport going down. It's going to be mass air out of Newt as a response. Well, the Blackjacks actually left just in time for the Envoy to make it in. Here's the drop. The Envoy will not be long for this world due to the Watchdog shots. There is going to need to be some micro here. Got to thread the needle. But unfortunately, the star pad just kept blocking it. And so that is very, very ineffective. And I feel like that was kind of the sole comeback mechanic that SmrtyCakes maybe had in this situation. He doesn't have that much Vespene because he never really tasked his harvesters back until just now. He's got a lot of money, but he isn't expanding behind it. His worker counts have caught up. I got to give him credit. He made the embassy that does train workers. I don't know if he was actually using it for that purpose, but he's now making another envoy. Just have sort of Trojans continuing to scout around. It looks like there was a flub where there was a liftoff where there didn't need to be. Rotaries being added. So it will be Sundogs by the looks of things. Newt's considering what to make out of this one. And yeah, I do think SmrtyCakes, if he trains up a little bit more, he will absolutely be able to, you know, take some games. He's playing, I would say, like, surprisingly okay for not having that much experience. He has played a little bit of PvP before, but I think it's mostly been versus AI. So he clearly has some general RTS chops, and he can iron out some of the issues over time with enough practice. And, you know, I don't think that the only game awareness stuff that he's lacking right now is understanding how sustained Terrans can be. With Anciel, Cleric, Shaman, that sort of thing, right? That's what bopped him on Derelict. And over here, it was mostly just the drop. Well, it's going to be, looks like an Acantor Zealot combo. Not a bad idea. This Trojan is over here. It's being a little bit menacing, but there's nothing in it. Another Trojan. This one, I think just narrowly on the vision range there. Yeah, he's going to spot that. And it looks like that might be enough for him to say, okay, well, my opponent kind of knows I'm here because my transport was spotted by his transport. Blackjacks once again sort of moving around. We got Sundogs starting. Love to see those. Lots of scribes being made, right? Like, that's one thing that you got to hand it to SmrtyCakes. His warm-up game maybe last time, since he wasn't making too many workers, but this time around he is. Unfortunately, he never took a third. He absolutely could take a third here. Make his opponent come to him. Sentinels on the way. Nothing for anti-drop in the natural, however. Bit of a weak point right now with the Sundogs and the Watchdogs up here sniffing out any threats. Draken sort of moving around. Stargate added. Another attempt to drop, but yeah, there's nothing in there. In CMBW, when your Trojan dies, you actually will see corpses. So, if there was anything in there. There is a witness. A couple of witnesses, actually. No, maybe just one. I don't know where it went. It's doing things, though. Could be scouting the enemy. Anseal will detected, of course. Adding a mantle. Ardent Authority does mean that you can make architects, but it doesn't look like that's what SmrtyCakes wants to do. He's adding some Exemplar to the army. He's got a lot of Zealots, a lot of Dracodons. He is making a lot of units, finally taking this expansion. Might be thinking about taking another main at this point, as he has tasked his Scribe off to the bottom right-hand corner. So there we go. We're starting to see a little bit more agency out of him. And Newt is playing very defensively. Has now lost the worker advantage, which is very surprising considering the circumstances. And a raiding party of 7 Sundogs is actually going to probe out and see what they can do to attack the enemy base. There is only the couple Dracodons. Exemplars can't attack air. So there's not really that much anti-air in this situation. The Dracodons and the Warden can be sniped. And that is going to result in some kind of panic, I think. 2 more Sundogs making their way over. With good target selection, Newt could absolutely end the game here. I know it sounds a little silly to say, but it's absolutely something that could be done. And here they go. The Witness did actually detect them, but there's only the Dracodons, right? He's got 5 of them right now, versus 7 Sundogs, 2 more on the way pretty soon. They're actually going to try to burst down the Nexus. It was wounded from the last attack, and it will be focused down. Only 1 Sundog being destroyed so far, a number of them bruised, so looks like some micro-flubbery was happening over there. The Nexus will finish over here, so it's actually not as grievous as it looks, but he did need to, you know, get another round in, right? He needed to get that base up. We are at 8 Sundogs, since one of them did die. We have more on the way. Palladium being constructed, more cataphracts. And yeah, this base now being raided here. That's the 3rd. There's no reaction yet from SmrtyCakes. It feels like he's hemorrhaging a little bit here, and this might be a very disappointing way for him to end up losing the game, because he doesn't actually have that much. I mean, he could try to attack and break his opponent, but there's 4 Sentinels out. The air is being very, very effective in this situation. He just doesn't have any Architects. He doesn't have any Positrons. He didn't end up making that much anti-air. He has got the land effect, but Sundogs can attack air units too. So it's not something that can really be dealt with here by pure air. And his Zealots, which are going to be completely useless, are actually blocking his own path. He's not using them to attack, do some kind of Hail Mary, maybe force the Sundogs to go back home. Getting overwhelmed by the air. 3 gateways going down. Warden and a pylon going down. Another Warden going to be focused down pretty soon here. Looks like he's scoring a couple of frags, but look at that Artosis pylon. Everything getting shut down as a result of that, and his army only now starting to leave the area and go across the map, see what they can do to force out a victory. It doesn't look like that Scribe ever ended up going there in the bottom right, or at least it didn't expand. We've got nothing in the coffers. This Nexus will be finished shortly, but another one going down, no pylon being remade. I feel like the drops need to be successful, and the land effect needs to use its unit, but with more Sundogs up here, the Acantors are going to unload and do some damage, but a lot of them are getting picked apart. Exemplars are firing shots off. They are going to be able to kill some Sentinels. Cataphract's trying to kite backwards to do some damage. There's actually only one of them, but the Acantors have been cleaned up on the high ground, and there's not really that much anti-air left at this point. He's going to scoop up the Dracodons, try to get them out of harm's way so that maybe he can drop them over here. Does manage to get only one of them out before he ends up getting bopped, and that has to be GG. There was an all-in military response. The Sundogs are still back at home killing a bunch of stuff. And yeah, okay, some of them ended up dying, but there's no extra base coming. SmrtyCakes, what do you got for us? He's trying to hold on, but realistically, there's just nothing. He didn't do any economic damage to his opponent. There's more Sundogs on the way. He just doesn't have the answer. Bamboozled by the air switch. Had the Witness, but didn't end up using it. The line effect will pop out, and the line effect will die. And the gateway will die. Adun's Brave Warriors bopped. GG has to be called, and that will be a 2-0 in favor of Newt. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm just going to assume that's a yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to Derelict to start off yet another qualification match. Well, we're not at the qualification stage just yet, but we do have a Terran versus Terran on our hands. The Snow Terran in the bottom left will be Mr. Nicholas, a.k.a. Scoler, 1, 2, 3, 4. And, of course, up in the top right, we have ItDepends, who has already sent out a Mason. He is the Blue Terran in the top right. And this is Spain versus Peru. So, you know, pretty epic. Pretty based, as ItDepends would say. He would say based, kek, lamo, And maybe some other stuff. Probably Quixota. I guess that's more Brazilian, though. Portuguese. Anyway, we have his scout. It will be very fast. And then we will see what he does. He's putting down a stockade. Honestly, it seems kind of normal, despite his early scout. I kind of expected it to slap around. But, you know. SYPIAC asks, is this game won? Yes, it is. You can tell because no player has won yet. I hope he says aromavirus. Well, scouting around here for a good spot to park his Mason while he prepares funds. Queuing a worker, queuing a Maverick. Getting him in there. See. Ah, shooting him. Ah, punch, punch, punch. I like to assume that that's what Scoler is doing during this. He's just saying punch, punch, punch. He goes for a Fulcrum. One Maverick into Fulcrum. Now, Scoler plays about C-rank Terran, apparently, in StarCraft 1. So he's played TVT, and he kind of is familiar with that pattern. And in CMBW, going Stockade into Mech, right, from the Fulcrum is not a bad shout. And in fact, it almost looks like that's what ItDepends is thinking about doing, except then he told his Mason to right-click on his Stockade instead for some reason, and now it will be a Fulcrum a little bit late, but that's okay. We have a Huracan on the way. Oh, Ahmed. Harakmed. ItDepends is trying to turn the screws on Mr. Nicholas here. Well, I'm glad he chanted that at the very that's his war cry. If he types that, you know that he's sending units across the map to attack you. So that's interesting. The Fulcrum has added a scrapyard. He's building a Matador. It's like a tank. It even has a siege mode that reduces its range instead of increases it. We have a third Maverick. The 2 Maverick, 1 Huracan squad is going to attack up in there. He stims. He gets the first shot off. Ooh, he even runs the armor there. He might actually be able to do this. Targeting down the Maverick. Spread damage there from ItDepends, but it looks like he won't quite have the guts there as the reinforcements do come in. A Maverick and a Matador here versus the 4 Mavericks of ItDepends. There was no cheesy anchor built. What does ItDepends have? He could theoretically try to do some damage here if Scoler isn't familiar with hitting the siege key here. That could actually get him some pretty good value, but there's 2 armor on the Matador, so it's still pretty good. A second Matador coming, a Huracan coming. Oh boy. Stemming to escape death. Drugs will save your life. That's what ItDepends thinks. And we have a Blackjack coming. So it's actually a mirrored build overall. We have a Vestry coming from ItDepends. I think ItDepends is a little bit more up-to-date on the meta, but Nicholas should be better in terms of raw, like, mechanical RTS skill. He's already ahead in workers, so you can kind of see that reflected in just, like, the bare minimum of what people are doing. You know, what are the basics? What are the foundational stuff? That being said, it looks like Scoler is setting up for an expansion faster than ItDepends, who is maintaining steady production of units, adding a cleric to the field. Just about ready to throw down his ministry. And there we go, right on location. Interestingly enough, he sent his forces on an attack pattern. A patrol route, in fact. So he's put down his expansion, and he doesn't suspect that his opponent is going to be gunning it for any other tech, right? We don't see a star pad from either of our players, but we do see a lot of Vespene in the tank. And I feel like maybe ItDepends is going to go 1 base tech off of this. It's just a vibe that I get. You know, he's still floating a lot of Vespene. He's not really saving a lot of minerals, and you do need the minerals you need 600 minerals to tech up, but he's almost got enough Vespene, and you get minerals way faster. Blackjacks are here to pierce the Matador armor. So it looks like this is going to be okay. But, oh, the deployment comes out, and now they have 4 armor while deployed. So that is some good play from Mr. Nicholas. ends up charging in, but there's no expansion for him to pressure, and now the blackjacks are in the anchor. So he's done his job, right? He's done what he came here to do. Dissuaded ItDepends from potentially taking an expansion. The watchdog has lifted off and is flying. And a blackjack from Mr. Nicholas does go down, unfortunately. Matador's trying their best to do some damage, but oof! Absolutely ass blasted. Ooh! Caught in at the very end. Ministry is going to complete. We have even more workers now available for Mr. Nicholas, and the lift has to happen because LOL unloading right there. We don't have like rallies for unload or anything. Not yet. Maybe we can add those sometime soon. That being said, we have some workers who are going to be pulled off to go ahead and transfer over to the natural. And the watchdog, of course, will be scouting this out. He's actually still got pretty good... Honestly, I feel like Nicholas has been... Like, he's been watching the videos. He's been figuring out what you do in this situation. He knows to leave a lot of workers on the main because you get more effectiveness out of them since we fixed a lot of the pathing. And improved the wandering. ItDepends, on the other hand, is taking a posture down south of the central treasury. His structures have gone dark. He's just about ready to drop an Atlas in the back. So 1 base tech versus 2 base tier 1. But there's still a lot of SP in here for Mr. Nicholas, so he can absolutely gun it for tier 2 at some point, and he'll have a better economy to supply it in the back. So we'll have to see what ends up coming from this. An attempted move out from ItDepends. Looks like he's going to be able to hold off the Matador push, but I think the Goliaths are proving to be a little bit too effective, and the Cyprians are also penetrating the Clerics there, so it's going to be a little awkward, but it looks like eventually the forward anchor is going to help him out. Now, I have seen ItDepends try to do this in the past. He has gone for, like, the forward contain. It looks like here, though, he's going to take this anchor and head it back home for a more defensive play. Is adding a Ministry in his base to eventually expand. Again, his Atlas is much faster than Nicholas's, who still has not put down an Atlas to save his own skin. So we might see ItDepends be able to clutch out a match, or at least drag it on into the later stages if he's able to get some Sentinels up, something of that nature. Now, here comes the Atlas for Scoler. He is dropping it in his natural. He's taking a page out of Enoz's book. We all love the natural tech, but I haven't seen it as Terran. I've seen natural be used to place the Daedala, which is kind of funny, but usually by that point you've kind of, you know, completed your grip on the map at that point as Terran. You know, you're on like 4 or 5 bases, and you know your natural isn't really the main target. So we will have that Ministry a little bit over halfway done. Mason's going to go ahead and scout this out. It will actually catch that Nicholas is on the warpath. Forward anchor being constructed. That other one landed at the 3rd. That's not super helpful. Not going to be able to reinforce his position with that. And this is actually kind of a scary attack. I mean, ItDepends is going to be a little while before he can get his tech online. He has a starport coming. No tier 2 add-ons for the Fulcrum or the Stockade just yet. Trying to focus down some of the squishier targets. Clerics healing the Blackjacks. Seeing some mech v mech action here. Lobotomy mines being laid. And he sees the random anchor in the middle of nowhere. He's going to go ahead and deal with that. But the Blackjacks are going to take this, you know, higher up spot here and start to aggro the forces. Now, if Scoler decides to just commit to this attack, he might be able to bust down that anchor. Looks like he's thinking about it with the Clerics now taking a position. And there's no Masons here to repair it. So ItDepends thought maybe he was being 200 IQ, but it didn't actually wind up paying off. Now it's going to be a lot easier for Nicholas to crack that position. And his Atlas is complete. He's going to go ahead and destruct the scrapyard. Dude, honestly, I'm looking at this, and it feels like Scoler has practiced. It feels like he kind of knows what to do. I mean, he's got double vestry on the stockade, so maybe that's a little bit of an expenditure. But he's adding a mantle, right? He's got his fulcrums out. The starport is making a commandment, but essentially, ItDepends is on 1 base. He hasn't actually leveraged the other one. He's down 20 workers. Feels pretty good. Feels pretty good right about now for Scoler. Showing why he's favored in this matchup. Some pretty good lobotomizations, though. Catching the Clerics. That's going to allow some focus fire to be doled out here by ItDepends. But then the Matador makes it in and is going to go ahead and burn out some of that stuff. He's going to try to focus down the Matador when the lobotomy mine hits it, but I don't think that's going to be quite enough. There's still no Tier 2 stuff coming out here. A Sentinel finally being made. The starport finished the commandment, but you didn't build any units out of it, and I kind of feel like there's some flashbacks going on here from some of the Nibelheim games I've seen. Gonna have to lift the Ministry. The armor will return to it in no time there, but it does mean that it's still only at about 400 HP, so it is going to have to evacuate and be repaired later on. The Sentinel is done, but looks like the Hurricanes are very, very slowly making their way over there. They can still burst this down. There's not really great focus fire coming out of Scoler just yet, but he should be able to focus down the last couple of these Masons that are making the Sentinel, and it doesn't quite look like that's going to be enough for ItDepends to hold. So even before Tier 2 tech comes online and in the picture, for either player, aside from the one Sentinel that did finish, well, this one is up here and probably will be finished. Yeah, it looks like Scoler just wants to kill the Ministry and just force it down. Not a bad shout, but at this point, right, like his units are being shredded and he's not really focus firing the Sentinel. So scratch that. It looks like ItDepends will narrowly hold out. He does have the Seraph, and he's going to go ahead and drop an Irradiate just for good measure. One of the Sentinels does go down, and the Ministry will lift off and survive just barely. That Maverick almost caught AIDS. A third base coming in for ItDepends. He has a Phalanx out. He's got actually 2 Phalanxes, and he's making more. His Mantle is starting to make some Cataphracts. Has one last Blackjack left over. We don't see an Anvil, so if the Seraph is going to get any harassment out, it has to be done through Irradiate, which can be annoying. It can shut down worker lines. There's not really any anti-air in a position to like punish that or stop that. But at the same time, I mean, look at the worker differential here. We're looking at 60 workers for Scoler compared to the 27 for ItDepends. And that tells the story all unto itself. The Seraph will walk directly into the choke point here. Might be able to get some shots off. It will be attacked and dissuaded. Down to about 75% life. Trying to go for a cast. Thinking that maybe some of the units will come on over, but not quite happening. Oh, no, never mind. That will be a dead Maverick. There will be a couple of dead Masons over here. Not really the end of the world, though. Clerics are going to patch everybody up. Irradiate only deals 50 damage, but if you stay in the field, obviously it reapplies, right? So that's how it can kill things like Masons. But that Seraph is really only going to be doing flesh wounds at this point. We don't really have any other Tier 2 stuff out there. In fact, there's not even a follow-up to the Seraph. He just made 2 Seraphs, and that's it. No Azazels, nothing out of the Starport regular. And now the move-out is coming. We have Phalanxes. We have Cataphracts. We have, obviously, the support bio, particularly the Clerics are going to be important, and the Cyprians aren't going to be too shabby as well versus the Vultures and bio that ItDepends is still fielding. And it looks to me like we might very well see a conclusion of the match. We finally do see some Watchdogs being made over here. Unfortunately for Nicholas, this is annoying, but look at still, even with all these workers dead, look at the worker count, right? Like, it's not really going to make too much of a difference. Lobotomy Mine is going to be good for clearing that out. We do obviously have a lot of shots being hit here. And honestly, with all the Phalanxes here, I don't think that ItDepends can really clear this out. Units are finishing up, but not for very long. Sentinels firing shots off. Radiation stacking is going to eventually clear out one of those Phalanxes. But there's just not enough here. The Cataphract alone is going to take so long for the Seraphs to kill. In fact, the Cyprians are just going to deal with the first Seraph, and there goes one of them. The other one has got enough to cast a Radiate again. Will catch that Phalanx that's pretty wounded. It's not damaging the Cleric, though, so that's actually kind of critical right now. Well, he moves it through, so I think it will die eventually. But look at how many Phalanxes there are. It's going to take so long to clear this, and there's still a little bit of anti-air here as well. So the Spellcasters are not going to be enough for ItDepends. He'll have to GG out momentarily, as the Phalanxes are going to go for a deployment. On this version, they do have increased splash radius, so we might actually see some friendly fire here, but the Cataphract is standing tall despite being irradiated, and it's just going to massacre the whole damn shebang. And that's it. ItDepends has nothing left. Maybe a little bit of irradiation micro, but oof, that's about it. There goes his full HP Seraph. GG, well played, is called, and that will be Scoler taking the first match. We will see either Highwater or Otherworld for the second map. It will be Otherworld selected by ItDepends. He might be celebrating, hooting and hollering. He got a dub on the board. All right, let's get into it. Match 2. We might see Nicholas take it here. And, of course, we do have Otherworld as the map. If ItDepends can win on this match here, right now, then absolutely something we will see is High Water as the decider, a 4-spawn map. It will be ItDepends, the lemon Terran in the top right against Scoler, the orange Terran in the bottom right. And again, what did I say earlier? Not only does Scoler seemingly have the better RTS mechanics, but I honestly feel like he's brushed up on the meta. He figured it out. You can absolutely use Blackjacks and Matadors out of the scrapyard in the early game. You open with a Stockade and then go straight into Fulcrum. That's totally valid. Does mean that you get your Stockade confirmed, such that you can go for, you know, some kind of Vestry add-on later for healing and all that stuff. And will be a Stockade being built pretty close over here. Looks like ItDepends a little bit slower on the draw. He scouted a lot earlier, right? So his Stockade will be a bit slower. And, you know, at the very least, he's going to spot that there's, you know, gas being harvested and a Stockade being constructed, right? I mean, just look at this. Nicholas even knows that you can get optimal gas harvesting by going for the ridge with 1 worker after 2 workers are on the geyser. It's pretty much the same thing as getting 3 workers on the geyser, but the fact that he kind of is aware that, like, I can split that just means that it's probably, like, a little bit more efficient to grab a worker down here and put it there. It feels like, you know, Nicholas has figured things out. I don't know. He's got some idea of what's happening, and it's a comfort matchup for him. TVT, it's a lot more forgiving. You can lose some early units. You can, you know, take some early losses. And you know what your opponent can do, because your opponent's the same race. Maverick is going to go ahead and stim and hunt down that Mason. Will not be long for this world. Stockade is going to finish, again, a little bit later for ItDepends as he opted for a very fast scout. His scout will confirm the presence of a Fulcrum, though, right? So that's good information for him. He knows what's coming. And 2 more shots out of this Maverick, and that Mason is toast. Annihilated. 100 Vespene, though. ItDepends could go for a star pad here if he wanted to. He's going to go for a fast anchor instead. He's got actually a surprising amount of Vespene. I think he pulled most of his gas harvesters off just for that, or he harvested it off of 1 worker. That's also a possibility. But no early move out this time around. Remember that Nicholas went for 2 Maverick, 1 Huracan move out earlier. He might be going for the same thing as he is building a Huracan, but his Fulcrum will finish around the same time, right? So maybe he's going to move out with a little bit more. Now this map, Otherworld, 2-spawn map by yours truly. It does have a funny situation where you can go for this low ground expansion, but it isn't protected by the ramp. And then you go over here and you can take this expansion, and it's technically open to a backstab attack, but it takes so long to do that. So, something to keep in mind. 4 Mavericks are going to be in that anchor, and a star pad is being made in the back line. ItDepends, maybe going to try to drop with a secure front door. And Scoler thinking of taking another Fulcrum, actually. I thought he was going to take his in-base Expo, but it's not going to happen. For Terrans specifically, I feel like if you take an actual expansion first, and then you go for a treasury over here, that can be a really good tempo play to get you more minerals or more Vespene, depending on what your build requires. Haven't seen that done yet. Maybe it won't come into pass. Now, Scoler is going to get gunned down by the Mavericks inside that anchor. He loses one of his own, gets a lot of damage dealt to himself on the other side. And we do actually see a treasury coming, so that's kind of interesting. Scoler is thinking about that and thinking, yeah, when you see an in-base, why not use a treasury for it? It does mean that you don't have as much worker production as somebody who goes ministry first, which is one of the reasons why I was thinking you take a real base first. But I think the treasury is useful just because it gives you a lot of mileage for, you know, quickly getting this. It's a tempo play. You get your base up and running a little bit faster. If you just need some extra minerals or you just need some extra gas, more likely, then you can just go straight into it. Right now, he's only got, I want to say, yeah, he's got about 14 workers on minerals right now. And, yeah, 15. Okay, so he's actually pretty close to the full efficient saturation. Once you get past 16 workers, your saturation starts taking a bit of a hit, where each worker at that point is only half efficient. So if you rally additional workers over here for minerals, you're technically getting more than if you just kept rallying them over here. So it looks like we'll see whether or not Scoler wants to do that. He's actually adding an anchor. There is a second star pad completed. It will be mass wraiths out of ItDepends with a second stockade. We might see him go for an in-base himself. This actually puts you more behind in terms of minerals than Vespene. It requires more of a Vespene like upfront initially, but each wraith is only 25 gas, so you can go into tier 2 from this. And you can see here, Scoler doing exactly what I was describing, rallying some extra workers over there, knows what's efficient. Seeming like he understands what's going on. It's quite the the surprise. It's quite the change in pace, because I think he was struggling with a lot of the differences between CMBW and StarCraft 1 in the past, but he seems to have figured some things out. Transferring his level of play across could absolutely surprise some people, because I think most people probably wrote him off. Most people were like, yeah, I don't think Scoler can, you know, I don't know if Scoler's going to take it. He could, it's a possibility, but I don't know if he's going to take it. He hasn't seemingly been practicing. Well, he's been practicing with somebody. Maybe it's the AI, but he has been playing. He clearly has been thinking about it anyway, because he's got some theory down. And it does look a little practiced. It doesn't look like it's just by the seat of his pants he's remembering what to do. So that's interesting. We got some rates coming out here, 5 of them, in fact, the 3rd starport, or starpad, I should say. Still no expansion out of here, so it depends. Going to start to fall behind in workers yet again, although he's been keeping better. He did better than the last game, keeping pace a little bit better. One of his workers, of course, idle, so not as much of a throughput on the minerals. And it's going to be looking like, mostly, Cyclops Matador Cleric, an interesting option. We'll wait for a moment as Nicholas is having an internet trouble. It was just as the rates were about to hit, too, and there's a stack of Mavericks in that middle base, the upper middle base. It's the one issue, right? The one issue for Nicholas. His internet. He says he fell. What the hell? Okay. Mr. Nicholas had a candle. That's all right. We'll remake. Well, I wait for Nicholas ready. There you go. All right. Let's see what happens this time around, boys. We got to see something even more epic this time, surely. I liked It Depends a strategy, and it wasn't scouted, right? So it's still something possible. And you know what? It Depends is even the same color as the last time. It will be lemon. Top right. Same spawns. Mr. Nicholas here. Scoler 1, 2, 3, 4. The Midnight Green Terran in the bottom right. The favorite. And I think you guys can see why. So, you know, that was just a macro warm-up, you know? It was just a macro warm-up. If it does happen again, I will have to give a W to It Depends, just based on the rules. So hopefully it doesn't. And I did say earlier, actually when SYPIAC had the same issue, I was mentioning that, like, yeah, bro. Like, the, you know, Scoler has the same kind of problem. Well, it's going to be Stockade first for both of our players once again, but we did see some Vespene being harvested here for It Depends. Oh, come on. No! Poor Scoler. He only had time to beat It Depends once. What's up, Mist? Yeah, I think the qualifiers do weed out those with weak internet. Yeah, he needs to worker rush him. Yeah, I would hate to DQ him, is the problem. But that might end up happening. Yeah, he said that the internet gets him, so... We'll give him some time. We'll give him some time. The problem is that he said that he had to restart his game, and I thought, okay, well, maybe there's something there that I don't know about. So I assumed he was good, but... Now that we know that it's his PC and potentially his PC... then we can do that. We can roll with that. Poor Scoler. So promising, held back by his internet and PC, and one or the other. I kind of like the qualifiers being so... I don't know. Casual is probably not the right word, but, you know, laid back on the broadcast. Just shoot the shit. Talk to chat. Yeah, Newt, the top 4 will qualify. So I'll quickly show the bracket. Okay, so... as you can see here, we've got some of the initial results in, right? Newt 2-0'd SmrtyCakes, SYPIAC 2-0'd DeadInfested. So that means that down here we've got the initial setup for the first round of the lower bracket. The winner of, let's see, Benza versus Enoz will face Newt. The winner of Nicholas versus It Depends will face Veek, who got a bye. Hapsaya also got a bye. And Lucy versus MoonHunter, which is happening at 9 p.m. tonight, will be... deciding who faces Hapsaya. Oh yeah, iSarCasm versus BoxTrade, that'll decide who faces SYPIAC. So, you know, like, that's the initial round. Now, once we get to the stage here where it says winners semifinals, or the losers round 4. Either one of those are qualification matches. So like say it's Hapsaya versus Newt. Well, that's a qualification match, and the loser will be seeded into losers round 4, the lower round 4, which is another qualification match. And so like basically if Newt beats Benza, or if Benza beats Newt, or if Enoz upsets Benza, you know, whatever happens there. So like the winners of this next round will move on to a qualification match. The losers of this round will have another opportunity to get to the qualification. So you have to play more series if you go down to the lower bracket, especially this early on. But yeah, hopefully this that cleans it up, or clears it up as far as the bracket is concerned. For those just joining us, we are waiting for Scoler to reconnect. He is restarting his PC. I was really surprised that Scoler looked so polished. I really didn't expect it to be like that. Pretty based. We'll do pick ban for Igor and BoxTrade. All right, let's see if this one is any better. Otherworld, round 3. This time we have ItDepends once again in the top right as the White Terran against Mr. Nicholas. Scoler, 1, 2, 3, 4, the Beastra Brown Terran in the bottom right. What will happen this time on Otherworld? Looks like it's going to be yet another stockade pretty fast. This time around we don't actually see a really super fast scout from ItDepends. That's kind of interesting. Just going ahead and letting BoxTrade know how to see the map overlays without having to jump into the game. But he is getting ready to face off against iSarCasm. They will be starting their set in about 10 minutes. We'll see if we can kick things off over there, or if we'll have to cast that set from replays, or what. Or maybe they feel like waiting for us to join them. Benza and Enoz will be playing in 10 minutes as well. So that's kind of interesting. Maverick coming out here for Scoler. His opponent finishing up the stockade. Banking a little bit of Vespian here, as he has been harvesting Vespian this entire time. We should see a Fulcrum pretty soon out of Scoler if he's back into it. He's going to go ahead and stem after this Mason. A couple more shots and it'll be toast. Does end up falling. Scouts out some of the harvesting. Nothing really of any note here. Might have seen the Fulcrum start. And the star pad is on the way. So ItDepends going to go for a bit more of a focus around the idea of spamming out those wraiths. He knows that Nicholas didn't spot them. That might give him a little bit of confidence in pulling off the wraith play, right? But we'll see if Scoler wants to change up his plan or not. He might have fixed his internet just in time to get bopped by a bit of a wraith cheese. ItDepends would like to make this a 3-game set. He's currently down 1-0. Anchor about halfway done. Scrapyard coming. Yeah, fairly bog standard, but we don't have a second star pad. That one just concluded, and we will undoubtedly see some wraiths shortly. Or will it be a wraith? What else could it be? That's my question. It's going to be a Trojan. Fast drops are the name of the game, but we have an anchor being built in a cheeky spot here by Mr. Scoler. I don't know that it'll be scouted, but I guess, you know, the drop might scout the anchor and vice versa. Cyprian on the way as well. Nice spread of units. Hurakan's getting ready to garrison the Trojan. The anchor is complete, but there are no units here just yet to use it. The move out is happening now. A little bit async, but that's okay. Now, the one thing is that if this anchor spots the Trojan, what is the reaction here? I mean, I think it's going to load up for a little bit. A second anchor. Oh, and just as that happens, we actually have a watchdog being built here by ItDepends. Action is getting started here, folks. Pretty soon. As soon as one of these lifts off, right, we are going to see some silly stuff happen. The lift is in. Oh no, the watchdog dies! The mason building the watchdog dies, corrected. Two matadors are going to land over here, but what can the Hurricanes do? Oh my god! Ahmed's tearing down this anchor. Or is he? No, he's not really. That watchdog was even made. No! Oh, thank goodness. That Trojan almost died. That would have been heartbreaking. It's anchor v anchor, boys. We're going to see some very silly stuff. All right. A bit of an unload just for the stim. Not elevatoring his units, but the front line is now completely disengaged. The anchors have landed pretty close, but I don't know that it's close enough. There we go. The Hurricanes are starting to shoot up. That will kill that first anchor pretty fast there, but actually it's a trade. Anchor for an anchor. Unfortunately, none of the units stay alive there, but there's still two matadors here. They can be microed. What does Scoler want to do? He's burning down one of the stockades. It's pretty low, but he needs to deploy these ones and start incinerating the rest of those masons. It looks like it's going to be good enough. He needs to get a little bit closer to use the matador versus that, and Anseal is complete. This is an absolute massacre here. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round is the first round of attacks is it's quite confused. This matador is killing so many masons. Oh no, I think ItDepends kind of held this okay, but then that happened, and now he's landed the anchor directly within firing range of that one, so that's going to tie him up. Oh my god. Oh no. 14 kills. Oh. Utter devastation here. Oh. He does bop it, but at what cost? Ladies and gentlemen, 6 workers left. ItDepends has 2 Hurricanes, 3 Hurricanes, 6 Hurricanes to his name, and 1 Maverick, a 12 HP Trojan, an Anseal. What does he do? How does he come back from this? The march out is happening. Double ministry. Scoler was so focused on that attack, he forgot that he's got a Matador and a Maverick over here. Repairing the Trojan, probably a pretty good idea. They had 12 health. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, the Anseal and the Dropper are about to leave, but this is when Scoler's reinforcements are coming in. I think he's just going to run over him, man. He doesn't even need the 2-man unit over there. No! Oh no! He tried to do the unload, but it wasn't going to be enough. And that is going to be it. ItDepends. Blue-balled for a century. Booted out into the lower bracket, and Scoler moves on. All right, boys, we are going into our next set. Still waiting on feedback from Benza. I think he might be running a little bit late, but meanwhile, we have BoxTrade against iSarCasm. Relatively newcomer. He's harvesting Thespian from the Ridge. That's interesting. He's got Lemon Terran against a Palatinate Blue iSarCasm Protoss. Well, there's got to be something that he's planning on over here, but it would be more efficient to harvest from the Geyser. I will let him know about that after the game, because, you know, it's bad form to expose him live on stream. He's a very new player. He just got into things like, I don't know, 2 days ago? I think this is his 3rd day of playing the project. He bravely signed up. Ah, there we go. He figured it out. He's like, wait a second. So it looks like he will be doing Fulcrum first. That's fairly standard, although usually you have the Fulcrum around the same time as the Protoss player has the Gateway. This is going to be iSarCasm's first match in a little bit. I know he was playing earlier. Fulcrum is going to come down pretty soon. So BoxTrade will be a little bit behind, but I don't think it's going to matter too much in terms of, you know, seeing what's going on. Now, he seems to be moving to the bottom right. He may not be familiar with this map being 2 spawns, so that might have baited him. Gateway coming. It's going to be a second. So this is going to be 2 gate pressure coming out of iSarCasm. I think he might just look to try to run his opponent over. Quick and easy. Fast as you like. A 2-0. Yeah, I think so, Beaver. I mean, they look pretty different. You got jungle on this map. Hello. But either way, BoxTrade is going to go ahead and see the gateway. It's actually going to be Legionnaires at first. Maybe he didn't have enough Vespene to go for a Dracket, and I think that might be the answer as to why it's Legionnaires first. It's going to be a Vulture. Second Legionnaire coming. You cannot outrun the Legionnaire. But a Vulture is on the way. Now, with enough Legionnaires, you do deal with early Vultures pretty well. iSarCasm thought about taking a base, but it's not going to happen. BoxTrade has cut workers for the moment. I think maybe that was unintentional, as he instantly corrects that error, and he does indeed have another Vulture on the way. So he'll have 3 Vultures. He's laying a bit of a minefield. Doesn't want to go too aggro, and honestly, versus this many Legionnaires, I think it's totally fine to stay behind. The Vultures have already met the Legionnaires on the field of battle, trying to kite backwards, hope the lobotomy mines can catch some of them. Looks like, no, they're threading the needle right now, and the low HP Vulture ends up frontlining. We have the first Legionnaire taking some damage there. He wants to fall back and maybe grab some other kinds of units, but the stun was actually pretty effective there. BoxTrade now floating a lot of money. It might get run over here by the double, gateway production. He's, well, that was an interesting turn of events, and that will be an early victory for iSarCasm. I'm not 100% sure what went down there. He was pretty close to picking off some of them. I felt like he could have stabilized there. Well, boys, I think Igor scored some goals. Victory square is selected by him. All right, let's see what happens. Jumping straight into things, we have iSarCasm, the electric blue Protoss on the bottom left. Vertical spawns here as BoxTrade is the Mango Terran in the top left. BoxTrade will be dropping a fast stockade here. I think he's aware that he wants to go for a macro game this time around. Fairly standard openings from both of our players, I imagine. And that's what's in store for us here. Now, iSarCasm scouts him first. This is not really what BoxTrade wants in this situation. Looks like standard stuff. Halfway done with the gate. Yeah, one of the things that you gotta watch out for in a situation like this is that you don't get overwhelmed by all of the changes to the project. And it looks like the Legionnaires were enough to give iSarCasm a pretty fast advantage. So he will be going for a Dracoden this time around, and BoxTrade will only scout him last, getting a little bit unlucky on Victory Square. But he has the anchor set up. 3 Mavericks in it. He can just produce Masons and then build up the bank. We'll see if iSarCasm wants to do the 1 Dracoden into natural or what the plan actually is right now. One of his workers is obviously idle right now. The other one's scouting. So BoxTrade is actually more behind than it looks right now, believe it or not. In terms of the workers in particular. This guy could have been giving him probably like upwards of 50, 60 minerals by now. All told. Maybe a little bit less than that, but it feels like around 50 would be like at the end of it all. But he does have enough money. He will go ahead and put down the ministry. And that's actually before iSarCasm's Nexus. So despite being behind in terms of that, he'll get a little bit of time where he's got room to grab that. So we'll see what he wants to do. Triple Mason on the gas. That tells me that he's going to be transitioning out of bio very quickly. Exactly what you would expect versus Protoss. Mason does get bopped by some Dracodons. Scary looking things. They even turn. How am I supposed to face that if they can also face me? It just doesn't make any sense. A fourth Dracodon on the way. Steady production out of a single gateway. I wonder if iSarCasm felt a little bit bad for bopping his opponent so hard with just 5 Legionnaires. We will have to wait and see. Fulcrum coming. BoxTrade could actually drop a second one, but it looks like he's going to hold off for now. He has the 2 Cyprians. I think he's aware that they can be really good at stopping Dracodon pushes due to their even range. He's going to add another anchor, and that's going to give him even more range. And then you factor in cliff advantage, and suddenly it's just impossible for the Dracodons to really do anything. Starting to stabilize with the worker production. I think we're going to see both of our players be relatively even in that field. I think iSarCasm is now up half a worker, if that. But again, you know, you're Terran, so you're having at least 1 or 2 of your workers busy building stuff, unlike the Protoss. Dracodons are starting to move out. Just 2 of them, though. Wants to see what his opponent is actually doing. And in theory, he can reply to any aggression that comes out of there. A lot of Masons being queued up. So BoxTrade definitely going for the more macro-oriented style. Adding a scrapyard. I don't know if he caught any of the matches prior to the games that he's playing now. But if he did, then he will have seen, you know, okay, Fulcrum does pretty well. You can do that versus Protoss. Yeah, you would have seen Newt face off against SmrtyCakes earlier. iSarCasm, I would say, seems like a likely player to make it into the tournament. He's actually gone double Rogue Gallery into Barghest, and there isn't any anti-air right now. So this could definitely catch him off guard. It was funny because I scheduled the matches, and I was like, let me know if you guys want more time. You know, BoxTrade only just started, and he's like, nope, no time to prepare. Let's just do it or something. So he does get a very, very fast Atlas here. It's kind of surprising that he's able to do that. But, you know, he takes the early Expo and saturates both geysers. Nothing on this ridge, but that's all right. Now, at the same time, he's grinding out the Barghests. You know, his opponent, rather, is grinding out the Barghests. There's no scout. There's nothing to prepare him for that. If there's enough of these, you know, you can look at the damage and kind of figure out, okay, they deal 10 damage. I need 7 of them to kill a Mason. And what does that mean, right? The Mason just gets 1 shot, but it's not just that. Because Barghests have multi-target. They have multi-attack. So this feels like without enough Cyclops, without any Watchdogs, it's going to be really hard for BoxTrade to hold on here. I think he's just going to start losing a lot of them. And especially if these anchors unload at any point to try to respond to the Barghests, then you've got all the Dracodons to worry about. So it's 7 Dracodons and 8 Barghests, and the tech is coming, but there's nothing really here. There's a Watchdog, but it's not going to be a position to defend against this. The Barghests are going to start attacking. And, you know, okay, what's the reaction? Now I'm under attack. But now the Dracodons are here as well. Honestly, that was a bit of an awkward position here for BoxTrade. He has lost a number of workers. And, yeah, he's just going to cheat. Okay. Instantly bopped. It looks like that was going to be enough, and iSarCasm soars into the next round. Very fast. Easy as you like. Let me just go ahead and report the result for that one. And that's kind of how it's supposed to happen, by the way, if you're like an experienced player versus one of these upstarts, right? We'll be moving on to our next set. It's Benza against Enozlliks. Oh, Benza. I think he was expecting that set to go on a bit longer. All right, let's go ahead and do the pick ban for that. Just finishing off the pick ban over here between these two homies that are about to play the second round match right now, DeadInfested versus BoxTrade. We'll do that in from replays. Looks like we'll start their set. And that means we can start this one. Jill HF's exchanged. It's Enoz against Benza. ZVZ for our lovely eyes. Benza will be the Snow Zerg in the bottom left against Enoz, the Orange Zerg in the top right. It's Zerg here. So Enoz said that he feels like he might have a chance. He was able to defeat 3 Crow. He's warmed up. Benza coming in a little bit on the colder side. Seems like he'll be biding his time and thinking about what he's going to do. He likes to do his cheeses. He likes to do his silly things. We saw that earlier. And off we go. A Quazeth pool. Nice and early here for Enoz. That is a 7 pool, ladies and gentlemen. He's looking to catch Benza off guard. Now, if you asked me to break this down and tell you guys who's going to win it based off of on-paper skill, even like kind of familiarity with the project, Benza has been grinding out so many games. Enoz watches a lot of games, but he hasn't actually practiced a lot until very recently, basically today and yesterday. The 7 pool, however, is a tried and true, tested strategy. I absolutely expect Enoz to be able to get into a winning-ish position from this. It really depends on how Benza holds. His pool was not super late, but late enough that I feel like he's not going to necessarily be prepared. And it will be all Zethra cores. So we will be seeing the potential for the Zethra cores to bust down buildings. And it's going to be a little bit before the Droleth actually scouts this. So yeah, he's going to see the Zeths pop out, and it's going to be a Droleth behind it. So Enoz is just trying to do a little bit of damage here. And instantaneously, Benza is like, holy shit, I'm going to get tickled. Now, this Droleth did body block some of those back Zeths a little bit. We do have a Kagrant coming. Scouting with the Zeths, no Droleth of his own. He's got 2 Quasis on the way. Those do take a little bit of time to actually build. And I wouldn't be surprised if Benza just decides to leave, you know, his Droleth, turn it into a Kagrant on the side and start pressuring the pool or something. The Quasis are going to finish, but here are the Zeths. What's the reaction going to be? Enoz is going to go ahead and charge in now. It's just 2 Quasis right now. They do instantly get bopped. Now, the reaction, he's forced out some Kagrant. What's Benza's reaction? There's a Kagrant. We were hoping to see something like that. Some Vorvs are on the way. Now, they can slow down the attack rate of the Sirkith, but I don't think he's got enough, you know, to really deal with this. The other problem is I don't know if he's actually noticed that his opponent is building a Kagrant here. You can just attack this with 2 or 3 workers, and that'll do it. But no, I think Enoz just hasn't paid any attention. It's going to finish in his base. He has no idea, boys. He has no idea. Oh, he's been reposted. Ah, tickle. Oh. And his units are dying to all the Quasis. I like the gusto, the gall, to go straight into 7 pool. And you know what? If Benza had gone for, you know, a hatch first, then maybe we would see something a bit different. Awkward. And now the Vorv can come in here and slow this down, so I don't think it's going to do that much damage. Oh, he almost lost a Zeth there. Oh, there we go. So he needs to get his other Zeths over here that are on the right side. Yeah, the Vorv even actually goes down there, so we're going to see a bunch of dead Zeths, and here come the Quasis to steamroll the rest. Actually, our players are on even workers right now, but there's so many more Quasilisks here, and there it goes. Benza will steamroll over Enoz, and that's kind of what I expected, but it was done in a funny way. A little bit of dancing. I can't believe it. I can't believe he did it. I can't believe he even did a dance. There was a victory dance. Oh. Nitro Valley is going to be selected by Enoz. Go to a 4-spawn map. If he wins here, we move on to Infinite Velocity as the decider, and that sounds pretty epic to me. Now this is going to be where he puts on the full cheese. Surely. He says, I'll be standard this time, and then cheeses. Or maybe Benza says, oh, you're going to be standard? I'll cheese. I mean, come on, it has to happen. Benza the white Zerg in the top left against Enoz, the Beaster Brown Zerg in the top right. That means we have horizontal spawns. Now, when you have horizontal spawns on this map in particular, it used to mean that you would see loads of drops. But since the resources have been reshuffled to be facing the corners, it's a little bit safer. And we don't really see too many Doom drops out of Zerg anyway, unless Hamster is playing. And I feel like, you know, guys, even though a lot of these games have been pretty one-sided, it feels to me like there was an opportunity there's just more hype behind the tourney, a little bit more hype, knowing that, like, people are trying to participate, they're trying to go for it, you know, they're doing their darndest, they want to qualify, they want to participate, they want to play against the big dogs. They've done some practice. They've grinded out the games. They're excited to be a part of this. They want to be able to compete against Mystery Meat. They want the honor and privilege of having their head stoved in by him. Workers are going to meet. Enoz sent his out a little bit faster than Benza. But otherwise, a very, very even matchup right now. No Vespian being harvested by either player just yet. Benza not being super on point with his worker. I'm not sure that Enoz will be either, but maybe the awareness of the minimap. Ooh, Let me just go around you there, buddy. All right. Hi. Well, no. As soon as you come out here and you don't see any Kagra, you got to know. You got to know what's going on. Fuck. I don't know. I think he thought he was there and got baited. All right. We have an expansion coming, but a pair of Quasis, a second pair actually, hatching out here for Benza. No combat units just yet for Enoz. And, you know, one single set of Quasis isn't going to end the world, but there's still no combat units out, and Benza knows where his opponent likely is. He's going to go ahead and confirm he's not top right, and the Quasis are scouting the other side. So what's the reaction here? What does Enoz do? He's going to put down a Kagrin. I mean, you can just walk past that and attack the workers. We got one pair of Quasis coming over here, but the first pair is already going to tickle his hatch. Oh, no! Brutal tickling. I think this probably isn't going to end in total destruction just yet. Yeah, he got the favorable engagement here. He's going to be able to riposte this attack. The Circuith might have been a little bit preemptive there, since it's not going to be super useful in the future. Now, we do see more workers being trained out of that hatch, as opposed to more combat units. And he doesn't pursue to finish off that last wounded Quasi. Macro hatch here in the main for Benza. Doesn't have the same economic potential as this down here does, but at the very least, Enoz now has an opportunity to make his opponent face off and try to pick multiple targets. Do I go up the ramp? Do I attack the hatch? What's the story? It's going to be Nathracores, though. Benza likes his Nathracores. Benza likes to go for, like, a ridiculous swarm of them and just swoop in and absolutely annihilate people. It's going to be a macro hatch in the main here for Enoz, and he hasn't scouted that his opponent has been harvesting gas. He has Quasis, to be fair. He can respond to this threat. But if there's a lot more Quasis coming out here for Benza, and there are, then, you know, you got to pick what to defend. That's where having an extra target is actually kind of useful for your, you know, dissuading your opponent from focusing in on just one location. But there's nothing watching this area over here, so his Quasis will have to evacuate from the front. He may have spotted something there, but I'm not 100% sure. Buildings don't have a great vision radius over there. So how fast is the reaction? He doesn't have his units on a control group, it looks like, so he's only now going to attack forward. His unit's actually getting occupied a little bit on the approach. trying to transfer the workers. Now they're going to be in the open arms of the Quasis down there. The Nathricor is still biding a little bit of time, and here comes the attack. The pincer move. Enoz falling for it a little bit. And right now, I mean, the Nathricors are just biding some time. A lot of workers just went down, and Enoz is down to only 10 of them right now. Dominant worker lead for Benza, and it feels like he was able to bait his opponent out into making a poor judgment. He's got enough Quasis to potentially push this attack force back, but he has to do it sooner rather than later. And then he has to counterattack. He has to have enough units left over to be able to attack his opponent and cripple the, fledgling economy, I guess. Now down to 9 workers because he used one for another Kagran. Enoz feeling the hurt. Really wants to try to attack this. Benza's not even really paying too much attention, allowing some of his units to get tickled. The Hatros down to only 80 HP. Will be focused down here. Oof. And then you just fall back. I think we might be seeing another victory dance pretty soon. Unsmiley face, as transfer is done a little bit earlier than necessary. A little bit premature. Enoz practiced and practiced. And here come the Naths, and the Spraith is kind of far away. I mean, it can still defend, but... Ooh. And he gets away with it, too. Now, there's a decent amount of Quasis here, but there's a Circuit on the high ground. Obviously, Defender's advantage. Yes, that does exist in ZVZ. I think Benza is just going to steamroll this man. Or as Roller Skates would say, this college student. Starting to remax on workers, but, I mean, look at that. It's 32 to 18, and it's 32 to 15 actual, so not looking too hot here. Benza knows his opponent is on borrowed time, moving out with his swarm of Zerg here. Looks like he'll be adding yet another macro hatch. Has a lot of money after all. Can't quite spend it yet. That's the benefit of having 40 workers. 14 Quasis holding the fort. It might be a little bit before Benza can really turn the screws on this and fully push it. But just as Enoz is thinking about taking his expo again, he's going to get tickled and zoned away from it. The containment continues. A pair of his own Naths fly on over just to see what's going on. But Enoz is a bit too focused on dealing with this attack force. He might pick off that one Nath, but he might not. More Quasis. How does Benza want to break this ramp? Is he really going to make us wait for tier 2? Ooh. Ah. How dare you two? Well, the Spraith will finish, and Benza unironically can't afford to lose these workers. It's totally fine. It was more cost efficient than it should have been, but it wasn't nearly cost efficient enough. And now, no longer on the high ground, no longer benefiting from the circuits. It's a Quasi on Quasi tickle fight. And I think Quasis win. Circuit once again. Bop, bop. Still 13 Quasis here. There's more, way more, for Enoz. But realistically, he doesn't actually have the ability to defeat his opponent at this point. It doesn't seem like he does anyway. I guess Benza could get complacent. His surviving Nathricor came over just in time to get tickled. Hydrith Den. Might be some kind of something going on there as Benza floats a ridiculous amount of money. Benza not sure if it's bait, but will end up hemorrhaging some quasis. Some leftovers there from Thanksgiving. Gleefully gobbled. But you see, there is a superior Quasilisk, and it's called the Hydralisk. And that is what Benza has in spades right now, adding a whole host of static defense to his third. Nothing but Circuits and a single Spraith. What else would you need to defend? Now, Enoz does have a lot of quasis, but he is going to need to actually do some damage here. And with 4 Circuits and 3 quasis over there, I really don't think Enoz can break that. He cannot break these cuffs. Adding in another macro hatch. Why not? It's going to be 19 Hydras against 24 quasis. Make it 25. You can see how fast the quasis end up getting sniped. They could have retaliated and killed one of the Hydras, but it wasn't to be. Hydra's Den of his own coming. He wants to fight fire with fire. Interesting. Benza showing some aggressive Zerg here. This one, maybe playing with his food a bit. He has so much money. He was able to get gas, you know, to get tech for tier 2 if he wanted it. Hydras are just hanging out. Just chilling. And Enoz will now start to dream of using this expansion for the first time the whole game. Oh, he does have tier 2. Never mind. He did make tier 2. He's going to make Larvosks, I suppose. Capping his geysers. Yeah, he's really playing with his food now. Taking his sweet time. Back to the swamp on the way. I suppose he'll morph a lot of Bactylisks. Using it as a macro trainer, macro practice. You know, I was slowly getting some Vespene. Doesn't have any harvesters on the ridge just yet. He's fixing that now in the main, but not yet in the natural. A bunch of Vorvs, a bunch of Quasis, adding another macro hatch, 1,000 minerals. No Vespene. Nothing. Yeah, a bunch of Bactyls are now being mutated here. Well, Shambler, Benza decided to wait until tier 2. Don't worry. It will soon commence. The pain has arrived. A lot of Overcores trying to reduce the bounces, but there's so many Bactylisks built up over there that it's not going to be enough. I suppose most of Benza's front line was killed by Quasis, but I don't know if that's going to be of too much value. They can't actually kill more than a single Bactylisk, it looks like. And tier 2 is a twinkle in Enoz's eye, but it's just going to get snuffed out, just like that. He had his own Hydras and everything. He's falling back, but that is the Bactylisk's strength. Benza's even charging forward, which is not the Bactylisk's strength. Oh, Benza. You do the darndest things. As these Bactylisks turn back into Hydras, they'll actually do more damage to the circuits, which is kind of funny. IsarCores are on the way. So we have that at least. His 4 Larvosks. doing well. Now we've got a Tetzoricor, or 3. Most of the army dead from Enoz. Has to expend a lot of his Vespene into Hydras. This is so goofy. Here we go. It's Chad time. Hydras can focus them down, but I think there's a little too many for that to happen. Vorvs are going to finish just in time to get splashed and heal a lot of the Tetzoricors in the process. Iris being made on the front line. It's there as part of the wall. Oh, Enoz, your tech. Oh, he cancels it. And finally, the Band-Aid was ripped off. Benza offensively GG. I mean, he does take that as a GG. And it is a GG. But here comes the worker, Paul. I believe in you. Kill my slaves before I go. Zerg supremacy. Enoz has been defeated. I think Benza did watch too many Keen games. All right, let's do it, boys. Derelict will be, yet again, the home of the first map, the starter. Enoz versus SmrtyCakes. We have Enoz, the Zerg beige in the bottom left of Derelict. The Bistro Brown Protoss, that's SmrtyCakes in the top right of Derelict. What if I said a different map name and then he transported himself to Main Street? Man, new players have no idea. Main Street, goated map. So, what is the play? Has Enoz played against Protoss that many times? I don't know the answer to that question, but it will be a pool first. He doesn't even drop off the mineral field. Oh my god. Well, this isn't exactly a 7 pool, but it's something. It's an 8 pool. I have never seen that before. Usually you see 9 or 11. Sometimes 7 if it's a cheese. This time around it's 8. Who knows what the reason is. Gateway coming. I think at this level of play, you don't really see people respond to build orders. They don't really need build orders, man. That's not really their thing. And the scribe has arrived. Will it do any tickling? It will not. ZVP. A lovely matchup, if you ask me. And Droleth has arrived. There's no Kagra for it to expand towards. How can it put down a Kagran colony over here? Kagran season. I guess it'll just have to take this as its natural. It's going to go ahead and hidey hole over here. He might actually spot this scribe. Yeah, he will. Interesting. Meanwhile, 4 Zeths are going to go ahead and try to surround and destroy this scribe. And they are successful in doing so. Another pair of Zeths are out. What's the reaction? A Drakodon coming. Well, this is technically something that Enoz could use for damage. He is going to start walking on over here. A second gateway has been added. The one combat unit that SmrtyCakes will have at his disposal is a Drakodon, which doesn't do superbly well versus Zethicors, but can be microed, and obviously you can still drill with scribes. No second unit just yet out of SmrtyCakes. Still working on the workers. There we go. And yeah, now the worker has left the building. There is a scribe continuing to body block over here. That scribe is going to get absolutely shit-canned immediately. Now, how is the reaction here from SmrtyCakes? He does know that he has to pull his workers back. A little bit of worker damage helped him execute that Zethracore, it looks like. I mean, they do die in 3 hits anyway, so not really the end of the world, but an attempted expansion here. There we go. Hatch going down for Enoz. And you know what? He's pressured out a Warden. He's obviously pressured out a Containment off of the double Dracodon. And he's adding some Vorvs to the mix. Here comes another commitment, but the Zethrakores are actually leading, which isn't super what you want. The Vorvicores are going to do some pretty good disruption, but they aren't going to be able to do that much damage, and that's why you want to keep the Zethrakores alive if you can. There we go. It looks like another Dracodon was going to end up getting bopped here, so this is very cost efficient, but with the Warden finishing and another Dracodon popping out, I think that's going to be an opportunity for SmrtyCakes to stabilize. His Dracodon is able to waltz off the attack. Additional commitments being attempted here by Enoz as he floats a lot of minerals. But yeah, the Wardens are just... The Warden is popping off, getting a lot of frags. A lot of effective damage. No, SmrtyCakes doesn't want to take an additional inquisitive look. If he leaves this area entirely and we get one more Vorv out of this group, you could still see that Warden going down. I mean, I think the Scribes would do a lot of damage to it, but... Yeah, Enoz just continuing to scout, see what he can find. It's not going to be too much. And so this force will indeed get cleaned up. Back at home, idling some workers. SmrtyCakes is only barely behind in workers, but the critical thing right here is that Enoz has a lot of money in the bank. So at some point, that can all be, you know, hatches into combat units, etc. Why, yes, Anderson. Welcome. Welcome to the party. This is Cosmonarchy Brood War. It's epic. You can check the description for some more information. But all you need to know is that we have a Dracodon, aka a Dragoon, and it fucking turns, bro. It has facing angles. Just look. Look, it actually turns. What the hell? So, SmrtyCakes over here is going to be doing his darndest to take this expansion. Both of our players playing a little bit slow. And Enoz, he is ahead in workers, and he has made a number of units. But most of them are on his side of the map. The Zealot is just brutally hunting down the, the Zethrakores that have burrowed out. So in this, when you burrow, you can step on the unit to reveal it. If you're within close proximity, basically. Very, very close. Basically, have to be standing on top of it. And so it looks like the Zealot... SmrtyCakes must have saw where the units burrowed. Well, this Zeth is going to try to hide. Unfortunately for Enoz, it will get bopped. Oof. We do have a macro hatch happening in the natural, but not in the main. No expansion coming here. Enoz still at a healthy amount of $800. You know, it's not like a real life scenario where you want to say, oh, I have $1,000 in the bank. I'll just make that my new zero. That's not what you want to do. You got to spend that money. Unless you're trying to tech up, in which case I totally understand. That Zealot is going to charge forward and kill a single Zethrakore before getting bopped. Some more idle workers. Honestly, this is still a little bit precarious for SmrtyCakes, but I don't think Enoz has enough units to punish this. There's 7 Dracodons on the field now, and we've got more coming. Like, they're not super cost efficient versus, you know, Zethrakore Vorv, but you don't really see all that much, right? Like, there's not that many of them is the problem, right? Like, at this point, we have more resources worth of units coming in over here. And the first Warden does get canceled, perhaps a little bit prematurely. Vorvicores are implying Ensnare onto the Dracodons. That's going to make them kite backwards a little bit. But you can see there's just too many. The Scribes were pulled pretty preemptively as well. So the worker pull is going to help SmrtyCakes continue to dissuade his opponent. Another Burrow is going to come out. Going to link up with the rest of his units. He's got a pair of Nathrakores coming. But despite the fact that the Nathrakore does come in a pair of 2, right? You get one purchase gives you 2 of them. The problem is there's still a Warden out here. And he doesn't have an overwhelming number. He knows that the Warden is there. So he might just be thinking, okay, I'm Enoz, I'm going to scout with my Zerg. That's how I'm going to see if I can get ahead. He does have a Hydra then, so we could be seeing a Hydra bust at some point, but I don't know. That would be very effective versus the Dracodons. The problem is I don't see any coming yet. The Ardent Authority is out. Yeah, this is going to turn from bad to worse pretty soon here, I think. SmrtyCakes is probably going to be able to run away with this. More Nathricors are coming, though. In fact, a lot more. That might be a nice little switch up for Enoz, where he might be able to pick off the Warden, make the Dracodons respond to the threat. Only the 2 Wardens in the natural. That means that the ground army can come in. It all depends on the execution. I've seen players set this up and think to themselves, I'm going to attack the main and the natural at the same time. But look at this. He's charging in before the Dracodons are there. And that just reminds SmrtyCakes that force is there, right? So now he's managing a war on 2 fronts. Well, it's like a paper cut on 2 fronts, really. 2 Nathricors going down for free. Army control not super there for Enoz. Thank you, Beaver. Didn't see that earlier. We do have the Dracodons on the cliff getting completely bopped over here, though. There is a problem there for Mr. SmrtyCakes. He is starting to lose some ground on the front here as well. There's not too many Vorvs. Looks like one of them was going to be busy with that Dracodon as well, which is a little unfortunate. Or the Zealot, rather. Ended up tanking a lot of the attention there. This pylon at the outside is going to get chipped away at, but, you know, you might lose a single Nath for that. Okay. Each Nathricor is 25 Vespene, by the way, because you need to pay 50 to get a pair. So it does set your tech behind. And now we've got Positrons coming. I don't know what the Warden was attacking. Oh, the Nathricors flew out over here. That does force a bit of a reaction out of SmrtyCakes, but I think it might have been a little bit overzealous. The Positrons are going to finish now. They have been reworked since the last time you may have seen them. Much more about crowd control and splash damage than they were previously. Play off a little bit more consistently now with their damage and their passive. A huge stream of Quasilisks has made it to the front line. And you might look at this and say, dude, 71 military units, 67 actual, that's an insane amount of military units. But really, it's all very low-tech stuff. And now we're starting to see some crowd control. Now, even, you got to have some deference to the numbers here, because the Zealots are going to occupy this attack for a little bit. But there are so many Quasilisks that if SmrtyCakes attacks outside here instead of, biding by the choke, he could get overwhelmed. This could still blow up in his face. Saw a couple of the Positron shots go out. Army control not quite there for Enoz. He is adding more iSarCores, but the front line is sort of mixed in with the back line here, and that's going to make it pretty awkward. And a Cantor now being made here, that's where you're going to see some real power. I think SmrtyCakes has got this. It's going to be real hard for Enoz to be able to come back from this position. Well, there's a little bit of a wasted Zealot, but not really the end of the world there. He's now stationed a large number of Positrons, and you can see that they are dealing their passive. Their exploding passive is happening every range instead of every 2 range now. So it can absolutely bop Enoz if he's not careful. More iSarCores coming, 3 Nathricors idling. There's 3 Wardens over here, so you can't really pressure that. I am seeing SmrtyCakes have Artosis pylons left, right, and center, though, so he has to be careful about that. Positrons have now joined the rest of the army. They can't crawling down the ramp. That's going to be pretty much the nail in the coffin for this very, very clumped up army. But here comes the engagement. They're trying to focus down the Positrons. One of them does go down, but the Acantor is going to get so much value over here, and Enoz is going to have to respond to it by microing his army upwards. He's done a pretty good job to split the attention from SmrtyCakes, and some of the units have even fallen back in an attempt to get at some of the other units. But over here, yeah, we can see a little bit of pursuant happening. SmrtyCakes kind of getting split up over here. His army control now called into question. The Zealots now being picked apart by the Nathricors. We've got iSarCores launching some plasma at the Dracodons. That's going to soften them up and soften their shields up in particular. But look at the Positrons. They're dealing so much splash damage to these Nathricors. If those end up sticking around, a second Acantor is here as well. Sure, you've got the more durable units with the iSarCores and the Hydras now, but those are lower in number. And despite all of that, SmrtyCakes' army supply, or his army count, has actually gone up during all of this. There's more units being made left, right, and center, but Enoz has not gotten tier 2 just yet. He's bordering on the amount. He can throw it down now, and maybe SmrtyCakes is still dissuaded enough to feel like, okay, I can't really attack, that's a lot of Zerg. He might not realize the amount of advantage he has with his tech. We want to see an embassy maybe, grab that envoy and start shuttling the Acantors across the map. You would want to see something like that, but... Couple of shots out of the Acantors. It's non-stop. There is a third base coming for Enoz. He has put down his tech. It's not in the expansion. That's a surprise. Nathacors will kill this Scribe. That's a good use of his APM. There's 9 of them over there. Cantor is pursued, but only momentarily. Hey, what's up, dude? You got these workers here. Let me remind you about those. I love it. He knows. He knows he just reminded his opponent that he had all those workers. All right. So what's the play now, Mr. Enoz? You're up against a Protoss that is turned inward over here. Now starting to leave the area. There's a little bit of a concave. Yeah, this is actually a really good setup here for SmrtyCakes. He can fall back and let the Zealots do a lot of the tanking. The Acantors behind the Dracodons. That's going to be really hard for any of Enoz's units to close in on. The Positron's dealing a decent amount of splash damage to all the Quasis as well down here. And look at that, 4 Acantors. How do you even fight that with the Tier 1 Zerg army? We've got something like 30 frags between all of those Acantors, and that's not counting all the splash damage that they did that was finished up by other units. Again, that was maybe, what, like 1 or 2 Zealots died in that fight? Looks like 3 or 4 Zealots, judging by the corpses. That's easy as all hell. You don't worry about that whatsoever. Maybe 1 Positron also got bopped. Now, the Hydras are over here. You can start to pick off some of these lone Acantors with Hydras, but it requires a lot of micro. And Enoz has been slipping on the macro during all of this. He's behind on workers. He does have more Hydras coming. His Iris is finished, but he doesn't have a Mutath on the way. He's got no way to make, say, Mass Muta. He has no way to make, you know... He has no Alcag, nothing for the expanded tech afforded by Tier 2. Now, SmrtyCakes is floating a lot of money himself, slipping on the macro. Enoz thought about charging forward there, it looks like, but unfortunately for him, he's just going to end up, you know, you're seeing a lot of dodgeballs, and that's about it. Some Tier 2 defenses coming up, but they're a little bit spread out. We have the Mutath about halfway done. So if Enoz can erect more workers at these satellite bases, and if they are not forced down by SmrtyCakes, I mean, they might even end up proving to be a bit of a distraction. Some of his units getting chipped away at by the Hydras. Acantor's not connecting at max range. Falling back up to the north spoke. Adding 3 more gateways, going up to a total of 6. And the Arden Authority continuing to make crowd control right now. I think Positrons are very effective versus Zerg, particularly against clumped Zerg stuff. The Mutas are also going to be subject to that. It's going to be Mutas, in fact. I was just about to suggest that versus this kind of army, there isn't a lot of mass range. There's no Architects, there's no Optectons. What you could make happen here is Pertathalors. That would be a good option here. But unfortunately for Enoz, he is not in a position to do that. He doesn't feel like that's going to be his play. Instead, maybe he wants to use Mass Muta, overwhelm the Wardens, and see what he can do. He's doing some dodgeball, but the splash radius is pretty high, so that's not going to happen. A single Zealot is going to go ahead and confirm, hey, you got some stuff over here. He even hold positions it so that he's just going to tickle some of these workers to death. The reaction is going to be Hydras. Doesn't want to show his Mutas just yet. The Zealot does end up getting a single Droleth frag and eventually will die. So, you know, it's just being a little annoying. Heads up play from SmrtyCakes, who's now got more military than his opponent, and that is never really a sight you want to see when you're playing ZVP. So Enoz is going to be, you know, the screws are turning. The screws are definitely turning. But there's a lot of Mutas out, right? There's 14 Mutas. They are going to be flying uncontested over to the right-hand side of the map. They could certainly commit absolute Scribe Massacre over here. But instead, they're going to fly over here, and that is going to reveal the rest of the army. It's not where you want the Mutas to be. You also don't really want to reveal yourself in this situation, because now the Positrons are going to come out, and you're going to start taking a lot of splash damage, especially considering you're clumping up so much. Not getting too much value out of these Mutas just yet here. Enoz is having a bit of a time of it. 4 more to make that 17 if he wants. Actually, I guess it would be 16, since he ended up losing 2 Mutas during that whole barrage. He's got a lot of mineral income from these satellite bases, or at least some mineral income, but not too much Vespene. He's not harvesting Vespene from the 4th. Sending more Mutas to the right-hand side. Might try to see if he can posture to attack some of these gateways, maybe pick off a pylon or two, you know, pull the forces down in this one direction. And it looks like maybe that was spotted at the corner of this gateway's vision range, because there's already an army response here by SmrtyCakes. Now, the one thing that you can't say is that SmrtyCakes doesn't have the greatest reaction to air units, right? You look at the way that he's dealing with this. He's moving a lot of Zealots and units that are just not very efficient, like the Acantors, right? They can't attack air. And now he's been split, so he's going to end up losing some workers over here. Enoz is ahead in workers, and was ahead even before that raid, so this does put him further ahead in that front. SmrtyCakes maybe being a little bit awkward with this position. And some of these mutas are going to end up getting bopped anyway. Oh no, more of them decided to get bopped. They say bop us, please. Looks like Enoz is going to go ahead and queue up some additional workers at the 4th. The back to swamp was made, a capped geyser here. When you cap the geysers, it gives you more resources per return, so it's pretty important. Now, this base never got resaturated, so actually that's kind of big, but the mutas are just not going to be able to do it. Actually breaking this army requires either Protathalors at tier 2. I would say Tetzoricors wouldn't be a bad shout either, but obviously the Acantors burst them down. The mutas are trying to sit here and poke down the Acantors. They have killed one, but there's still 4 remaining, and the rest of the ground army has just been eviscerated so far. Enoz has also lost a large number of his mutas. I mean, he's got a flock of 12 still over there that he seems to have forgotten about. This force down here is not going to be too long for this world. He's made the Sikralisk. He hates the graphic, but he's going to use it anyway. Don't worry, bro. I'm there. I'm right there with you. There's no defenses on the right-hand side, so this attack on the flank is absolutely going to level this base. The one Scorchwrath might draw some of the Zealots forward, but there's so many of them that I don't think it's going to be a huge loss. Now, the one thing that he can do is he can take these 12 mutas, he can sync them up with the rest of his army, and he can start to deal with the Dracodens, or maybe start to pincer out. His mutas have found the Acantors. He really needs to remember where the other ones that he had were. Dracodens are here to try to deal with this. There's so many units out here. A huge military force for SmrtyCakes. The Dracodens alone can deal with this number of mutas. Maybe not as the number increases. Remember, there's still 12 at 12 o'clock, fittingly enough. The Positrons have to be respected, but maybe in this number, I think these mutas can come in and burst it. The question is, does he have something that can deal with the mass gateway ground army that has been built here? Positrons are busy targeting the Sikralisks. Not a bad situation for Enoz there. He's going to go ahead and charge on forward, but he's letting it fire a lot of extra shots there. Sikralisks continuing to intercept some of the reinforcements. We still have 3 Positrons here, so the mutas do have to be careful. Some of them are softened up. Acantor's firing off. There's so many Dracodens. Man, I don't even think you can do anything about that. Not with this comp. You did need to outrange them. You needed to go into Protathalors at some point. The Sikralisks are not going to be able to get there. The Acantors are still kicking. We still have 4 of them, in fact. And you know what? The Sikralisks will stay alive for a little bit because it takes a while for the Acantor shots to hit, but now there you go. Dodgeball was not dodged. Too many dodgeballs, in fact. And that's going to be the end of the army there. 12 o'clock is still home to so many mutas, but losing the 3rd, that's a real bad situation for Enoz. Well, he's finally remembered that his 12 o'clock mutas still exist, so he's going to go ahead and shut down his opponent's 3rd. But there's still so much of a military force here that I don't know if it even matters. The counterattack could have happened at the same time as the attack happened to him. Oof. Absolutely ass blasted. But here comes the 4th now besieged. The Nexus will eventually die, it looks like. Although not all the mutas are actually attacking it. Oh, never mind, they are. Blizzard just decided it was fine to not have a weapon fire animation or anything. Don't worry, we'll fix that later. Yeah, actually, SmrtyCakes has 41 workers, but I think they're all on his natural. He's got a very small spattering of them at the main. So this is a grisly match. We do have a number of Protathalors finally taking the field, but I think it's way too little, way too late. SmrtyCakes, despite the situation, he can just walk in here and defeat his opponent. He has the power. He has the sheer number of units. Positrons can stay alive and deal with all of the mutas. They're bobbing and weaving, but they're not firing any salvos. Only one Scorchwrath remains within attack range of this situation. The Protathalor is getting in some nice value. The Dracodens are now going to start pushing forward. And there you have it. The Scorchwrath will go down next, making more room for the ground army. There's just so many over here. It's just not going to be enough. One last Scortrith, but that's not going to stand for too long. Even without the Acantor's support. The Tathalors aren't on the high ground. Mutas have been cleaned up. No, they've been moved over to 3 o'clock now. Still forgotten about. Oh, Enoz. Getting absolutely blasted. Looks like Zealots will move down to 6 o'clock. I think Smarty might be a little confused as to why his opponent isn't GGing. But the Mutas are going to be dissuaded by the other units that are over there. And Enoz will finally concede. SmrtyCakes takes the first match. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have none other than the Meskinator joining us. It'll be Nitro Valley selected. Welcome, Mesk.
Hello, young ladies. How are you doing this fine Monday evening? I literally just got out of bed 5 minutes ago. Just enough time to watch that Chinese Subway video.
I haven't seen it yet.
Grab some warm coffee. Get disgusted at Fagudo screenshots. I can't believe this Frost Giant studio has not been investigated for fraud, like actual fraud. As no frauds, perhaps we need to bring this before the court of inquiry that a man is pissing on my dollar bills. Which, by the way, here in Canada is now plastic.
I think this is going to be entertaining. That's what I think.
Oh, yes. We're having some neck and neck close matches here.
Well, the first round was very fast. This is actually round 2. If Enoz loses this match, he is eliminated from the tournament contention. So
no, Enoz, dude, you got to build your Iris closer to your expansion.
yeah, one of the matches he put it in his main. I think that's why he lost.
Oh, you broke it, dude. You got to learn Feng Shui. You had it all figured out the first time around. But now you've broken the holy code and the spirits are angry.
Well, you've played against SmrtyCakes before, so you kind of know maybe what he's up to do. Yeah, you played a match where you...
Is that Newt?
No, you went Artisan on Exidu and cheesed him, and he stayed alive for a really long time.
Oh, yeah, that was them.
Look at where he is now, dude. He's up 1-0 in a series. He might make it through. He got 2-0'd by Newt earlier, but...
That was definitely one of his... probably one of his first games. Yeah. He definitely was a little overwhelmed, and I may or may not have taken advantage of him. And Newt was, I think he's been practicing a lot, so I'm not really too surprised by that outcome. But this matchup, I don't know how Enoz has been doing since however long ago.
He hasn't practiced that much. He played like one game yesterday and then said, I don't feel like playing anymore. So I assume it didn't go well. I didn't see the game, so I have no idea. But then SmrtyCakes has also been practicing a little bit, and he posted, I don't know if this is like a psyop, but he posted in the stream chat while another match was going on, he just said, I beat AI as Protoss for the first time today. I thought that was like, it's probably true, but, he's shown, I think, a better general RTS awareness. Overall, like his baseline is pretty good. He's going to go 2-gate here. He's in the top right. Of course, the Platinum Blue Protoss. Nitro Valley was a map he wanted to ban, so I think Enoz read that and said, I'll pick it. He is the beige Zerg in the top left. And yeah, this is best of 3, so not, much shorter. I mean, there's way more games, so we're trying to have some deference there.
You've been casting games for what, like 3 hours or 4 hours or something now?
Yeah, well, the stream is 6.5 hours long right now, but some of that was general... helping people practice and some development, and then a little bit of downtime. This is I think the 5th set that I've casted today. Not 100% sure on that.
Have they all been really really fast, or?
Yeah, a lot of them were. I'll give you the rundown of the bracket in a moment here after this game. Maybe it won't be a moment. Last game I thought it was going to be over fast, and then it was like 25 minutes. So we haven't really seen too much action just yet. But Enoz once again using a worker with minerals in its mouth to build something that will be his natural expansion.
Yeah, well, he's putting in a down payment.
Yeah. And instantaneously, there's a Warden coming. There are a pair of Nats.
He senses.
So I feel like they could get
Nats.
some value. But
Nats have 2 attacks now.
yeah, they've always had that. Well, not always, but like for a month or more. Already getting one of the workers. This is occupying SmrtyCakes a little bit, doing a little bit more damage than they probably should. His first Rakuten is not going to be out for another 2 seconds or so.
I guess I'm still too released to the old tournament patch. I'm not actually intimately familiar with a lot of the changes right now, other than Terran Bio being faster and...
Yes, that's right.
I think some Protoss armor was reduced from Mechantors and maybe...
Architects. Positron was changed to be a bit more consistent. Explodes every 1 range now, but it deals less damage, so it's more about crowd control. Get more explosions out. Now, the Zestafars are charging forward. The Zealot is already brought down to very, very limited HP. But I don't know if Enoz really has any kill pressure here.
Well, he can get a lot of... If these Drakatans move out and get surrounded and he starts losing units, then it could easily just get out of control from that point. But it doesn't seem like Enoz really wants to try to bait them out here. He's kind of intimidated by their ramp.
Yeah, and I think maybe for good reason, although the Zealot is now moving away. The Drakatans are still camping out over here, and they're going to pick off one of the Naths. The Zealot will be scouted by them as well. Now, we did actually see him go for a macro hatch. In the last game, he floated a lot of money. And now he's being a bit more on top of that. Yeah, that gave...
Fuck this gateway. All right, no. Fuck these scribes. He got one.
He did get one.
All right, not the most optimal of trades, that's for sure.
No, but I think it's like you don't really need to trade optimally at this level of play to be successful, if you know what I mean. Like you're kind of conditioning your opponent that as soon as they move their units around somewhere, you attack them, right?
Yeah, but you got to think it's like, well, I'm already taking damage. I'm not exactly killing this building very fast. I'm probably not going to kill the scribes very fast, although they can just move. Like, you got to think, like, 2 or 3 steps ahead of what you're going to do before you do it. And I casted those Hupsaya versus Mystery Meat games.
Yeah,
there was a lot of problems for Hupsaya in those matches that basically amounted to. There was not really a lot of awareness going on. And not really a lot of, like, thinking, like, 2 or 3 steps ahead, which just... It would just compound existing problems, and that's kind of like the issue that we see at this level of play a lot more. Is like, he had his Naths, they were scouting here, and then one died, and he moved the other one up there, but he just like forgot it existed, and then the Protoss was like, oh, I'm gonna kill it.
Yeah.
But then he didn't, and he like moved away. It was really awkward, and then the Nath like followed them in and died anyway.
Yeah.
So, it's like little small things like that it's like, you know, you just send your Naths outside of their base and then look away, as opposed to over in the corner, because... You gotta think ahead. Oh, but my opponent's chasing me. He's probably just gonna keep chasing me. It's like that's why you gotta be more aware over here.
Well, the 3 Drakatans on the cliff are, providing suppressing fire here as SmrtyCakes is posturing out, probably looking for an expansion at some point. Well, I say that he's not floating any money, still going off of 2 gates.
Good gas. Enoz, I think, wants his tier 2 or something here. At least he's going up to it.
Yeah, this looks actually a lot better for Enoz because he's delayed the expo for so long. Like his opponent went for 2 gate, which already delays it. And now Enoz is exclusively building mineral-only units. Gonna go ahead and try for a surround. He's gonna pick off a couple.
SmrtyCakes doesn't lose too many Drakatans here, and just keeps building Drakatans, and Enoz keeps losing his units. He's just gonna get run over here.
It could very well happen. Like there is that pressure that's always being, mounted. But unfortunately, Enoz is just kind of moving back and forth and losing most of his units. There's just too many Draks.
I was gonna say, in my game against SmrtyCakes, he really didn't attack at all, but I think he was probably a lot more uncomfortable back then, so I don't know how his attacking and aggression has been in this. But
oh, no, it's definitely still something he has to work on. He spent most of the last game with a military advantage that he never pressed. So this might be the same kind of thing, but maybe he's also warmed up from that last match. We don't have any defenses coming up here.
He should see that his opponent is losing literally hundreds of units attacking. Where is he going?
He never scouted his opponent.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he has an idea.
That part escaped me. I don't know. Yeah. This actually could be really bad for him because now wherever he's going is not where. Oh, Star Senses.
Oh, maybe he did scout it and he just decided to take a real flank path. But why would he deliberately?
I don't know. But these 2 Drakatans are holding off the entire swarm here. Oh,
he's gonna sandwich them. I guess that's a move. You know.
Well, I don't know, though. All of ours did morph. He could take some damage here if he's not careful.
Well, the Zets are kind of lagging behind there, and it's not really looking too hot. The other Drakatans are en route, but I'm not sure that they'll make it there in time to make a huge difference here, as most of the Zets have started to regress from Vorvs back into their old selves. Other units sort of just milling about. More Zets are coming, but it's only Zets. It's only Zets, Mask, nothing else.
It's okay. He's got some front line finally here.
Yeah, the Zealots will definitely occupy some time.
One Zeth escapes the massacre just to get pounced by the next one. A single Kagrance en route. This is not a Shambler build, not yet. He's going to have to definitely shamble a little bit faster than that if he wants to. This is exactly what I was talking about. I mean, he has like 4 hatches, so he might be able to pull out of this, but
I don't know. Well, I mean, the other units aren't coming just yet. The Zealots are going to get picked off potentially, but no, SmrtyCakes is actually trying to sort of occupy this location. We don't have any additional defenses coming, so there's not going to be a reaction there. And Enoz has enough for tier 2, but do you really want to be 1 base Zerg on tier 2? I mean, your opponent is 1 base Protoss, so it's not the end of the world. He could also
really
maybe
should just be stacking circuits on that main ramp, get some quasis, and just hold that ramp, let him waste his time on the hatch, and then when he tries to pull up, then you spring all this damage on him.
I don't think Enoz realized that his Zethrakors were engaging that fight based on the rally coming in and drawing his attention. Hatrosk is going to start to get popped here, and he wants to try to choose that time to engage, but it's past the point of no return. These Drakodins are going to do pretty well over here.
You really needed to not lose literally like 300 units.
Yeah, he made a lot of units this game. It's definitely over 100. But lore accurate.
Somebody have to recognize what your trades are giving you, and you're not doing damage to the Protoss' economy. You're not killing enough Drakodins to outpace their unit count, and they keep making more units, and you keep losing all the units.
No, not the workers.
No. Oh, it's a disaster. Rally point moment. I know it well.
That is a rally point moment. There are no Kagrans. There are no circuits. There is no hope.
Shambler just dies inside.
The typing. It has come out. Absolutely bought.
Annihilated.
Well, looks like SmrtyCakes will be booking his ticket over to the next match. Don't worry.
Oh.
It'll happen eventually.
Final spam has appeared. The one Dragon's just getting bounced around in a ball pit. But he did not die, which is an unusual sight when that happens.
Yeah, that is kind of unusual. Well, would you look at that? We've got Enoz versus SmrtyCakes. The result is in. I think the first match was more competitive, but SmrtyCakes also kind of languished his lead there a little bit, you know? Get ready to cast this one. So this is DeadInfested. This is a Terran versus Terran. BoxTrade.
Well, if there's a matchup that stands to be a little longer.
That's right.
Although the dude's a C-ranked Terran, I'm assuming his mechanics will at least be pretty decent. So
yeah.
We'll see if DeadInfested's been... I know he's been playing. We'll see how that's been doing out for him. Could be a pretty interesting matchup.
Well, I know that he did go up against SYPIAC in a very silly second game, and then SYPIAC's neck cut out, and the rules are you get 1 free disconnect, and then I start counting it against you, you know. Because it didn't look like it was intentional. It was an even game. It's not like he ripped out his internet port or whatever and on the last second. He didn't unplug his router. But so we reset, and then SYPIAC won a little bit more convincingly, and he was already up 1-0 at that point. So I think DeadInfested was a little tilted. You know, he wasn't happy about that. So he might...
Mystery Meat can attest to that.
Yeah, hopefully he can sort of reset, right? And everything will be okay. Anyway, we do have Derelict to start us off. I figure we'll get into it. Again, these are best of 3s. This one was for Elimination. So this is
all on the line now.
It is all on the line now. BoxTrade splitting 2 of his workers immediately in the top right as the Orange Terran onto Vespine. So it looks like he'll be going for a Fulcrum first, I'm guessing. Of course, DeadInfested is the Snow Terran in the bottom left.
Well, BoxTrade has the camouflage advantage. He came packing his old World War II camo from Desert Storm, where he did box cutting and trading.
Yes.
I presume.
He has scouted early really fast, like every single game, and it's not to cheese. He just straight up scouts early, like that's his style.
It's not to cheese.
DeadInfested, though. DeadInfested has scouted early, specifically to cheese, and you can see where his Mason is waypointed.
They all classic. It's on the inverse position now, but well, we're well familiar with that particular position.
That's right. So it'll be a stockade first for him in the main, and I think he's just going to end up making an anchor. But his scout passes BoxTrade's scout. And BoxTrade said that he felt like he had no chance in like the match against iSarCasm, and maybe that was true. but it felt like, you know, he gave up pretty easily. He no GG'd both games. It was kind of entertaining. His Fulcrum is coming up. And
Wait, what? What is this?
Yeah, DeadInfested isn't. I think because his worker was spotted, he might have decided to cancel plans. Because that's what I was going to say. I was going to say, like, BoxTrade did try a very funny, like, 6-minute Atlas rush, and he had nothing. So he just got run over at, like, a minute later.
Too.
Yeah, so. Ooh. Battle
It's
lines
worked
are
out for me
drawn.
in most cases, but, you know.
Yeah.
It's you do have to make sure your opponent can't actually punish it, or you are in trouble.
Yeah.
You know, he was going for gas so early. I thought he was going to go for a star pad, but he went for gas like a little too early, because then he got like the 50 gas, and he was like, oh, now I have to pull off. And he could have had a little bit more minerals, depending on his timing for that. So meanwhile, what the fuck is
I don't know,
going on
but DeadInfested has decided to use 3 of his workers to attack the 1 worker of his opponent.
You know, it's like a peacock showing its colors. He's got to show him 3.
Well, DeadInfested's Maverick has popped out. And it has dealt with that pest. Meanwhile, combat has been drawn yet again. Yeah, the first Vulture will be out soon. It'll hunt down that Mason and accost him, surely. Oh,
nah,
maybe not.
Fuck him.
BoxTrade deciding instead of that.
And up he goes.
Yeah.
And he's going to gather more vital intelligent, like, oh, it's double full.
Well, here's the problem, Esk. There's an anchor, and it's halfway done. And there's a Maverick halfway done. And there's nothing else. This Vulture has kill pressure.
it can do a lot of damage here, depending how good his micro is. And if he's not very decisive, though, they can pop into there. And no, he's out.
Ooh.
Yeah, he had to basically run up there, ignore them, and then just...
I don't think he recognizes how scary that should have been for DeadInfested, just by the skin of his teeth. But it is going to be double star pad. So well, DeadInfested looking to go for mass wraith.
He's doing what I thought what BoxTrade was going to do.
Yeah, ItDepends attempted this a while ago, and it did. It would have potentially worked out, but then Scoler's internet struck, and they remade, and he didn't do it the second time. And then that game was really silly. They like had anchors fighting anchors inside ItDepends' main and stuff. It was really tismic.
Well, I'm glad that Scoler is getting onto that cheesy gravy train. Yeah,
he actually looked really good, surprisingly. Like, he knew what to do. He had a meta. He had builds lined out. Like, I don't know what he's been doing for practice, but it was actually pretty legit.
There's kind of a problem here. You see, DeadInfested wants to pump rates, but his worker count is actually very low at this point. And he can't even afford the second wraith for a long time. So he's really got to pump these workers out there to be able to even fund these star pads at the moment, which is going to slow down a lot of his pressure. Meanwhile, there is an increasingly large number of vultures.
Not quite. Not quite.
Never mind.
It's actually reached homeostasis.
What I said. There is an amount of vultures here, not an increase. Spin. I was going to say there's an increasing amount of vultures here, but they're all taking tons of damage every time they come over.
That's why Mason's
if these wraiths are not really successful, I mean, I think they're going to be successful because he's already got 3, and that's 3. If he comes over there with like 6, and it's still just vultures, there is a star pad being made, but I almost feel like it's not for wraiths.
Dude, DeadInfested told me these were boring games. This is amazing. We got double star pad versus mass vulture. Come on.
No, he's making it interesting, huh?
Yeah.
He has kill threat for sure. If he just flew across the map right now, there is a wraith coming. He is going to have to do it pretty... Oh, no, he canceled it and made it
he's got nothing that shoots up right now. Nothing. Not a single thing.
These wraiths can absolutely devastate him at the moment, but... You know, the longer he waits, the higher the chance of a vulture all out. No, never mind. There's a Cyprian. Let's see.
He could put that Cyprian in the anchor. Otherwise, he
could.
He might just get bopped. Now, the wraiths are dispatched at 7. That's the magic number. They one-shot Masons at that number. So that was a deliberate move from DeadInfested to wait for that. I think he might have spotted more vultures moving in at some point. Now, these vultures are actually going to be on an intercept course, and that will reveal the wraiths a little bit ahead of time. What does BoxTrade do? Does he actually notice it on the minimap?
He doesn't notice.
It doesn't look like he paid any attention at all. So there's no reaction just yet. This could be a silly-based trade.
This is going to be awful.
Okay, here come the wraiths. What are we going to see? They're just going to sit here and start attacking. All right, the vultures are gathering up for their charge. The Masons are being massacred back at home. BoxTrade realizes, oh shit, I need to do something about this. Here comes the Trojan to airlift them. It's an elevator move. But all the Masons are dying at home. Oh, BoxTrade, what are you going to do? He's just going to start airlifting the vultures. There's one wraith back at home, 2 more being made, so there can be a reaction over here. The opposing wraith has left the star pad. Oh my god, look at the mines. There's lobotomizations happening. And now they know, okay, well, hey, there's nothing in those anchors. I can just charge up with the vultures.
There's nothing in the Trojan. The others ran up the ramp instead. We realized, wait a second.
Oh, he's body blocking him. He couldn't get into the anchor.
Oh, no.
Don't worry. Here's the Wraiths are here to deal with that. I don't think BoxTrade can win at this point.
All he has to do is lift.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't even need to do that.
Lift, bro. Well, he doesn't want to lose his watchdog.
Utter devastation, honestly. That ministry should be canceled, and then BoxTrade could make like Cyclops or something, but Goliaths maybe.
I was actually gonna say he could have built a ministry inside of BoxTrade, or BoxTrade could have built a ministry inside of the Nat where his vultures were, and then build a couple watchdogs there.
Well,
he has his own.
Well, there you go, dude. That was not a boring game. That was amazing.
Punk infested.
Absolutely got him, dude.
That was silly.
BoxTrade now, not in a good spot, but hey, it ended on 11-11. That must be lucky. Let's move on to Sideshow for our second map. I hope they're both yellow again.
Yes, although I think you said you fixed that.
I did, but I don't think they have the latest map.
Oh,
so
great. Some of the maps were updated. I saw Infinite Velocity was getting more bases.
It's been totally revamped. I don't think we've seen it yet. So
I saw a post of it last night.
Yeah.
But is that the version you're using in the tournament right now, or?
Yes, this version that has received an update. Hey, they're not both yellow. We've got the blue
both yellow.
BoxTrade Terran in the bottom right. We've got the yellow DeadInfested Terran in the top left. What a beautiful sight.
One is Piss Killer.
Yeah, only one though. I'll take that.
Only one.
I'll appreciate that. So, in this TVT matchup, oh, by the way, if this isn't a 2-0, the third map is Nitro Valley. So we will see a 4-spawn action if BoxTrade can come back.
Yeah, do you think they're both just going to resolve this in Tier 1 again?
I think it's possible, but Sideshow is pretty defensible. I mean, Derelict is also pretty defensible, but Sideshow feels like the ultimate 2-base turtle map if you want it to be, you know? Like, that choke is so hard to get into. If you have even a little bit of something there to block it with a wall. Well, it's going to be a stockade here for DeadInfested.
I have found it's not as easy to block as you might think. You need a very specific arrangement, which I even forget now. But it was something like...
If you put a stockade...
You had to stick your anchor in your anchor in a very specific manner to get them to wall off.
Well, the anchor on the lower 2 squares from BoxTrade's position and the stockade on the higher 2 squares, that will block perfectly. The only thing that gets through is Zethicors. Maybe Eidolons, I can't remember, but that's not Tier 1 anyway. So it's a perfect wall for Tier 1.
Yeah. I don't know. You might see them rush Eidolons.
Look at this. Look at what he's doing. It's Ministry first for BoxTrade.
I like this. This is a build. I mean, when Corey's were Tier 1, I went in Corey Ministry or something against you in one of those matches.
Yeah, that's right. I believe that.
That was in one of those huge maps. And I believe it did work out. But it was a game that eventually desynced, so...
Oh, maybe it might have been on that 4-spawn map that turned into an FFA
It was one
map.
of the Shakuras.
Yeah. Well, the stockade's going to be on the low ground here. DeadInfested is going to go ahead and scout his opponent. What?
You went star pad.
You went Ministry first versus me? How dare you? Now, I think here's the thing, okay? Star pad coming, right? But BoxTrade has said that... What did he say earlier? He said he went Atlas for fast Atlas because he had no chance. He just wanted to see if he could do it or something. And like I said earlier, he's been practicing so much stuff, right?
Yeah.
But like theorizing, not really practicing versus players, just theorizing.
Look at DeadInfested's Maverick placement.
He thinks it's a proxy. He didn't scout the Ministry. He has no idea. He's like, what? What's going on? Why is the stockade so late?
Now he's looking everywhere.
I think versus Terran, this isn't a terrible build. The problem is if they go Vulture first or something, you might get fucked over, right? Like, that's the main concern I have with that. But it's
I feel like if you do this, you really want to get like a Cyprian. Because if they just Maverick all in you.
Yeah, one's coming
then it turns into an absolute mess.
Yeah.
Oh, no, this isn't Wraiths. It's worse.
Oh, it's Ahmed's. Now, hear me out, Mask. Hear me out. DeadInfested changed his Discord status to Tilted. And I don't know when he did that. I thought maybe that meant BoxTrade spanked him. But it's looking more like he set that after SYPIAC beat him. And DeadInfested's going to slap him with Ahmed. That's what I think's happening here.
Now, again, I watched those Hupsaya Mystery Meat games.
Yep.
I casted those. And the last match, he said he didn't want to post because it was a desync, and he accidentally posted it. I'm glad he posted it, because even though it was a desync, we get to watch some of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in the history of this project, where Ahmeds destroy fucking Ardent authorities one after the other, over and over and over and over and over. I can just imagine Hupsaya just being like, "What is this bullshit unit? This is fucking overpowered."
Yeah, he did say he described them as Ahmeds instead of Hurricanes, and that's when I said he's learning. You know, I feel good for him.
And this is a good choice for him because BoxTrade has built a couple of watchdogs here. It wouldn't stop a million wraiths, but it definitely would reduce its efficiency.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, against Ahmed, he does have a Cyprian, but he is really banking for that tier 2 here. That is what he's doing. He's banking up. He has nothing is happening besides
My
workers.
God.
This is the Nablime ideal body image, the ideal male body, as Nablime sees it. Just Masons, only Masons, so Mason me God. Meanwhile,
he made 2 combat units, Mask. He's getting
Ahmed,
a third now, but oh my God, dude.
He's like, he doesn't even scout to confirm that his opponent is expanding. No. If he's bulking up an
I don't think
army,
he sent a Mason across the... He has nothing. He has no vision.
There's no awareness of what his opponent is actually doing in the moment that would tell him, oh, maybe I need a couple additional combat units.
Yeah.
Only now that he started the Atlas is he going to start thinking about that. Now, the Ahmed is waiting.
Yes.
Now he's coming. He's coming.
Well, here's the problem. Does he drill? Does BoxTrade drill? What's the reaction going to be? There's a timed life on these Hurricanes, right? The Trojan is going to end up popping, so what's the reaction? Mavericks can come in over here. They should fall back. Ahmed's pretty good. Okay, they end up getting in.
Able to kill that Cyprian. But he gets down here, which
he sees the Atlas, like, what the hell? How do you have this at 5 minutes? Well, it's going to instantly be tasked on again. He ends up getting only a couple of Mason workers, Mason deaths.
Well,
honestly, BoxTrade's hanging on. He's okay, dude. He's ahead in workers by a massive amount, 15.
It elevated his blood pressure, and that's really about it.
Yeah.
That was basically as best as it could have gone for BoxTrade. His workers didn't die being rallied over to the Nat. He didn't even lose progress in his Atlas.
Yeah, hardly any.
And that was a substantial investment of time and energy from DeadInfested, who, I mean, to be fair, he's got more Ahmeds, but there's only 4 of them here.
No, look at the worker differential. Like,
he's
it's
almost
crazy.
got enough for his own tier 2. Yeah. Well, this is what happens when you just literally do nothing but Nablime for the entire game.
Well, he's going to go ahead and snipe that watchdog, but the Atlas is done. We've got a mantle on the way. I think I know what's coming. I think it's going to be Cataphracts. Oh, he could have finished off that Mason, but he went after the Mavericks instead. Bloodthirsty. Vestry being added on here will be Cataphract Cleric, I think. Interesting idea. I don't know how much BoxTrade has been able to study up, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if he's been watching a lot of the games or what. I don't know if he saw his opponent's series before.
What will be the... I mean, he doesn't even know that it's going to be a mantle. It could just as easily be Starports or something like that. I think Starports would actually be a great idea at this point because you already know what your opponent's made. And chances are he's not just stacked up on watchdogs. Meanwhile, Catfax are very strong, but they take so long to navigate the map, there is still an opportunity for him to muster a defense.
Yeah, well, so far he's been producing everything off of the 1-star pad, the 1 stockade, and his Atlas is about 75% of the way done. He's making yet another Huracan drop, but it's only 2 so far.
Yeah, he started making a Vestry, so there's no additional Ahmeds coming. He's probably going to lose this Trojan too, is my guess. I don't know. This feels like very desperate at the moment. The second mantle is just about finished. One Catfact is already about to finish, and grace your cell phone. And another one will be following.
Yeah, that's an Instagram post if I've ever seen one.
As they slowly waddle around.
There we go. Got a double Shaman here as well. It's not going to be Clerics after all.
Hupsaya would describe them as the lowest skill units in the game.
Maybe he's not wrong, but he does have Architects.
Yeah. He was. That's sad that the one game decent because he was making Architects. He's actually doing pretty good, despite the shenanigans. Oh, it's the Watchdog as his primary target again.
Oh, he lost the Trojan.
Well, that's 3 Trojans he's lost, I think.
Yep.
Every single one that's gone there has died miserably.
Only 2 Hurricanes as well. He is adding a Sentinel to the low ground, and the Anchor is on the high ground. That's usually the inverse of what we normally see. A Mantle of his own, Palladium. I don't think he got any useful intel. He didn't get attacked by anything from the Mantle.
He got attacked by the Catfact.
Oh, did he?
So
he knows that the Cataphract is there then.
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as he was paying attention, he would have seen the Catfacts, and now he knows, oh, my opponent has Catfacts already. So ideally, that would be like Air or...
Well, Phalanxes do pretty well. He does have the
or his
Palladium.
own Catfacts. It kind of looks like he maybe just wants a little bit of everything here.
Yeah, the problem with Cataphract Captaincy is that especially when there's sustained through the Shamans or Clerics, it's really hard to put a limiter on this. Like, your Vespene basically goes entirely towards the Cataphracts, and then the Captaincies just start pumping out nothing but Madcaps. We could even see, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw, Apostles coming out with any spare Vespene.
I watched Meat When Apostle, Cataphract, Madcap against Hypsia, and he got a lot of mileage out of the Apostles. I don't know. It felt like he was trolling a lot of the times because he could have just like A-moved and won. But instead, what it really just turned into is Hypsia had to fight his own army over and over and over again. And it's hard to use the Apostles because when they go out in the front, it's very easy to snipe them, and he lost a lot of them, which is very expensive on gas. But when they start raising units, it does add a lot of buffer to you. Now, there's only one Fulcrum. See, I think DeadInfested is in trouble. He definitely needs another couple Fulcrums here, and he needs the money to fund them because he's going to need so many Phalanxes to break the quadruple Shamans.
Yeah. Well, on this update, they did end up having increased splash radius, so there is that to consider. But other than that, yeah, they're the same unit that we all know and love. Re-rendered by DF to not be incompetent like Blizzard.
Yep. But if he gets into the point where he has range on that ramp, I feel like DeadInfested is going to get annihilated. He did make his own Catfacts. He has Clerics instead of Shamans, which a little bit more individual target healing, which is more important because he has less units in general, but it's still a lot of beef for him to cut through.
Yeah. Well, the Sentinels will do a good amount of damage to this. The Heracles has made it to the front line. The Heracles will block the Sentinel shots. So that could be something that plays into this, but there is only the one so far.
Importantly here is that BoxTrade has no sight on this ledge.
Yeah. No air units at all.
So he can't really try to like pick it off and not go into a concave here. There is a world where he parks here, I guess, for a while.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
So more Catfacts are coming. It's just like I'm just watching those games again. He does have a Ministry finished in his main, so he can lift off and grab a third if he really wants to. Meanwhile, there is a starport coming for DeadInfested. I'm not sure what he's going to do with it at this point, but he has a Madrigal, and he might be thinking about Madrigal drops.
Yeah, the other thing
not
too.
As effective as they used to be.
Yeah, that's right. But he's got 2 of them, and there is no anti-ground defense in the natural, so that could be a great target.
Yep.
Actually, not that many units in general. There's going to be one Cataphract finishing in the meantime, and that's about it.
So there is an increasing number of Catfacts and Sentinels being built here on the ledge for DeadInfested. If BoxTrade takes too long, there is a diminishing return on how well his units can try and navigate this choke while being hit by a ton of damage. So
yeah, at some point he's going to need to switch into actual
the
artillery.
Catfacts.
No, they have the same armor.
3 and 3?
Yeah,
all right,
even
so
armor
does not
pierce.
penetrate.
Yeah.
Okay. So
well, here comes the drop.
They will
though.
pierce some of his front line. If he had more Heracles, I think he'd be doing pretty good. But it could get hard for him to actually penetrate that, and it begins. He does get 1 kill. Oh, there was a couple kills at the very end there, and oh, he actually escapes.
Shocking.
That's pretty important for him at this point. Is
well, they
saving onto those. He has no health, and he might die to the army on the way back. But
yeah, he just switches over to his third. Is the problem? And here comes the
offense
attack.
begins.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Cataphracts on DeadInfested's ramp, so I think he's safe from everything that isn't a Cataphract from his opponent. And yeah, you can see that's not working out very well.
The Shamans did not follow them in. They're chilling out over there. They're all deployed, actually.
Yeah.
So there was no actual sustain for him in that, which meant that his back line was starting to die because the front line got erased. So he has the tools to force this down with all those Shamans, but Didn't bring them along with the fight.
One of the Sentinels burns down for DeadInfested. His lodestone has been sacrificed, a commandment on the way, so he will be trying to go for nukes. Morning Stars via the anvil.
Not a bad choice at this stage. He probably feels like he can't go anywhere, when in reality I'm pretty sure he could take the bottom left, bottom top right. Any of those bases do not have eyes on them. Very easy to take.
Yeah. And who's going to expect you to, even though you have liftoff and all that, who's going to expect you to be able to go over there, right? Could even add a quarry and build taluses. Yeah. So Sentinels are setting up a line of scrimmage over here. There's some of BoxTrade's own Masons have been making those in the front line as well. There's just
there is
cement
a
the
ministry
contain.
being made. I think that DeadInfested wants that third below there, but I just saw BoxTrade's camera go down there. He's actually sending a Mason down there. Is he just going to build his own ministry there? I mean, hell, why not?
Yeah, he's also going to clock the position of his Trojan.
But well, the Magicals were scouted, and the entire army is going down. Oh, and he realizes, wait a second, these don't have a hope in hell of intercepting that.
Yeah.
And this has an Anseal this time, so he did not fully repair the Trojan, and the Anseal is not following it.
Well, there's also no watchdogs coming over here. However,
BoxTrade's taking the other base.
Look at where the Trojan is. Okay, yeah, he's gonna go for it now.
Oh yeah, there's nothing here. It begins. It almost would be better just using their base attack, because the line trace will hit the Masons as they bundle up, and you have a much higher chance of getting in a lot of kills with it.
Well, he also didn't deploy one of them, so it was kind of like, the problem is the ministry blocks the line trace, so you can't really use that.
Yeah, you had to move him in and get a good hit on there. Oh.
Well, he's going to sack the Trojan this time around. The Anseal did not come with the rest of the army, and now the Cataphracts have to hoof it all the way over. Here comes another round, but this time they're actually going to stand and fight. Not necessarily the best move.
Well, they're going to get a kill in. One down. 2 kills in. Easy. It was a 2 for 2.
It was a 2 for 2.
That worked out pretty well. See, when you have so many Masons now, you can do that.
Look at the Sentinel in the 9 o'clock. It gets absorbed by the ministry, so it doesn't damage the Mason. Well, the Seraph is positioned. The Anvil is on the way. Actually, 2 of them.
You know, let's say DeadInfested, who has actually capped his gas, very important to note, manages to hold on for another, 10 minutes here. And BoxTrade never goes to tier 3, but DeadInfested goes to tier 3. Suddenly, he has access to a unit, a building, that will just remove all of these shit stands from the front of his base without really much problem. The diadem. And then suddenly,
it
becomes really annoying.
Sentinels.
Yeah,
and he never repaired that Sentinel. It got destroyed. It burned
Annihilated. Oh, that's what that explains. I saw that flying away, and I was thinking he should really repair that. But he didn't. I was paying attention to the fact, I mean, at this point, like, why bother spending your gas? You know your opponent has the entire map. You know they have nothing but cat facts outside your base. You gotta make the ultimate gamble. And that is to go over tier 3. There goes the madcap. I mean, he can nuke this army, too.
Oh, no, he's landed a Sentinel. Oh, and it's a Sentinel v Sentinel. But the Sentinel on BoxTrade's side has a meat shield. Now the Cataphracts are firing. Oh, no, that Phalanx.
They're just on the cliff, so they're being spotted here. There's no sustain for those. He can move his clerics over to heal them.
Yeah, he's not doing that yet. He's not moving the Anseal for coverage either. He still has that one Anseal that was escorting the Trojan in the bottom left.
BoxTrade has never scouted this, so he has no idea just how few things are actually on this ramp here.
No, he has no idea.
He's lifted the anchor.
Oh, what's he doing with that?
Something malicious.
He can't crush his own Phalanx. We removed that feature.
He does have an Azazel. The Anseal from DeadInfested was just lost and forgotten down there in the bottom of the map. Oh.
It is on the front line here. It will be spotted and pulled back away from.
Oh, the move out's coming.
Oof.
With the D matrix. D's nuts. He might even be able to kill all these shamans.
He might even nuke himself. No, not quite. Ooh.
He's getting in some damage off that nuke, but it's kind of throttling him too.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. D-Matrix was working out okay, but he ends up covering a unit that wasn't yet being attacked. There's so many more Cataphracts, and he just rage quits.
The replay has finished.
So I think he saw 15 Cataphracts and said, fuck that. BoxTrade will even it up. And for the first time, we go to a third map in the Gauntlet.
That's 3.
That is 3.
That's 3.
That'll be Nitro Valley as well.
Mm.
What an insane match. BoxTrade must just be so amused. He's like, what? I went Ministry first and then rushed an Atlas and didn't die?
I think DeadInfested should have held out for that tier 3. That's what I did with Shambler. The eternal match I'll always remember that just says, you know, if you're in a position where an opponent doesn't look like they can break you for a long time, you really have nothing to lose by being an absolute cunt. And you never know. If they don't have a decisive way to end the match, you might actually end it. I think he probably just assumed his opponent was going to tier 3. Well, from what I saw at the time, he wasn't.
Nope.
He did have a lot of bases, though. Like, it wasn't going to be easy, but...
Well, BoxTrade is harvesting Vespine with 4 workers right now. The Alice Blue turn in the bottom left.
I have a theory where this goes.
We have horizontal spawns. DeadInfested is the green turn in the bottom right, and he is scouting the wrong way very early this time around on Nitro Valley.
Well, I am pretty sure this goes straight to Starpad, but...
Yes.
I mean, you never know. His first building just might be an Atlas.
Oh, I think he's building a Starpad.
It's... Yeah. It begins.
He cut workers
and
for
it
this.
is DeadInfested's luck he scouts in the wrong directions.
Yeah, he won't end scout either, so he will scout his opponent last, no matter what. Which actually is kind of the perfect storm for Starpad first.
Yep. You won't have eyes on it for a long time.
Mask, I'm worried for DeadInfested. Maybe the tilted thing was real. Maybe he got tilted because his opponent went Starpad first, waypointed a Wraith into his base, and he lost.
Well, at least he's going Stockade, so he can build units that can attack them very easily.
Yeah,
but
that's
if
true.
he doesn't make, like, a anchor or something like that, then... No, it's double Stockade. Okay, I mean, not necessarily bad against what he's up against here if he just spams Mavericks, but... If he goes Ahmed's, suddenly... Okay, no, it is a Maverick first. He's not going to be completely naked and bare against this.
Yeah, and I think also DeadInfested will confirm that it is Starpad first, so he'll have an opportunity here to go for a Watchdog. It won't be blind,
Yeah,
of course.
Plus, BoxTrade is scouting in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
So
The Wraith will go bottom right.
he also
most likely.
doesn't know. No,
Second
the Wraith
Starpad?
is rallied to the top right, actually.
Oh, interesting. Well, the Mason doesn't see the Starpads, so he doesn't actually know yet. He's adding an anchor.
There's the proxy anchor.
The Maverick is on the way.
DeadInfested has a plan here.
He does.
This is going to
Okay,
get stupid.
he sighted the double Starpad. We need to see a Watchdog immediately. It is there. DeadInfested cutting workers yet again to make that happen. His second Maverick is going to dispatch.
This is going to get stupid.
It is going to get stupid.
This is going to get very stupid. It's going to be a single Maverick, unless he waits for the next one, which he might. No, fuck it. We're going in. We're going all in. He's going to land. Fuck the workers. I'm going for the Starpads.
He is going for the Starpads.
We're nipping this at the bud, boys. Here we go.
Another Maverick is...
The anchor has landed.
Ooh, and the Mason gets a frag. Oh, and the Maverick cut from downtown.
Annihilated.
And adding another one.
Annihilated.
Yeah, add a Watchdog. Why not? Why not?
It's happening.
Second Wraith is coming back. The first Wraith as well.
Mavericks are waypointed down to where that anchor was, but they're not doing anything down there.
Oh, here comes the Mason Pult. BoxTrade not happy with this situation. His Watchdog wasn't done yet, though, and now he needs to land the anchor ASAP. He's using the Masons to kill the Watchdog. No! One of the anchors is dead. Masons are biting.
He's got another Mason. If he just popped the other one into the anchor, he's got it. Oh, it's so tragic.
He doesn't even kill the one Mason. Oh,
no,
brutal.
It survives with 4 HP. He's got more Mavericks en route.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like with the Watchdog, it's not like he can actually lose this versus the Wraiths. Like, you need a lot of Wraiths to burst down Watchdogs. And we've got 5 Mavericks, make it, 8 once the rest of them join up. Like, this can actually beat 4 Wraiths. It just depends on micro and depends on stim timings.
Yeah. I think the biggest issue for him was he lost track of his extra Masons.
Oh, not focus firing the wounded Mason Wraith there. This is actually a really huge deal. He could have just sniped that one.
Single-digit health.
And then obviously the Masons end up repairing it, right? So he trades 5 Mavericks for 1 Wraith, and that's not great. So back at home, he has a lodestone. He doesn't have anything in it. He's got 4 watchdogs, a bit of an overcommittal in response to the wraiths.
At this stage, you have to realize, wait, my opponent literally has nothing but wraiths.
Yeah.
Now, you think, oh, I just build watchdogs, and then he can't touch me. Well, you also can't touch him, because you don't have enough to actually ball bust him. Now, if he just happens to fly straight into these watchdogs kind of like this, then...
yeah, and then obviously the lodestone detects him anyway. So he ends up losing 2, and actually he's got down to 1 watchdog shot on the others. Move out of 9 Mavericks, now crossing the map. The Wraiths might walk into them, and the Mavericks are on attack move. So the proximity cloak could come in handy here, but it doesn't look like it's going to do so. We're going to have a total
There'll be
of
another
7.
4 Wraiths done by the time he gets to that base, so...
Yeah, and again, depending on the focus fire, is going to be it's all going to depend on the focus fire. The stim is in. He's charging on forward. He reveals that there's a lot of wraiths. Does focus 1 down very quickly. Second one coming. Okay, so he ends up killing 3. He might even pick off this wounded one. No, he kind of spread his damage again. Would have killed a 4th no matter what if he had focus fired single one, but not going to happen. Now adding a vestry, more Mavericks. So a very sort of 1v, like this is a very just ridiculous match, I guess. It's grimy, you know, it's just back to back.
Well, I see a case where DeadInfested loses this really badly, and that is his worker count is not really increasing that quickly. Meanwhile, BoxTrade is starting up another ministry. All he has to do is really just defend with the wraiths, and he wins this. Because, I don't know, the stockade's coming, but the wraiths can still just burst down Mavericks anyways. Like, the sustain is not even really that useful for them.
No, you need Ancials
if you were to
if you're
invest,
gonna
you
defend.
wanted, yeah, you wanted Ancials or you wanted Cyprians. And that's not what's coming. So, there are now 8 wraiths, and there's only 5 Mavericks. I think the wraiths are actually going to start up-producing the Mavericks. He does have a Cyprian here. He's going to need a couple of them. He's going to need just a little wall here. Meanwhile, this gives BoxTrade the time just to keep building. Mason's doing the Sublime thing and just keep... He doesn't really have to attack this. He can just choose a really opportune defense. And he's so confident in this that he's even just going to build an Ancial. There is no, like, stockade for extra defense, no fulcrum for really, like, anything. There's other tools he could add to this with the money he has. He just doesn't feel like he needs it. Yeah, this could be really tragic.
This is looking pretty rough here for DeadInfested. He's got the consolidated power of the infantry, but Mask, they are on a move.
He really has to fight under these watchdogs. If he tries to fight this out in the open, he and BoxTrade knows to pick off those Cyprians, then he may not end it here, but there's nothing inside that lodestone.
Yeah. And of course the watchdog is going to be redirected towards the Ancial. The first one getting bopped, no cancel, not a huge loss. So overall, he's okay. I mean, he loses some HP on the Ancial and some HP on some Wraiths.
Now, there is no Shaman here
to
protect these.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Some nice meaty shots out of the Cyprian. He still has 7 Wraiths. So that's the magic number to kill Masons and Cyprians. However, you are going to need 9 of them to kill a Cleric. So.
Some multitasking struggles for BoxTrade here with some idle workers. The Ministry wasn't doing anything for a little while. Got a little... flummoxed by all the things going in. Now he's realizing, wait, I won't be able to end this right today, so I guess now I'll make a stockade. It's a little late now. Depending on if DeadInfested is able to score kills on this, he can end the game.
Yeah, but one of the Clerics ends up getting bopped, and the Cyprians didn't sync up with the rest of the army. However, it's still going to be pretty good overall. Still a lot more Wraiths,
focus on those Cyprians. He's trying to spread it out instead, which, okay, he's getting in.
He's actually doing pretty well for that. He even goes ahead and loses his Ancial for the sake of fending off the army. And yeah, that will mean that he survives with 3 Wraiths to his name.
That's 3.
He's got 3 in each star pad.
But I mean, let's look at his economy.
Yes,
he only has 230 gas. But now he's mining from 2 bases worth of gas, all fully saturated as soon as he gets the ridge that he's forgotten about in the net. But other than that, he's gotten all of his gas up. You know what he's going to do? He's just going to go straight to tier 2 again.
Yeah, I think so. And DeadInfested is far away from being able to drop another ministry. He's been adding a lot of watchdogs.
He's adding a lot of watchdogs.
He's built basically...
He just killed all the wraiths.
Yeah.
Like, you can just move a couple.
Yeah.
That's a ministry worth of watchdogs he's got there when he could just build the ministry and lift some of those that are like by the stockades. Like, who cares if he attacks the stockades? Now you know where he is.
Adding his own star
You
pad.
just move them closer to your ministry if you're really worried about them dying.
I'm worried, Mesk. I'm worried.
No, he's got a different plan for these. They're flying.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, he's decided to stick to one base, I guess, but he doesn't really have that many infantry is the problem. He might go for a drop behind this, use the watchdogs to land and kill off the wraiths, and then, you know, an Anciel, Trojan, some combo like that. He's moving his military out, but it's not that many. Like, this is a very minor force. He doesn't even have any Cyprians. He's got one coming, but that's it.
Well, there's an Atlas on the way for BoxTrade. He's definitely got cat barbs on the mind. I just feel it.
The Mason is trying to repair the Wraith, but the Wraith keeps moving away. Oh, no, Mason is tasked on the wrong Wraith. Never mind. I thought there was some really silly interactions going on there, but it just looked really stupid, that's all. So he's setting up a forward base over here. The honking is happening at the 3rd, and then they move. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
All right. Okay. Well, you know, this is going to get ugly very soon. Because I think there'll be actually enough infantry to overrun DeadInfested's group here by the time he actually is able to pull the trigger on this. Because there is just a little stream of Mavericks coming out of the stockade. There's
the Cyprian's going to get picked apart by the Wraiths here.
Rest in penises. And the gig is up. He spots this. Doesn't even get a Wraith kill off of it.
Well, now the Mavericks can walk over here and use Cliff Advantage. Yep. There's no Cyprians. There's no anchors. I don't know. Adding a mantle. There it is. It has man in the name.
Coming. It does. The Trojan is soon to finish, but you know, as long as BoxTrade's on the ball, you can just snipe it before it even gets a chance to really do anything here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so many Wraiths.
Some Wraiths for it.
Yeah. Watchdogs are in to try to shoot down some Wraiths, and they are pretty successful, killing 3 of them, but you do end up trading one of them. By the way, you can use the Trojan to just pick up the Watchdog if you want. We won't see that this time around. It's just going to slurp up some infantry.
Double mantle en route. He's got to make this work. Oh. BoxTrade.
Oh, look at that. He's all the way down there. How'd that happen? No space. Jeez.
Like I said, there's enough Mavericks here that even the Wraiths aren't even really necessary to hold this at this point.
Oh, there's a Cataphract coming. And an Anchor, which you can put the Cataphract in.
It's Jover, my man. It's Jover.
DeadInfested didn't want it to end like this. But I think it will. His opponent
another stockade
just sort of free-handed his way into a second round.
Double Vestry.
Oh, he scouts the tier 2.
He knows. Scouts the mantle. I'm pretty sure he would have seen that too.
Yeah. He hasn't looked at his opponent's base yet, though. I feel like maybe he hasn't actually taken stock of what he scouted. His other Watchdog is hanging out over at the choke, so at least he's going to be aware of the move out. Or is he? Because it could be double Trojan out of these star pads, and you just airlift the Cataphracts into your base, and you lose. A Fulcrum being added. No Vespene being harvested.
I mean, he could do that, but he might run into the 5 Watchdogs sitting over here and lose all of his early Cataphracts, too. That would be absolutely the Tism on the Tism Sunday.
The problem is DeadInfested has 24 Masons.
Yeah, I just looked at the workers.
Like, less than half. Almost a third, actually.
BoxTrade's actually floating money now because he can't spend it fast enough. He needs to just add on like a 3rd and 4th mantle at this point. 2 shamans are done. 2 more are coming. He's still rich, just rich, because of his saturation.
All right, that was it. That was the end of it.
Okay. I think he like finally looked over at the base or something and was like, "Oh, well."
Well, that was that sure was something.
That was something.
Okay, well, BoxTrade moves on in the elimination set. That means that DeadInfested is unfortunately eliminated from the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are back with the Gauntlet. I am excited to bring you guys some more Gauntlet action. Just realized Benza wasn't Zerg here. Gotta have the Zerg here. So this is a best of 3. This is round 2. The winner will make it to a qualification match. And we are ready to get it started. So we know the stakes. Nitro Valley was selected. Newt was a higher seed, so he banned more maps. Benza then selects Nitro Valley there. And we have horizontal spawns. So Newt will be the Royal Blue Terran in the top right. Benza will be the Lemon Zerg in the top left. I think both of these players are fairly familiar with this map. I believe Newt played it against SmrtyCakes in his opening series. And it was cross spawns. It was pretty comfortable for him. He didn't really look too tested. I predict Benza will test him. But I also predict Newt will test Benza. So I feel like this is going to be an interesting match. This is sort of like, if you guys could think of slightly more standard variations of people like maybe BiddyB or 3Crow in the last tournament that we had, I feel like that's kind of the level that these two will be at. Now, that's not to say that they'll necessarily play standard. I think Newt will. He seems very, very willing to sort of handshake things and do a very basic standard opener. He's going Stockade first, for example, here. Benza has been known to throw some cheese out there. But he selected Nitro Valley for a reason. I think he will be going for a pool first, judging by his worker positioning. So it's not going to be a more economic play. But I do have high hopes for what Benza can be able to do. I also have high hopes for what Newt can do. I think it's really interesting, right? Because obviously Veek and Hupsaya are sort of the top dogs in a lot of our minds. A lot of the onlookers here are expecting to see them show up and play well and participate. We have a little bit of a cross-spawn scouting here from Newt. Maybe flashbacks to his set against SmrtyCakes there. But he'll only find Benza's Drilleth a little bit late. And looking to maybe... What's he doing over here with this? I wonder what that's going to be. Second Stockade. Okay. There's something going on here in Newt's mind. Shambler used us in the chat. Welcome, Shambler. I will be talking to chat a little bit more in these Gauntlet matches, by the way. Especially when I'm solo. I think I'll generally talk to chat a bit more when I'm solo, but... It's nice. It's nice to have that dialogue. So, Benza saving up for a macro hatch. I think he's going to make it in his base as opposed to taking the Expo. It's a little bit late because of his lack of initiative on the Droleth, but that's okay. We're not at the level where that kind of stuff matters. But yeah, going back to sort of the field, right? With the bracket being the way that it is, we would predict Hupsaya to make it out. We would predict Veek to make it out. But then there's two more spots. And those two spots could mean everything. Right? You know, that could be Newt and Benza. That could be iSarCasm. And I don't know who else. Maybe BoxTrade. You know, I know that sounds silly because he's already in the lower bracket after getting slapped by iSarCasm earlier. But there's a potential for a lot of different things to happen. Like, I think you could say he dismissed DeadInfested earlier. So, you know, it was some silly stuff, right? Ooh, Well, what's Newt's game knowledge like? I think he's figured it out. He just has to... I just have to select one unit instead of two. There you go. Okay, he's got it. All good, boys. Well, we do have Cyprian Cleric, interestingly enough. His Vestry is on the back stockade, so that's a little bit more of a permanent position there, since you obviously can't lift off the Vestries. You can pick them up at Trojans, however. So that could be a meme, but I haven't seen anybody try that. Relocating their add-ons and reattaching them via transports is a good idea, TBH. All right, so we have a Quazeth move out here. Some Vorvs as well trailing out. Mason is well-timed to scout this out. It will die. It won't be able to escape, but that will give Newt a little bit of a heads up, and that will allow him to sort of relocate his position here. He's moving his Hurakan a little bit further away from the ramp. I think he's only realizing that now, but he's like, well, whatever. I'll just do what I can. We don't have a Ministry coming here, and actually no expansion coming from Benza either. So that tells us pretty much all we need to know, that this is going to be a tier 1 game so far. And the bio move out is pretty scary. I mean, the fact that it has Cyprians and Clerics already is a pretty big committal from Newt. He's kept his money very low. That's one of the reasons why he has no expansion coming. But Benza has survived without actually losing too many units. So that's a critical piece of the puzzle here. That will allow him to be a little bit more defensible. And with his hatch placement, he can cover the ramp. He can cover some stuff over here with his static defense. So it's kind of a novel thing where he's using his ground army to prevent a run-by. And, you know, the Cyprians in particular are a lot of the heavy hitters here. And he's going to use the K-Grunts up here to deal some damage. But they require to be morphed. So there is still some pressure here from Newt, as he is going to be able to charge over. One of the Hurakans staying alive a very long time. The second one being sniped out around the same amount of time. But there is a third here. And remember, that's just the front line. Now, the Cyprians were split up a little bit. They weren't actually able to deal their line trace damage in a lot of cases. thanks to all the quasis being so spread. They will be focusing down that last one. Clerics charging forward to heal themselves, very helpfully. And, ooh, double Circuit, even picking off a Cyprian at the end of that all. So, 3 wounded quasis are all that remains for the military of Benza. And, of course, Newt does scout that the Hacharosk is there. So he will go ahead and set up his own ministry and add a star pad. Now, the star pad could be for drops. It could be for an Anseal for protection. You know, there's many ways that you can try to break the circuit here. I think you could do Trojans with Cyprians down here. That would be a slower method of doing it, but it would be possible. Anseal with Cyprians is what I meant to say. You could do Trojans, just drop some Harakans on there. And, you know, you can also bypass the static defense entirely. That's why it's static, right? It's a little bit less static in CMBW, because, of course, you do have the opportunity, I would say, to go for a, you know, dropping the Kagrant itself somewhere else. And at Tier 2, you can even pick up the advanced defenses themselves. But we'll see if we get to Tier 2. I mean, this is kind of a handshake game of, okay, we'll both go up to 2 bases. We'll be a little bit chilled out. There's an Anseal coming. And yeah, I'm excited to see what these 2 players have in store for us in a more macro-oriented match, since that seems to be what we're going with. Shout out to the workers that are sometimes pathing down in this location because of the positioning of that Spraith. Not that there's a crazy amount of room back here. Eventually, we want to extend how much space the Hacharosk spreads Kagra in. Looks like these 3 quasis will be used just to scout. One of them is sacrificed at the altar of the anchor. And otherwise, we just have a small spattering of workers down there. Now, one of the things that is worth pointing out here, right, is it looks like Newt is transferring his workers pretty optimally, but he's not harvesting Vespene nearly as hard as Benza is. Benza has now got a total of 12 workers, by the way, on Vespene. And with the Anseal scouting him out and seeing what's going on, okay, you got a Hacharosk, you got a lot of Vespene harvesting. Like, Newt should definitely clock this, but it looks like he wasn't actually paying attention to his Anseal when it was moving over there, right? So he knows the positioning of the buildings. He is adding more Anseals. Newt does like to move out with a lot of Anseals. Like, I have not seen too many people play with a lot of Anseals. I think the last time I saw the number of Anseals that I would sometimes see out of Newt, it was like maybe Zishi, when Zishi was still playing. He would build like, 7 or 8, and that was like way too many. Newt will build, closer to 5 or 6, which is a lot, and it's a very expensive amount of gas to be throwing it down just on that. But it is technically something that you can do, right? Now, you will notice that a pair of Nathrakors have Greystar screens right now, and beyond that, we have a whole bunch of other things here, just mostly quasis, starting to get some low ground defense, fearing the move out. There's actually no anti-air over here, right? The Watchdog is only now being started, so it's about halfway done when the Nathrakors hit. I think maybe he'll end up losing 1 worker. Looks like what they are going to be targeting the... Yeah, he ends up losing the 1 worker, right? That was building the Watchdog. But, overall, not really the end of the world. I mean, he scouts another Anseal. I'm not sure if they'll think that's the same one. But the Atlas has gone down in the main, and a Fulcrum right underneath it. So I really like this play from Newt. He's hiding his tech a little bit. His Vestry is being tickled here. He's going to send 1 Maverick after it because it's a wounded Nathrakor. Probably isn't going to be getting the frag. Hydra then Zorka Shroud. So actually, Benza has all of the Tier 1 tech and isn't going for Tier 2 like I thought he was initially. I thought the Tier 2 would be the target. That is not the case. What we actually see is he's going to try to go for a very aggressive, sort of mixed composition of Lakizilisk Quasilisk for now. And that means he will have a lot of the crowd control. And if this Tier 2 doesn't get up in time before this attack hits, if we don't see Sentinels, if we don't see Phalanxes or anything of that sort, I mean, even just a couple of Vultures to lay some Lobotomy Mines would be really good for this. And Newt is playing pretty heads up. He's got an Anseal down here, a Maverick down here. So, like looking at the coverage, he's got the bottom left basically covered. And he obviously also has 9 o'clock covered. So that's going to be pretty good. This Maverick ended up moving to the middle of the map just to scout a ground army move out. So yeah, there's a lot of map control for Newt specifically. And he is adding a Mantle. His Atlas is complete. I'm not seeing any Sentinels, so he's not going to be going super hard into defenses, right? And honestly, if like the ground move out happens, right, that will potentially be a bad thing. Now it looks like that Anseal went back home. So 9 o'clock won't be scouted after all. And we actually have a Quasilisk moving out. And it will probably end up getting shot to death by that Maverick. We'll see what the reaction is. The Droleth moving to the bottom left as well. So Benza is doing pretty well, but he's not attack moving here. But Benza is doing pretty well to like try to secure a base, right? So what's he going to do? Looks like only Benza has acknowledged this position. But 3 HP. That's all that's left. Palladium's on the way here being constructed. So we will have Phalanx Madrigal production as well as a Durandal for the front line. No, that's going to be canceled in favor of a Cataphract when he has 300 minerals. They are very expensive. So the 2-base mech push looks to be what's actually going to happen. The Droleth could unburrow and kill this, but I don't know if Benza realizes it. You know, he even has vision. He could select it. He might just not have the wherewithal to do that. Now, this Maverick in the middle of the map is going to see, oh shit, you know, we got some people here. You know, we got some shit here. I got to get out of here. And where are the defenses? There's 1 Sentinel. There's plenty of detection with the Ant-Seals. And with the Cataphract halfway done, we've got 2 Madrigals coming, which can help versus all the Quasilisks if they end up trying to dive. I feel like Newt will hold this pretty comfortably, but a lot of it is going to be down to where these Lucifirius go, because this is a lot of Lucifirius. Still no tier 2 on the horizon. We got a lot of Hydras back in the base. They aren't going to be part of this fight. Lucifirius burrowing. A couple of salvos will be going live. Now the Ant-Seals are redirecting the projectiles, but only some of them. And that anchor is going to fall. So too is the Sentinel. No repairs coming in there, but yeah, a lot of detection, and that does mean that the Sentinels are able to mop this up. So some Lucifirius are going to go ahead and fall back. And I think the biggest concern there is that there were so many Hydras sort of lying around that if they had been synced up with that attack, I think Newt still would have held it, right? But it is a concern where he didn't have anything else to prevent Newt from just sort of like attacking the Lucifirius at max range, which is where they're unlikely to do too much damage. Ooh, narrowly doesn't get the kill on that Quasilisk, and now we will see another base taken. Now, the 9 o'clock has a bunch of workers rallied to it. That's a little bit awkward, because now those are all going to be fragged by Newt's forces, so they're going to dispatch. Quasilisks did come over here in the bottom left. Obviously, the worker would have been scouted, or I don't know if Newt clocked it exactly, but he should know that the worker is there. This is going to end up getting canceled. At some point, I think. Nope, it's not going to get canceled. Ooh. Absolutely slapped. Well, he does have a lot of minerals, so maybe Benza is okay without that, but a lot of his units are idling in his base right now. He wasn't making use of the egg rallies, it looks like. An Ant-Seal will fly in and get instantly bopped by a bunch of those, but don't worry, there's missile salvos being exchanged. There is still an Ant-Seal over here, so you will see a... well, also with the deployed Shamans, right, there's plenty of detection. Now, the Athacors are just getting shot out of the sky, but now we have some more durable units, right? And that's where you can start to see them deal with the Madrigals a little bit better. However, the Cataphracts are still going to be pretty good here. And only now is the Ant-Seal actually going to start conceding some damage. And that's, you know, the Cleric's healing, the Ant-Seal regenerating. The other one's just sitting here. It was never finished off. And, you know, we have 2 Zorius, but it looks like all the Hydras ended up dying as well in that fight. So, not really a whole lot going on here for him. Doesn't end up taking the other main. It looks like he'll do so now. His workers did evacuate there. But he lost 9 o'clock. His 11 o'clock is in an interesting position. And yeah, now you can just use the Cataphract with Clerics to siege this position slowly but surely. Hell, you can even use the Ant-Seal. Why not? Now, we don't, interestingly enough, we don't see any Phalanxes. I feel like those would be really good in this position, but that's mostly for the crowd control stuff. Like, technically, the Madrigals are here, and they're in a really good number, so it's really hell for Benza to be able to move out. And look at that. Newt is looking pretty good to take this match. It feels like Benza maybe dilly-dallied a little bit when he was initially doing the first move outs. His expansion was late. He decided to try to end the game in Tier 1. He's going up to Tier 2 now, but it's so far behind Newt's position. The one thing that you can say is that Newt is running out of minerals in the main very, very slowly. In fact, he's actually undersaturated a lot, so maybe he won't be running out anytime soon. But he's only on 2 base economy. So if Benza can stick around, if he can, you know, entrench this position up here at 11 o'clock, if he can entrench this position down here at the bottom left, then I feel like there is a chance. But obviously, just the 2 Mavericks and the Cataphract Madrigal are going to be enough to start dealing with that, because there's no units there for combat, right? He made more workers instead of combat units down here. So it feels like that will eventually be bopped. I mean, at tier 2, you can go for Nidus, but he's only going to have his tier 2 now, right? So, and there's no Kagrins. Well, there's this one over here maybe he could use. I think that was supposed to be a Spraith. We have some Sentinels being erected here. No Phalanx. Oh, one Phalanx has joined the battle. Maybe we'll have a couple more. Yeah, there's 2 Phalanxes coming. They could siege a little bit closer and use the End Seal for detection and vision and such, but doesn't look like that's his prerogative right now. A Mason did go to 3 o'clock and get bopped by that one Quasi. It looks like a stimmed Maverick will be on the way to scout out the bottom right, and he will only find another Quasi. This base in bottom left has been conceded. Benza has a lot of minerals, but not very much Vespene. He is going to go for a Hydrith Den, a Matravel Nest, so he's back to the swamp, actually, is mutating his Hydrith Den. So that's interesting. He never ended up using 11 o'clock. I felt like he had a lot of opportunity to maybe put some static defense over there, maybe draw some of the Newt's units up there, but the contain is so strong here. It feels really hard for Benza to actually escape it. I mean, the Madrigals are doing their job, right, entrenching their position. Zerg, in particular, are going to hurt versus that. And, of course, another thing to keep in mind, this Lucifirius is, oof, not going to be able to dodge that ball. And, yeah, the Hatrosk is going to get pelted away. Cataphract's outranging the Circuits. You could mutate them, but it's a little late for that now. Maybe the other ones that aren't being focused down here. And, yeah, there's this one in the bottom right is going to get cleaned up. Tetzoricors are out. Now, Tetzoricors do a pretty good job of sustaining through a lot of attacks, right? They are very, very good. The question is, can you actually sustain through all of the upfront damage, right? So first Tetzoricor is going to get bopped. The other ones are kind of getting body blocked in this choke. And melee is not going to do super well versus all of the ranged over here. It's just so much stuff to work through. Now, the first Phalanx and Cataphract have been dispatched. Or I say the first Phalanx has, but look at all the End Seals and Clerics. It takes so long to die. However, once you start breaking through that shield, it does end up working out for you a little bit more. The Lucifirius are firing salvos, but the Shaman is deployed. The Clerics are still alive. No, the Clerics seem to have been mopped up at some point. And now here comes a bit more of a committed push, although most of the units are deployed back here and not actually being able to be used. A Durandal trying to be blocked by all these Mavericks. It's going to stay alive, but not for super long. And the Circuits are able to remorph. We don't have that many more units coming. We have Convolisks coming. They do hatch just in time for Benza to say GG, and he will concede the first match. Newt taking the dub. And, you know, that was a little bit rocky for Newt. Like, he definitely could have maybe tried to end a little bit sooner. Maybe he hasn't been in a situation where he's contained Zerg that much, but it was still, you know, fairly straightforward. Benza wasn't able to do too much harassment or put him off kilter or anything, and the tech was way faster. I like that Benza tried to end the game at tier 1. Like, it was cool to try, but when you scout Starpad, when you know your opponent has Anseals, the Kizilsks are going to be less effective, just based on the fact that you need to get rid of the Anseal first. Maybe you can dive on it with Nathracors or something like that, but still, definitely something to think about. Either way, Derelict is selected by Benza, and we will move on to game number 2 of this set. Yeah, Nitro Valley is hard to hold a conventional third in ZV2 specifically. I think versus Protoss it's a bit easier. Maybe ZVZ it's also hard. But generally speaking, you go for the mains then in that kind of situation. And that's the conventional thought process anyway. So we will have Newt, the top right Terran Ultramarine. He is on Derelict, of course, just like Benza. Bottom left of Derelict, the yellow Zerg. What are we going to see this time around? Because one of the things that I'm interested in, right, is how versatile, how deep does the playbook go? Is Newt going to do the same thing? Is he just going to go straight for, you know, Stockade into Vestry and sort of like do a pseudo like barracks type deal, right? That's sort of what it reminds me of as far as the play goes. It looks like it will be a Stockade. It's actually a faster one than the last time, I think, by a little bit. I don't think that really is much of a tell, however. Meanwhile, Ben's out here. Looks like he'll be going for an 11 pool, or thereabouts. If there were ever a time to go for a more economic build, I feel like it would be when you're up against Newt. His aggressive move-outs are a little bit late compared to, say, Scoler or somebody like that. I think even ItDepends sometimes will move out a little bit faster. But nope, Benza is going to go ahead and go pool first. He has been favoring that overall. In all the games that I've seen him play, it doesn't really matter the matchup. He goes pool first, and then he goes hatch. I think about 50% of the games it's a macro hatch, and 50% he's expanding. It looks like he wants to take a hidden base, though. Or maybe not. Oh, no. He thinks this is a 4-spawn map. He's a goober. I see SYPIAC and Igor in the chat. Hope you guys are doing well. And yeah, I think as far as like what the Zerg can do, he had bases at 11 o'clock and bottom left, right? He definitely, I feel like, could have maybe Nightist for them, but it didn't end up happening. So now here comes Newt confirming the scout on the natural. That's something some people do is they just task the worker here. They need to actually move the worker a little bit forward to see if there's like a worker waiting there to expand. Because you'll see whether there's a structure there, but you might not see if there's a worker there. It's good to know the intent. And I think his Mason is actually going to get away from this, which is nice. Obviously, Benza's did not. We have double Hurakan. We have a star pad being built. So here's the playbook I was talking about. What does Newt do after winning the first match? It looks like it might be a little bit of a cheesy play. I mean, it's aggressive, but it does seem pretty standard. I mean, you're going to get a star pad at some point anyway in most matchups. So why not? If you were already going to go for something like this, you might as well do it after you're already up a map in the set. Meanwhile, 4 Quasilisks are on the way. There's 4 more back in the base. We've got, I think, 4 more hatching from these. So this is a very... there's a lot of tempo to this play. If Benza forgets to send his units out, or is lax about sending his units out, as he currently is, he might actually be okay here, because the Trojan is about to finish. We've got an anchor on the low ground that could get stomped on by the Quasilisks. I'm also not 100% sure if these players are too familiar with each other's playstyles and strategies, because Newt and Benza were playing some matches, I believe, against each other prior to this set. So he might have tried this, or he might be deliberately sort of like prepping him on a very different style. Like, for all I know, he practiced a couple of stockade builds, but mostly went Fulcrum in those games or something. You know what I mean? Just to prank him. Now, these Quasis are going to hold the middle. Obviously, this has been a source of grief, specifically in a match against the Shambler versus Hamster in Ascension 6. Hamster just giga-mined the gas here and got up to tier 2 faster in a mirror matchup, and it was beautiful. And it was never looked at. So the Hurakan drop is not going to be contested. This could be pretty bad. I mean, the Quasilisks are leaving the building, and we've got no more on the way. There is a Kagrant coming, sort of blindly. I suppose that could be mutated, but I feel like it's just going to die before it really has a chance. We've got 6 Hurakans, Ahmed reigning supreme, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it, man. You got no more workers. So you got to end now with these Quasis, and you got to be able to do it before he burns down your hatches. This feels like a checkmate move out of Newt. And it feels bad for Benza, because this is just a best of 3, man. You don't get the opportunity to go for anything else. So he wants to send his Quasis out there to defend the last hatch so that he can still win. But we've got a Maverick and 2 Cyprians guarding this, anchor. It's just, it's impenetrable. You just can't do it. His ministry is on the way. You've got the 1 worker, the 3 workers, I guess, and nothing to return to. Benza is going to be heartbroken about his situation. He's not even going to kill an Ahmed. Oh, never mind. One of them is left over as a peace offering. But how can you bust this? Okay, you've thwarted that. Oh, here we go. Trojan under attack. About less than halfway done. So Newt thinks that there's another base somewhere. He's like, all right, I'll just scout around for another base. We know that's not the case. We know Benza is in the deepest shit imaginable with 3 workers versus 26. But Benza thinks maybe he can still do something. Maybe he can do a run by. The Masons aren't here anymore. Like, what's going to happen here, right? And admittedly, there isn't that much military here for Newt. A lot of it is the Hurakans. He's actually unloading a Hurakan at each base, it looks like. No, just the one. Just seeing what's going on. It feels like, yeah, once this hatch goes down, it's totally destroyed. It's utterly devastated. What's up, Fagudo? Welcome. And hello, Lucifirius. I'll be casting the Lucy versus MoonHunter set. I think in between this, I mean, I don't know. I think some of those games are actually going to be pretty long, so I should probably wait and cast those after the SYPIAC versus Igor games. But anyway, it's going to be an exciting time. to be a fan of CMBW, dude. There's so many games. So Benza is distance mining with the intent of, you know, keeping his stuff alive. We only have 4 Hurricanes over here. Now, it might actually be enough to cause some flummoxing. You know, now the Quasis are coming back. I think Benza is... This is like the... Benza is stubbornly holding on, but he has lost this game. There is just no conceivable metric by which he could take the dub here. I don't know why that happened that way, but it was funny. We've got double Scrapyard coming for Newt. Double Anchor. They should just fly across the map at this point, honestly. But, yeah, Newt's probably just confused. He's like, wait, didn't I win, though? Oh, the distance mining is 1 mineral return away from the hatch. What will he do? Of course, get that hatch. And then in 4 more workers, you can pretend that you're just starting out. Oh, Benza. The absolute Benzening. Maverick once again scouting around. Surely there's another base. Surely there's a hidden base. Surely my opponent is not staying in the game with 2 workers. Tier 1 unit. Oh no, he's typing. Oh no, Benza! You can't type. You're not the Shambler. I mean, I guess you are Zerg. So. Ah, shit. Yeah. I like how Newt's just like, yeah, you're right. It's totally imba. Well, I guess he said really good, so whatever. Igor believes. I don't know if I believe. In fact, I think I don't believe. I mean, one of his workers is idle. Oh, no, he's just typing. Okay, I see. Yeah, Terran OP. That's what we've all been saying. You know what's so funny is that people would say that Terran was really weak in the last tournament, and I changed nothing about the Anseal or the Huracan or the Trojan or any of the support units. Nothing about that. I mean, Mavericks and Clerics move faster, but they weren't in that picture. So it's funny when people are like, yeah, but these units that nobody ever wins games off of in the higher level play are those are the busted ones. Does typing count as APM? No, typing does not count as APM. Yeah, 50% idle workers. That's true. Holy shit. Yeah, Benza got punked. And at some point with the... Okay, he's going to wait until tier 2 to kill him, I guess. Well, yeah, why not? I feel like, you know, with the Anseal scouting, he realizes, wait a sec. Oh, he should realize. Surely. Gonna make a Palladium out of that, apparently. Oh, Newt. Oh, dear. Well, yeah, I mean, Newt had like 600 earlier, so, like at the start of the game. That's the warm-up. All right, here come the flyover, the saucer strat. I called it the saucer strat, or the UFO strat, when you loaded Protoss units into the anchor when in a team game. Yeah, get him. Yeah, oh, he died. What the hell? Terran underpowered. How was he supposed to fight that? Smashing the keyboard really hard. Now, rotaries. He should go salamanders, I think. That would be my idea. Newt is actually going to sit here and contain this man. This man, well, he now has 14 workers. So, he's only got a fourth of the workers that Newt has, and a third of the bases. And no tech. Actually, Benza still has not harvested any Vespine gas. Yeah, this is a ZZZ moment. Maybe if Benza gets up to tier 2 defenses, then maybe he can extend the game for another 11 minutes. You never know. Yeah, I honestly, I actually don't know if there's like... Can you really do a competitive ruling or anything? Like, can we have a tournament rule that actually makes sense and isn't super subjective, I guess? You know what I mean? Like, I've seen 3Crow. He hasn't done something this egregious. But 3Crow does sometimes, like, stay in a game on 1 base versus, like, 8 after losing his whole army. You know what I mean? And it's like... Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that, right? Like, it just, like, you should probably GG. What is the GG ruling? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want to know. Because in this case, it's kind of like, you know, Keen, for example, has played games where he's like, oh, I don't know any of these units, so I'm going to make tier 3 after containing my opponent on, you know, 1 base. I'm going to take every base on the map, and I'm going to make the game last 30 minutes. And it's like, okay, well, that's a thing. Sure. Yeah. Fagudo, I think Newt doesn't crush him because he's really new. You know, it's in the name. So he doesn't know that he can crush him. But with this rescout, like, surely he figures it out. Yeah, this is kind of like the worst situation, though. Yeah, it's like Newt doesn't, for whatever reason, intentionally or otherwise, Newt is not just killing him. And... Benza is also not leaving the game, so... Yeah, what's up, SmrtyCakes? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the show. I figure I should probably publicate the VOD of the last one. All right. And that means that Benza will be eliminated from the upper bracket and cast down onto the lower bracket. Going into round 2 of the Gauntlet. Well, we were still in round 2 last time, but we're going back to the round 2. This is a Zerg versus Protoss. SYPIAC versus iSarCasm. iSarCasm, the heavy favorite in this particular matchup. But SYPIAC has been playing with him, practicing in general, trying to prepare to face his nemesis. Here we have iSarCasm, the Snow Protoss in the top right, against SYPIAC, the Beaster Brown Zerg in the bottom right. Otherworld is our map. Bit of an unconventional one. Not XY, it's YY. Who would do such a thing? We'll have to see what the plays are going to be, but interestingly enough, iSarCasm has put a pylon right underneath his Nexus. To me, I look at that and I think to myself, what's he planning over here, right? Like, is it just an efficiency thing? Because usually you want the pylon over here for your SimCity. You can either put a wall down or you at least get like a nice open spread of your gateways and such rallying down the ramp. Will SYPIAC go for the pool first? It looks likely. No, he's actually going to go for an expansion. Okay, so we're going to see a little bit more of a macro-oriented style out of SYPIAC than we did out of Benza. Gateway is coming, and it is very, very close to the Nexus. One thing a pylon close by does double as is if you expect your opponent to go fast air, you can put a Warden back here or something like that. Or if you think you might be getting, like, you know, Zeth Rushed or whatever. Some sort of 6 pool or 7 pool type deal. I mean, it hits pretty soon, or, like, pretty fast. Like, the Zeths would already be hatching from the hatching from the eggs at the time that I was looking over SYPIAC's base here, around like 118. But you'll have enough room, and you won't need to build a pylon to make a Warden, right? You can just make it right there. So, you know, that's something that helps you repost that. So maybe that's what he was thinking. Maybe he was expecting SYPIAC to go for some filthy cheese. But it's not going to be that. It's going to be a late pool. And so this pylon over here will just be an artifact of that. Now, instead of making a unit, right? This is interesting from Sarcasm. So he comes in here and he scouts. Okay, you're making a pool later. You know, you've got an expansion coming. So I know that that's what you're doing. And he goes into a lattice. Now, lattice first or lattice early usually means either vassals or golems so far. Sometimes we'll see idols, but there's not enough Vespene being harvested by iSarCasm for that to be idols. And that means that we're probably going to see like Zealot Drakadin into maybe like vassal support or something. You can see the rally point coming And it is going to be a vassal first. So this is just going to force out some positioning of Quasilisks, but we actually only have Zeths coming for now. He scouted the initial set of Zealots. You would think SYPIAC would then be like, okay, I should probably get some Quasis for the range, but so far he's not doing that. Some idle Drolets for a little while there, and he is going to send his Zeths across. The vassal is probably going to get run into these, actually, so that will confirm that he needs some sort of anti-air. And so far we don't actually have that, right? Just workers, nothing else. Actually, I think the Zeths narrowly missed that, so we'll have to see where the anti-air is coming. No, the run-by is going to happen. It looks like the vassal was idled on the mini-map there, so we're not actually going to see any action happen there. The 6 Zeths are here. A warden being put down there. No damage dealt yet, but some emotional damage, I guess. And a pair of Quasis are present at that base. We don't have any defense over here in the natural, so the vassals that are coming down, in a pretty high number, in fact. Oh, we might see a dead worker here in a moment. Yeah, there we go. We are going to see at least one dead worker. Looks like the Zeths have lost all focus fire there. So SYPIAC taking his hands off the keyboard for just a moment is going to result in his Zethar cores getting massacred. But he picks off one scribe, and again, he's keeping the Zealots at home. That's a big deal. Burrows his workers without losing any over here, so the vassals will not be able to do too much. Spraith over on this side, you still are a little bit open to any sort of counterattack. But SYPIAC is able to close the worker gap pretty soon here. And looks like he will do just that with 2 more workers on the way. A Nexus coming here for iSarCasm taking the in-base. This has a little bit more safety for Protoss, but usually Protoss will take like an actual fully fledged base and take this like as their 3rd or 4th option. So interesting that iSarCasm is not going to be doing that just yet. And I would love to see SYPIAC upset in this matchup, but it just feels a little bit too difficult. Now, at the same time, I haven't actually seen iSarCasm go for Lattice first. So it's kind of interesting. Vassal's looking for an opening, but one of them has already been shot down by the firing squad. We have a Circuit coming in both bases, a Spraith coming in both bases, as well as some Quasi standing guard. Now you can see here this positioning of the Spraith is not ideal. It means that the Quasi still have to stay here. And one of the things you make static defense for is so you can leave without guarding it with additional units, right? That's kind of the point. And he's also trapped a worker. Oh, utter devastation for your mineral income. Never what you want to see. An embassy is on the way, so a lot of worker production will be possible here for iSarCasm. Of course, you're up against Zerg, so that's unlikely to matter too much. Honestly, if I see this, it sucks, but I just kill the Kagran, dude. I'm just like, yeah, fuck that. Vassals are coming in yet again just to see what's going on. Not that many workers here at the natural. It's going to be a little bit of a tier 1 Quaseth flood. They can overwhelm the Warden, but they do need some Vorvs for that. They need to slow down things like the Idol, which obviously deals splash. The Golem also deals splash. And right now it's actually just going to be Zealots. There is a Golem coming, but it's Zealots for now. And it looks like at this point the Vassals were dealt with. They scouted out a very large army, and when you see this many combat units, you kind of know, okay, absolutely, I need to make it happen with, you know, tier 1. Like, my opponent is going to attack me if he has this many combat units, so I need to be worried about that. And you see here, instantaneously, Witness being sent out, iSarCasm adding a second Warden. So he's going to be well informed about the movements of his opponent. I'm sure that Witness position was scouted or clocked there by SYPIAC, adding a macro hatch in the main, not interested in taking any additional expansions. So we might not actually get to tier 2 here, but as soon as you scout like double Warden on the high ground, it might be enough to dissuade him. Even just the one Warden and the Idol, as well as seeing the Golem, seems to be enough for now. Now, this force can still maybe try to pressure a little bit, but as additional Wardens are coming out, it feels like maybe that's a little bit hard. Like, the Zealots are going to block the Vorvs from sticking to the Wardens. You're probably going to see, like, you know, it's hard to actually micro all of those units, so at this level of play, I don't necessarily expect that. So the onus is on the Zerg to do something with all of the military that they have, and they can't really do that right now. So what would be lovely is if they were able to... Yeah, the Ovaleth is actually going to be here to detect the Witness, which is kind of interesting. Looks like the Witness will pass the Ovaleth. And it looks like... Yeah, they want to do something about that, but obviously iSarCasm is aware of detection, so he's going to fall away. Missed an opportunity to potentially just totally punish it. And kill it. Hatchros being taken in the in-base. So it looks like iSarCasm, who has the worker advantage right now, will probably not for very long. He's thinking about taking his own back base, so it will be in mirrored positions as far as the expansions go. This witness spying on that gestating unit. We've got 14 quasis here because there was an attempted drop to get across to the other world. And now the Vorvs are trying to stick onto things, but there's no additional support. Meanwhile, the Quasis are out over here trying to storm the front. This is an interesting move. I don't mind it. But there are 2 pylons here, and the Zealot, and and the Idol, and all of his armor pen, all of his ability to slow down the attack was taken into that drop, which is really awkward here for him. Like, if he had sent Quasis out, a Quasi drop to the other side just to force iSarCasm to respond to that threat, then he keeps all of his Vorvs and Zethrakors over here, and he can storm the ramp, or maybe do a run-by directly into the main mineral line and stuff. That would be something. He could even quasi-drop into the main mineral line even now, to be honest, with that Obeleth, but doesn't end up happening. He's going to go ahead and remake some Quasis. Even on workers, some of them idle. So he's still in an okay position. He can go for tier 2 pretty soon, adding a Hydrith Den. You need some kind of heavy hitter. And when you see Mass Gate like this, it doesn't hurt to go Lakiz either, but Zorka's Shroud is not being made just yet. We will see an Ardent Authority. That's where it can actually be really useful to have Hydras, if you can do the dodgeball anyway. I think the Obeleth is trying to say something here, but we're not sure what it is exactly. Another salvo of workers is on the way. We have Quasis moving across the map, 4th base being taken for SYPIAC. Well, a 1/3 and a half, I guess. I don't necessarily count this as a full base. And yeah, double Ardent Authority, as a matter of fact. I remember seeing something from SYPIAC. He said he suspects that what you'll end up seeing out of iSarCasm is like drops. Look at this. There's even a cheeky pylon as like a makeshift Xel'Naga watchtower there. All right, in base is the site of an Iral Iris. The witness is within vision range of this Obeleth, but it's not being just dealt with just yet. And now the Ridge in the main is also going to be harvested. Backtith not yet on the way, of course. And we have a little bit of a scuffle in the other world. There's 2 Wardens over here, a 3rd coming in. And the army is over here as well, so this is mostly just taxing iSarCasm's attention. He is not the one setting the pace of the game right now. And I think that is a good situation for him to be in. We'll see if he clocks the layout here. Otherwise, he might just think this is like... well, if he looks fast, I'm sure he might think this is a hatch or whatever. But nope. Looks like he is going to go ahead and see. That was an Iral Iris. You know, his witness is right there. So, yeah, more hatches coming down, so he knows his opponent is indeed going to be getting up to tier 2. Double a Cantor. I was waiting to see if we had any envoys. Great worker production out of both players, but mostly iSarCasm. I have to hand it to him, considering he is, of course, Protoss, right? And Zerg is a little bit easier for them to do that, especially when they're setting the pace with their Quasis across the map. By the way, it's really important that Zerg keeps presence on the other side of the map. They need to know when an attack is coming, because then they have the opportunity to turn their larvae into combat units, and until then, they can go for more, you know, other such attempts. Now, we are going to see tier 2 defenses coming. This is a move pioneered in some ways by Hamster, as the Alcag Eteth and the tier 1 structures are morphing into their tier 2 counterparts. I think we might even see Almaxillisks out of this situation. I mean, he's not capping any geysers, and they are kind of gas expensive, but, you know, he's harvesting minerals from this base, and we don't see a Mutath, so Almaxillisks would be lovely versus a Cantors specifically. Cantors are actually really, really quite difficult for Zerg to deal with their ground units, unless they can like outrange them with Protathalors and stuff like that. Now we have a Scortrith and a Droleth in this. This is an interesting choice. We are also going to probably see some Calculusks. That's another totally valid option. And you know what? As far as ground units go, you could go a Vigrilisks. They are durable as all hell. So there is an option there now that he's got the Alcag Eteth up. His Iroleth has, of course, spotted the witness, but only for a moment. I'm sure that SYPIAC is prepping the drop, static defense drop, and then with the 2 Droleths, in theory, you can like drop those and add more. It's a great sort of innovation on the play in some ways. Quasilisks are making their way up. They will, of course, be slapped and accosted by the Acantor. Ooh! Instantly destroyed. Oof. But losing 4 Quasis to scout out that there's an Acantor there is great, honestly. And this envoy has been pursued by the Nathrakors that are going to charge directly into the base and also reveal that a Solarian is on the way. Well, they won't know what specifically is on the way just yet, but they will know that something is on the way. Unfortunately, our good friend here Seems to have, landed in a spot that doesn't spread K-Grid because he landed in an area that's basically unbuildable. So that's a little bit awkward. The Envoy is coming back. Going to be targeting this area where there were already some dead workers, showing us that there was indeed some action over there. SYPIAC now falling behind in the worker production side. A nice macro game on Otherworld here to open this series up. And we even have a Dancing Reaver, aka a Cantor. This one just sort of watching over here. There's no vision on it just yet, so SYPIAC is kind of in the dark about that, but Darrelaris is still here, of course. Going strong on the production, getting Kagralisks. Now, Kagralisks are legit because they do have a lot of burst, but I don't know if they're going to be super good versus a Cantor's specifically. And if Architects start coming out in force, then that's another case where you would really want to dive in on them with something like, a Vigorlisks or, dare I say more Tothrakors if you hit tier 3. The Witness is still spying on this army move out the whole way through, so iSarCasm knows exactly where to go with his forces. Now, there were some Calculisks over on the in-base, as well as some Nathrakors, and now the Envoy is sort of hanging out in between bases. iSarCasm could be doing a lot of damage with this, particularly in the sort of natural position that was taken by SYPIAC. And a lot of idle workers were over here, but are now going to start setting up defenses. We have a Scorchwith, we've got a Speartith, so those are going to be the tier 2 defenses there. Architect fires off a warning shot onto that Irolith. We will see a little bit of, I'm sure we're going to see some kind of drop somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Go ahead and drop it. Take some initial shots here. Do some initial damage to the Zealots. And the Kagralisks are firing basically like a ridiculously powerful firing squad. The first Cantor is going to go down in just a moment. There it is. Now the Didact is over here. Going to go ahead and get a Stasis off. And I think that the static defense drop was not a bad idea whatsoever, but then his Iroliths moved away and he lost vision on most of the attacking units. He's also firing, attacking up a hill, right? So the Iroliths are charging forward. They are going to be dispensed with along with all of the Kagralisks. So it looks like they will narrowly escape. We even had some Goswalets over here. Not a bad idea, for sure. We even have some rogue galleries to spend iSarCasm's money, and you can see the difference in the macro right now. More workers by 30. Did the Cantor get any more frags? Yes, it looks like it was destroyed over here, but not before killing a lot of workers. And that's the kind of thing, right? Like, if iSarCasm sees you commence an attack, he's going to stress your multi-targeting, your multitasking, with other things, right? So here comes the Solarian moving over to the middle of the map. It will probably just end up executing these Goswalets. No, not quite. Doesn't end up doing it. Scorchwith on the way as well. Yeah, that one's got 40 health, so you don't really want to deal with that. Now, the Solarian over here is... Oh, it's actually going to be recalled. That's funny. Well, see ya. And then he recalls it down to the front where there was more scuffling. iSarCasm getting ready to take a 5th base. He also secured the 11 o'clock, the mirror of the 7 o'clock. Witness spying on that exact position, actually. Yeah, I like a lot of the cross-map action, right? Like, basically, as soon as your opponent does something, you respond with something else. You're going to attack my Solarian over there, while I am going to attack your front line, clear that out, start taking another base, and recall my Solarian using the Didact, so that even if you did have more units coming, we know that the Solarian would have won that fight anyway, but even if you did have it, still all good. A lot of Kagralisks have been made. No Vespene in the tank. No capping of any geysers. I mean, he only has the 3 available to him, right? I'm starting to take additional bases here. 9 o'clock. 8 o'clock. iSarCasm thinking about 10 o'clock. A Scorchwith has dropped over here, but all the Wardens are going to clean that up. There's even an Engram coming. You know what? The Scorchwith may have failed, but the Circuith succeeded. Meanwhile, a single L Maxilis. If you had maybe 5, 6 more, you'd do a lot more damage to this thing. And it looks like, unfortunately for iSarCasm, he's just going to end up escaping. That's a cheeky little strat, honestly. I haven't seen people use that. I haven't seen people use Didact Recall for that reason in particular. Anyway, we do have a little bit more of a float now for both of our players. iSarCasm might donate some of his Vespene to his opponent so that he can take tier 3, since I think that's what it would take at this point. No capping of any geysers going on pretty much anywhere across the whole map. Maybe we'll see that happen at some other point. By the way, on this version of the game, it does cost 400 minerals for the Protoss to do that, as opposed to previously where it costed Vespene. Now, we do have the 1 Kappa here, so I should excuse myself, but still no Excisants that I can see. Not actually harvesting very much from this ridge, not taking the low ground base, so SYPIAC is kind of reliant on being able to, you know, use Gosvaleths to expand over here and actually get these bases up and running. Some Zealots are going to come over here and ruin the day, though. The Gosvaleth can defend, funnily enough. But it's looking like instead he's going to use it to make a structure, which is just going to end up getting bopped. Utterly annihilated. Well, the army has scrambled to deal with the 3 Zealots. This pylon still proving pretty effective. Witnesses scattered across the map. And now iSarCasm, and for a while he has been doing this, he's setting the pace of the game. SYPIAC seems to be getting a little bit overwhelmed. Not really 100% sure how to contend with that. Double Solarian here to deal with the Kagralisk and the workers over in the in-base. Kagralisk's now responding, oh shit, we got to do that. Scorchrith over here will finally reveal the pylon. I'm sure the air units won't get hung up on attacking that, right? Right, guys? Nice. Only barely. Maybe they were on a... They might have been force targeted, actually. Yeah, they were. Okay, that explains it. But yeah, losing all the workers in the in-base, that's going to be a little bit hard. We have the Scorchriths over here doing some fragging. And, of course, the Didacts rescue the Solarians once again. I feel like he really could have committed there, but it looks like he doesn't want to. His Positrons might get picked off here if he's not careful. In fact, he's just not responding to this threat at all. And yeah, the Positrons are going to get picked off. If they were firing that entire time, if all of the units were attacking, then this force does nothing, right? They just get shelled completely, and you can see exactly what happens when he turns his attention to it. So, you know what? Hats off to SYPIAC for, you know, trying to pick off a couple of high-value targets there. The Positrons do deal pretty good splash damage, so they are a threat specifically to air. A lot of idle workers here for SYPIAC, but I've noticed that from both players so far. Looks like iSarCasm has corrected it for the most part. Thinking about taking yet another base. His macro, pretty good. I mean, now he's floating a lot of minerals, right? He needs to start sending out maybe a lot more other such units. Now, he's actually rallying out an array of Kabbalists. Yeah, iSarCasm actually has a load of money. So maybe when I said the macro's going well, I lied a little bit. But he's getting a lot of bases, and he's maintaining map control. The Scorchrith has been dispatched to deal with the pylon. Finally, that will no longer scout. And yeah, over here, we can get a little bit of damage dealt over here if we're in SYPIAC's shoes. At the same time, there's a lot of Kabbalists being made, and I feel like those could respond to a lot of those kinds of threats, because they deal so much upfront damage, the armor doesn't really matter. Five Solarians will now be dispatched to deal with the Hatcherosks. There are a lot of Izirikors, Tetzorikors, Kagralisks. The map awash in them. And unfortunately, that defensive structure is not going to be able to do too much. Now, here comes the 5 Solarians. It's going to try to focus down the Iral Iris. Remember that the armor pen of the Steward is 2 right now, and it is going to be enough with so many. He's just going to go ahead and snipe it out, and then get his units out of there. That's a demoralizing loss. SYPIAC can just remake it, and in fact he does immediately. But it's still demoralizing to lose that. It feels like almost you're being toyed with at this point. And maybe in some ways you are. iSarCasm could just bust down the ramp. But kind of like what we saw between Newt and Benza. He's not really paying too much attention to that. Now these units are on an attack move. He's going to instantly pull the ripcord. He could just stay here and fight. He ends up killing 2 Almaxilisks and then backing off. Now he's got triple Ancestral Archives, pumping out nothing but Archons. Not a bad shout if you just want to force your way up the ramp. Still a lot of Kabbalists lying around. This base getting accosted by a single Scorchrith. I mean, it's not super important right now. He sent some of the Kabbalists and Vagrants to deal with this 9 o'clock position. It wasn't particularly well-stocked to begin with. And yeah, actually, funnily enough, 8 o'clock was taken, but it's not being used whatsoever, right? The Solarian count is actually not growing. No, he's adding a 6th now. I don't think any of them have been destroyed just yet, so... More infantry moving around. Healthy in number of kills, but could be higher. Ooh, Gotta watch out for the architects. It feels like SYPIAC is constantly playing reactionary. He was never able to take lower. Now his army's going to have to try to deal with the Solarians and the infantry. And, like, the main army still hasn't even really engaged, right? Most of iSarCasm's forces over here are just sort of hanging out in the middle. He just comes in, he picks off some targets, and he uses Didac Recall. But it looks like here he won't use Didac Recall, and he will end up losing a Solarian for his efforts. A little bit busy dealing with other things, but he snipes 8 o'clock. He obviously snipes 7 o'clock, so really quite difficult here for SYPIAC to maintain an economy. And it looks like 2 of the Solarians will be taken care of, but the Didac Recall comes in to save the day. Yet again. Now trying to take the dead center base. I don't know how I feel about that for SYPIAC, but it's a kind of a desperate situation. And you know what? He's done pretty well, I think, given the circumstances. His worker line has been decimated at the natural. He does have a lot of ground units, but they can't really move across the map. They'll just get totally squashed. And yeah, it's starting to feel pretty hopeless, right? He kills the Nexus over here somehow. I really don't know how that happened, but again, like, you know, sending 3 Kabbalists over there does the job. You can send this force over there, deal with it nice and easy. And there's just not that much here, right? Here comes the 4 Solarians trying to snipe some more tech. Hostile Lava Form was made, so Tier 3 is available, but I actually don't see him using it yet. Yeah, he's not going to be able to actually get that, so off they go. A lot of stewards end up dying, but that's alright. They're robots anyway. The Witness is just right on top of that Hatcherosk. Yeah, I think iSarCasm is also suffering from the same thing that Newt was suffering from, where he just assumes that the defenses will riposte any attack, and he refuses to attack. He has so much power right now. And SYPIAC getting the Gezkath Grotto might mean that we see Alcaedulisks or Gazithalors. Gazithalors can absolutely run roughshod over this army if they have enough of a quantity, and they're defended versus air. So it feels like this is an opportunity for iSarCasm to be forced to extend the game instead of sort of just choosing to do so. This base will once again be run over by Rogue Gallery units, more of them being rallied over here. A Monument of Sin being added. And now the Solarians are being chased down, but the Architects are going to thin the herd there. Another round of units. They are currently following the Witness instead of attacking, which is kind of stupid. Oh no! They're under attack! So yeah, they might not actually be able to kill this base after all, but even still. Utter annihilation, honestly. A lot of these units on move commands for some reason. Well, here comes the counter engagement with the Solarians. I think they're going to go ahead and take out the hatch. We have the Gaftalosk out, which is very, very good for Zerg, but it's not going to be enough at this point. No army was over here to try to hold that. Finally, the commitment comes in, and iSarCasm is just going to roll over SYPIAC in the opening match. Now, these units actually did end up dying, but more of them are on the way. The Almaxilisks are... I think they were tasked onto a specific target, and that target died, and now they're just sort of hanging out doing nothing. SYPIAC could be trading a little bit more efficiently here. But look, like, despite all the static defense, all the Architects are still alive. You know, some of them are going to start to get whittled down now, but the front line is finally destroyed. The Solarians aren't actually able to launch any Stewards anymore, because they are all bopped. The Gazithalar is finished, but they're on a rally point. Architects will deal with them. And that's it. GG has to be called. SYPIAC concedes the first match. And as expected, iSarCasm reigns supreme. Although, he was made to work for it. Or he chose to work for it? Question mark? We'll see what SYPIAC wants to do for the next set. It'll be Nitro Valley selected by SYPIAC to move us in to match 2. All right, boys, we're getting into match number 2. It's iSarCasm against SYPIAC. iSarCasm leads the set, a very macro-oriented game. We will see Palatinate Blue Protoss of iSarCasm in the top right against the Yellow Zerg of SYPIAC in the bottom right. So, vertical spawns on Nitro Valley. I believe this will mean that we will probably see a little bit more air action. Usually on horizontal spawns, you see more ground action. That's been the name of the game so far. But iSarCasm has been trying a little bit of everything, which is kind of interesting. And I'm always a fan of that. We got to see a large amount of the Protoss tech tree, and we even got to see Tier 3 Zerg, although it was pretty Pyrrhic. But a 25-minute game on Otherworld might just be enough for SYPIAC to warm up and then maybe take a surprise match. Both of our players scouting the wrong way so far. SYPIAC will almost certainly be going for pool first yet again. Or, actually, no, he went hatch first last game, but I think what I meant to say is he'll be going pool first again. It'll be the third time we saw it since Benza went pool first in both of his matches. Benza was feeling a little helpless when it comes to fighting the Terran army. We'll see if SYPIAC has any more hope fighting a Protoss army. Zerg representation struggling so far. SYPIAC is still technically in the upper bracket, so if he ends up surprise upsetting iSarCasm, that will be lovely for Zergs everywhere. Otherwise, he will be cast down to the lower bracket. By the way, if he is cast down to the lower bracket, he will face SmrtyCakes. And, you know, that'll be an interesting matchup. It'll be yet another ZVP. We'll see if he wants to gun for that. No gas harvested just yet for the gateway. It's going to be a lattice follow-up yet again before any combat units are made, before any scouting is done. With the pool first this time, there might be an opportunity for SYPIAC to punish this. You know, actually, funnily enough, he did a Zeth run-by in the last game, and that would be super good here. But he's going to go Quasilisk first, and he will go ahead and scout his opponent last, just like iSarCasm is doing. It would have been godlike gamer sense to know that the Scribe is going to be coming at this point, and, you know, delay the quasi move out to kill the Scribe and then move on, so his opponent has nothing. But instead, it's going to be a move out. We see the lattice. We see only one Zealot, a Dracoden coming now that the gas has been harvested. Again, this is like kind of a perfect storm for early military units to be able to do something about this. But SYPIAC has paused his Zethar cores in the lower right-hand side here, and his Quasilisks are going to be the ones to move out. So it looks like maybe he had a misrally. Oh no, he turned them into Vorvs. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. The problem is, without the Vorvs here, he can't really do too much damage to the Zealot. And if the Quasilisks go down, the Vassal will slowly tickle everything that he owns. The Zealot has lost its shields. It will now start to engage upon the Quasis, which need to fall back because the Vassal is here. And I think it's all gone to shit. With the Vorvs, oh no, actually, the Quasilisk isn't being targeted. Finally, it looks like Igor will come to his senses and deal with that. And so, yeah, it looks like the early skirmish is going to go ahead and end in favor of the Protoss. Some idle workers over here for SYPIAC, but I like the early aggro. And with the extra hatch, I could see him really tunneling in favor of some military action, which, you know, he can outproduce. He can drop another hatch. He can go for a lot of quasis. And he actually has. He's going to have 8 of them very soon. That Vassal, not long for this world. The second one is going to have to turn tail. Maybe come back in a little bit later on. But at this point, yeah, the shots are going to be a little bit too on the ball here from SYPIAC. An attempted scout of what his opponent has at this point. No, it looks like he stopped to attack the Droleth. I feel like he could have maybe slunk away and got into the main just to see what was going on. You want to catch the worker count of the opponent. He's got 12 workers on, you know, on minerals right now. So it feels to me like this is a really obvious sign of it being a bit of an all-in military play, at least very aggressive military play. Something similar to what Benza tried on Derelict against Newt before everything went to shit for him. So kind of interesting setup here. Golem coming out. That is going to be, I think, paramount, realistically, to help hold this. There's no static defense. There's 2 combat units. Make that 3 with a Golem. But only the 4 Quasis coming in right now, and SYPIAC is going to have to fall back. He will end up losing at least 1 Quasi here, almost certainly. But actually, he's able to scarper off before the punishment comes. Now a second Zealot has made it to the fray. You really want to isolate the Golem because it is going to deal some melee splash. One of the Quasilisks has gone down. The Golem is finally going to be felled thanks to the Zethar cores. That's the one beauty of Vorvs, is that they do end up regressing back into Zeths, and that gives you a DPS spike after they're already on the fight. So the Dracoden also going down. Going to have to choose. Do I go after the Warden that's being made, the Pylon that's powering it, the Idol that just came out? doesn't end up chasing the idol, and actually that is going to be canceled. So the Nexus is out. That's obviously a large number of the minerals here, and we need to see if there's going to be more units flooded out. The workers are idling, but they are just tasked back on. More mineral income now. We will see a macro hatch at some point soon. This one kind of lost in the frenetic action here so far. One idle worker and one dead quasi. The one Vorv with this force is coming in a little bit too late to isolate onto that Zealot, but here come more reinforcement Zets, and they're going to put the rest of that guy into the grave. About halfway down with this, we even see a wounded Zeth being mutated, a couple of other ones being mutated here, and this Nexus will fall. Great initiative coming out here from SYPIAC. No Vespian being harvested just yet, and there goes the Nexus. The Scribe even finished there, a little bit sloppy from iSarCasm. Now, when this Vorv finishes and when we get some more Zets on the way, we can absolutely see an attempted move out. There's only the 3 military units. iSarCasm is in deep doo-doo right now. I think his first Zealot, yeah, it kind of moved around. It got 2 attacks off before dying. The Warden in the backline is going to be pretty effective here, but the Simulacrum can also split based on that. Looks like it's not going to happen just yet. The one Vorv is still here trying to do what it can, but we need to see some kind of reaction here. If that Warden finishes, we get more splash damage out with more idols without any Vorvs to really punish. It's going to be a little awkward here for SYPIAC, who is very, very all in, but he has started to harvest Vespene. We might see a pivot into air units or something of the like. Still not really able to do too much versus the Sim City of iSarCasm. A high-action game right now, but 2 idols. The Protoss force is mounting back up. There's only 1 Quasilisk for range, and the Vorvs are not able to isolate. They are taking a lot of splash damage from the idols. Here come more Quasis coming in. They'll deal with the first Simulacrum that was split off, and there goes the Zealot as well. Now 3 idols. They really need to be focused down. The first one is. The Vorvs are going to fall. One more attack on anything would be nice right here, except for maybe the Sim, which would just end up splitting. We have more Quasis coming, but not really that much of a front line. And there goes the Sim, cheekily coming out there and getting a split, so just a little bit of free extra DPS. Zealot wounded very heavily. Quasis can try to sit here and fight. First Zealot is very, very close to being killed, and yeah, there goes another one. But now, do you focus down the Sims? It looks like one of them is going to get focused down. That leaves only this one over here with 4 frags to its name. We have more units coming, all Quasis right now. This is not a bad situation for SYPIAC. It's just going to be a little awkward for him to commit onto any of the static defense. He's actually, some of his reinforcements are splitting the attention of that Zealot over there. And the idols are not really taking that much damage. The other Quasis charging forward and getting bopped by the Warden now has 5 frags to its name. 2 workers with this rally, a little bit awkward here, and I think maybe iSarCasm might be cheekily thinking of taking a top left base with his Scout Scribe that never made it back home. Another committal here, but that Zealot is not long for this world if he sticks around. Well, here it comes. Droleth has arrived. Might as well use it for combat. Instead, it's going to be a proxy hatch. And there are a lot of Zethra coming, so even though this looks a bit odd, like, SYPIAC can technically hold this. So maybe it was even intentional, I don't know, but I feel like it's definitely him rolling with the punches. Trying to get some Vorvs out, but this is a bit of an awkward time here. He has no more Quasis aside from really hardly any Quasis left. So gonna try to commit onto these Zealots, but the low HP ones were not the ones that were focused down. We need to see more reinforcements coming, but right now it's just a Lucifirius. Behind this, of course, a great pick, a great decision. The problem is Protoss can just stand on top of it, right? There's no front line here to help with it. We've got 2 Lucifirius coming. We've got some idle Quasis over here just to deal with any potential vassal play. And yeah, this is not a bad shout. Like, using the Lucifirius just to stall for time. But unfortunately, his control wasn't exactly superb there. And he can use it to defend this hatch from the low ground. It's a cute play, actually. You can see here the Zealots are going to be dissuaded from attacking. We have Quasis here. If he had kept that second Lucifirius alive, it would have been great. It's actually committing SYPIAC down to the ramp, and this is where some Quasis can help out for sure. That Hacharosk is going to finish. It's not going to be canceled, so a very committed position here. No borrow for that Lucifirius. It's going to happen now. And a lot of Zealots have been made during this time. The one idol getting splashed down to pretty low HP. We have the one Droleth here. Might try for a Kagrant. At this point, you should just end up going for a... Can he do it in time? Yes, he can. All right. This is kind of a very heavy committed position here. The Lucifirius borrowing, but right in range of that Warden, that all-important static defense structure that was never forced down, and I think iSarCasm has actually done the hold. It's really going to be quite difficult for SYPIAC to do anything after this. He has 400 gas in the bank just about. So he can go into a pivot. I mean, if he ends up going for like 4 or 5 Gorgor cores at this point, since he has the Zorkis, I feel like he could do some damage to the main. But he needs to see if he can even hold. Right now, he's the one who needs to start being thinking about static defense, pulling the Quasis from the main mineral line, and seeing what he can make. He's got a bunch of Zethicors burrowed here. Going to see if he can use that as an opportunity to do a bit of a trap, but instead they end up just slowing down the army. Now, a pretty big Zeths around could be made here, but there's no Vorvs. So he's trying to catch up to the force, see what he can do. The Golem is going to be brought down eventually. Bit of a Titan right now. And now a lot of the Zeths occupying a lot of time for the Zealots, but they idle splash them all to smithereens. A little bit of moving shots could allow SYPIAC to kill the 1 or 2 extra Zealots, but it's not going to happen. Here comes a couple of Kagrants, fearing the move out. We have Zorius coming, saving the gas. This idle worker still here, not harvesting any Vespene from the natural just yet. And yeah, SYPIAC, he has a bit of an advantage in terms of the economy because his effective worker count is higher since they're spread across multiple bases. But he has been down in workers for a while here. And this has allowed iSarCasm to hold just barely. The Zorius not on the front line. Idols are going to be okay at dealing with the Rilla Rokors that spawn, but there's really not that much damage with this army. That's what the Zeths and Lucifirius would be for. Or Gorgs even, if you wanted to use them as straightforward combat units instead of raiders. And it looks like, yeah, SYPIAC still trying to project his power, however much he may have. He's going to poke his head in over here and see if he can commit to dealing with the Nexus before it gets erected, but so far not going to happen. One of the Zorius already about half HP. Again, no real splash damage here, and the Zealots can commit to a lot of damage down to there. Another Zealot goes down. Trying to focus down the Nexus. Here comes the bunch of Zethicors. Obviously, iSarCasm does not want to allow this. He, at some point, should probably turn and fight this, but looks like it's going to be a little bit awkward. Some of the Zealots are going down, but it's very, very slow goings, and the Idols are now going to be free to destroy the Zeths with impunity now that the Zorius' front line has been taken care of. Again, a couple more shots onto these Quasis would have been beautiful to kill those wounded wounded Zealots on the front line, and of course the top left base has been mining for a little bit now with a bunch of workers there, so iSarCasm actually has a lot more that he can use, right? His Nexus was not canceled. He's able to get it operational. A lot of orbs being made. Tier 2 maybe on the horizon. Still no Vespene being harvested for SYPIAC. He's got a lot of idle workers. He still hasn't noticed this one for whatever reason. Oh, there we go. After about 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. I don't know how many minutes. Probably 6 minutes. Idle for 6 minutes. That's a long time. That's a lot of money that he could have. This pylon blocking, bottom right natural. A worker will be dispatched to find that and start getting angry at it. Probably some of the Zets will head on down there to clear it. Okay, so we might stabilize a little bit here. I mean, Tier 2 is coming, but I think iSarCasm, he's technically on more bases than his opponent now. And yeah, it looks like this force will be dispatched to deal with that. I don't know if he wants to show all of it, though. That's kind of the problem. Zealots can start to be dispatched as scouts. Crucible Argosy coming, as well as enchanting this Warden, which is perfectly placed to block everything. You could build an Engram here, a Warden here. You could build 2 Wardens here. You could build a Warden Matrix or whatever. But no. 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 Block it, everything here. Well, the move out is happening because provoked in some ways by seeing the military of SYPIAC go down there. He's actually going to intercept it. There's going to be a little bit of a scuffle here, but this is very, very favored for the Protoss. A couple Zealots going down. That's probably going to be it. They clump up over here, and yeah, Zorius Zealots are going to go down. And yeah, he ends up killing 2 Zealots. Honestly, that's actually more than I thought he would kill. I guess they were the wounded ones. Maybe that explains it, because the other ones are full HP. The Iral Iris is going to finish, but it's just going to be regular old circuits and not too many combat units here. No Lucifirius, right? And yeah, I think instead of going for the natural, he's going to deny the 3rd. It's not a bad shout. We have Solarians coming as well, so definitely an option. He's now started to harvest Vespene from the top left, so iSarCasm is in a really, really good position here. He has denied the Hatrosk. It will be canceled. Hydrath Den coming, most likely to mutate into the Back to Swamp immediately now that the Iral Iris is complete. What Tier 2 is desired here from SYPIAC? He's got a lot of money. So he can pretty much pick whatever he wants. A Cantor, Solarian. Do we have an embassy? Not yet. So no drops are going to be on the horizon just yet. He'll just end up crawling across the entire map with that Cantor. Okay, we've got a Gath-Talosk. We've got a Back to Swamp on the way. So I think I know what I'm going to be expecting there. The Solarian will start to tickle. The Quasilisks and the Spraith are here. If this was a Spear Tith, I'd feel a little bit better about SYPIAC's chances of holding this. But the IsarCores can also do some good damage to the Stewards. And he doesn't even end up killing the Spraith, so it'll mutate into a Spear Tith. I feel like he also could have committed his ground forces to attacking the front. And it will end up being a Tier 2 static defense drop. Somehow we've stabilized into kind of a normal game. Everybody's behind where they would normally be. And here comes the static defense drop. There's an Architect here to deal with this, but I will get a couple of frags on the workers, I think. So far, just one. Well, that's unfortunate. Could have been a little bit heavier hitter. A little bit of micro there. Tetzoricor is coming. He has some Hydras. But when he scouts the Cantor, the Architect, etc., it's going to feel a little bit difficult to defeat his opponent. The worker down here getting annihilated. The Solarian revealing itself. Now it can start pressuring into the main. He can slice in there, and it looks like he will. Remember that the Didact is already out, so he can recall that if he so desires. And I suspect he will. Nobody has done this before. It's iSarCasm's debut of this strategy. So back to the swamp will be targeted. Where's the pressure at? A bunch of Nathrakors on the way. I think the back to the swamp is actually going to get killed. As soon as the recall hits, you must feel a little bit shit. Like, as soon as the recall starts and you see that channel, you must be like, God damn. He's got to go ahead and do that. And yeah, now the Solarian's back at the front line like, hey, what's up, guys? I just saw your cousins down there in the main. Taking a 4th base here. iSarCasm is going very well ahead. This base on the top left remained uncontested. It now has 3 Wardens. Would require a little bit of a presence to deal with that. Not a crazy amount. Looks like SYPIAC is going to poke in here just to see how far behind he really is. Tetzoricors are going to do pretty well versus all these Zealots. They do have a splash attack, melee splash. But here comes a pretty good stasis field from that Didact. And not really anything that can punish, right? The Nathrakors weren't brought up to deal with the Didact specifically or anything like that. Absolutely could have. And with the stasis blocking off some of the damage, the fight is even more one-sided than I thought it would have been. We don't have a Kalkir Pond coming. The Alkag Eteth is on the way. We'll have more mutations out from the Kafralosk. We might see... no, it's going to call it. He just recognizes. He is absolutely slapped. And says GG, You know, these guys have a lot of history together. They are friends in real life or whatever, as far as I'm aware. I guess they were childhood friends, actually. So it's heartwarming, even if it's a little heartbreaking, to see one of them dispense with the other. But that's just how the bracket went up. All right, boys, let's get ready. We are going to cast Lucifirius versus MoonHunter. We're kicking things off on Otherworld. This is the last first round opening match that we had. And it will be MoonHunter as the Lemon Terran in the top right of Otherworld versus Lucifirius, the Platinate Blue Terran. Lucifirius said he was super proud of these games. I cannot wait. And I know Lucifirius would want me to say this, so if you're watching and you're enjoying Cosmonarchy Brood War, make sure to visit that link in the bottom right. There's a reason why his pronouns are shill. Now, MoonHunter is... I haven't actually seen him play too much. I think he's been playing AI games with Hamster. I think they're kind of homies or something. But it'll be interesting here. It looks like it's going to be a Fulcrum first for Lucy. Yeah, I don't know if MoonHunter's been super active. I guess he'll catch games with like Benza and Niblime, and he seems to be down to play pretty much anybody. And he's also going for a Fulcrum first. A little bit slower than Lucy, but we'll see how that one goes. And you'll notice that Lucy is in the chat because these are being casted from replays. What's up, dude? You're on TV. Some tickling, some accosting. Responded to by Lucy. Not interested in scouting his opponent. He'll scout with his goddamn vultures. Or whatever he ends up building. It's going to be an anchor immediately following that. Now a little bit cheaper, but that does delay his first military unit. So, actually, even though MoonHunter has the slower Fulcrum, I think he's going to have the faster unit. What is he going to pick? What's he thinking? He might be going Goliath first here, actually. Yep, it's a Goliath. That's interesting. I would not have expected that, to be quite honest. And it will be a scrapyard for Lucy. Could we see him overwhelm Goliaths with blackjacks? That could be a thing. First Goliath is finished. We got a blackjack coming to hop into that anchor. Yeah, fairly quiet game so far, but the first Goliath is on the way. It's going to move all the way across the map. Or is it? No, it's just going to stand here. You know, I don't mind this, right? Controlling the choke into that ramp. You can then maybe send like another unit over here, grab that anchor. Make up for the fact that there's no cliff there. Interesting things. Yeah, to me, this looks like, with the stockade here, it's probably going to be Goliath Cleric, if I had to guess. Scrapyard add-on as well for Mr. MoonHunter. So he's thinking something a little similar to Lucy. Lucy's actually banking a lot of Vespene here, so I suspect we're going to see a Tier 2 tech rush. He is spending a little bit of Vespene on Matadors. Adding a stockade here. Ooh, And the Goliaths have been zoned away. No sustain for them just yet. The Vestry is not yet complete. There's a watchdog here because he's worried about Lucifirius doing his patented star pad cheese. I wish that was happening, but it's not. Lucifirius might save that for later. Getting his third blackjack, adding a stockade for his own sustain, most likely. And with the Goliaths returning home from their voyage, the cleric can now tend to the first Goliath's repairs. I was thinking I'm actually going to recolor the, like, palette shifted or whatever, so instead of it being a yellow glow, it's a blue glow or something. We'll see how easy that is to do in Photoshop. That way people can finally stop complaining about the fact that it's not a nano repair. The second anchor is done, the watchdog being added here for Lucy, so he's pretty tucked in nice and tight. It's MoonHunter's choice whether or not he wants to, you know, respond to this. Neither player going for an expansion just yet. Nearing that 600 gas count, that's what Lucy needs to tech up, although he's also going to need minerals. We'll see if he maintains that. And, you know, scouting at 5 minutes, I mean, why not? At the very least, he's going to spot the move out here, although I think MoonHunter is just guarding this area while he puts down his expansion. Actually going for a treasury, interestingly enough. That's a little peculiar. We don't normally see this. All right. So Lucy has a lot of Vespene in the bank. He's nearly there as far as his tech is concerned, but he ends up queuing up a Shaman. It's an alluring amount of Vespene. And whenever you're a Terran player and you see yourself gearing up towards 600, you're like, damn. Just imagine I could tech up right now. But I think Lucy's first going to go for a Ministry. His clerics are chasing his Mason because it's wounded. Very funny. And just at the same time as he ends up getting 600 minerals, he drops 400 and starts queuing more units. What a goober. So a pretty low action game to begin with, but we are absolutely going to see MoonHunter have the better army for the time being. However, MoonHunter, with his fast treasury, is just being used for the gas right now. It's because he wants his own tier 2, and he's got the minerals, but not the Vespene. We'll see which one of our players wins that race. I'm kind of thinking it's MoonHunter. I mean, he's banking the Vespene a little bit better. He's harvesting from everything. But let's see. Lucy's gaining on him. Has the Vespene, but no minerals just yet. Spends them some more, gets some more workers, etc., etc. You know, good on the macro. Our players being identical there. And it looks like it will go down first for Lucy and second for MoonHunter. MoonHunter's actually over the amount, and he's not realized it yet. He hasn't put it down at all. He's busy with his army move out for now. There we go. Coming down about 30 seconds later. At this level of play, you wouldn't suspect that that would make a huge difference. It's not like the goal is going to be any one way or another. Quick enough reactions from Lucy to ward this army off. Not really that much siege potential here. No Trojan or anything to airlift stuff. Might just want to establish the contain, and then maybe waypoint some phalanxes down here and deal with these pesky blackjacks. The 8 range in the anchor, and then 10 range because of the cliff is quite high. So 14 range of the phalanx in siege mode is going to be more than enough to deal with that. And I guess with the Atlas, he can add on a quarry to this treasury, so it won't be too bad there as he puts down a star pad. MoonHunter thinking about taking to the skies, finding that goddamn moon that he's looking after. Been searching for a while now. The tier 2 is complete, so what does Lucifirius do with it? He builds a sentinel. And another sentinel. What a guy. What does MoonHunter do with his tier 2? He's got a lot of money. He's going to add mantles. Okay. Well, Cataphract Cleric can actually siege things like Sentinels down pretty effectively. But I think with the Blackjacks sustaining a lot of damage, like it's actually going to be hard for him to do that. Normally I would say that's fine, but Blackjacks and Anchors, they just deal so much damage. And you can't reduce their DPS like normal because you can't damage them through the Anchor. So we got some quarries coming. They will add additional worker production queues. Lucifirius will start shooting ahead in that front. He has taken the back base as opposed to the lower base. No quarry for MoonHunter's treasury. So absolutely going to start falling behind a little bit there. Looks like a cleric paid for its life. Or paid for something with its life. I'm not sure what happened there. And Anseal has been spotted above the star pad as cataphracts are starting to arrive. Still no Palladium. Not thinking about another base just yet here for MoonHunter. I imagine this is going to be very much like a... What would you call it? A standard sort of like warm-up match for both of our players. And they've both just agreed. Hey bro, I'm not doing this. Captaincies are on the way for Lucifirius. They are mineral only now. A great way to dump your money. Army move out coming out from MoonHunter. Still no expansion. Okay, he's adding a ministry in the in base. Cataphracts are here. The star pad was only made for a single Anseal so far, it looks like. It's going to be really hard to deal with this defensive formation. But we are going to get some Tinkerer's Towers out, so maybe some Sirens. Could see Striga drops. I feel like that's actually something that's really busted, but, you know, difficult to pull off. Well, the Anseal is absorbing a lot of the initial damage, but here come the Sentinel shots to bust things, and I think this move out is not going to be very good for MoonHunter. He's focusing down the Sentinel, or at least he's trying to. There are no repairs coming in for it just yet. Some of the Blackjacks have started to fall. Clerics and Shamans, etc., trying to do their best to heal. The Cataphracts are starting to dish out some damage and deal with the Hurricans, but look at that. I mean, the Hurricans are obviously going to be pretty effective at shredding the armor of the Cataphract, and that's going to make everything else more efficient when fighting it. Now, will this be the go signal? Oftentimes what happens is you see the the first attack happen, you hold it, and then you counterattack immediately. That's been the pattern of the games. But I feel like MoonHunter, as much as he doesn't have that many defensive structures, that was also a lot of what Lucifirius had for that fight. Like, he had a bunch of units and anchors and etc. He didn't unload his anchors. He didn't lift off a sentinel to bring it with him or anything. He didn't change his rallies. And he doesn't really have that much production, right? He's only now adding Strigos, it looks like. This is a bit of an awkward SimCity for him. So he's going to start to rend some of the armor of the treasury, I guess. That'll be his next move. Huracan would be more useful dealing with the cataphracts. And away it goes. Shamans are off to the side. Not really being super useful. But that's okay. Yeah, a bit of an awkward engagement there. The Huracan did kill some workers, at least. But I think it could have finished the job on these cataphracts. 2 more if it did finish anyway, so not really the end of the world. We've got mantles coming for Lucy as he wants to get his own cataphracts. And we will see some Sirens. Honestly, Siren and Striga together are really good because the Siren struggles versus armor, but has a lot of effective range and crowd control. And then the Strigas are going to be rending the armor. So I just look at that and I think, damn, that's actually going to be pretty efficient. Now, meanwhile, Lucy is going to start setting up additional bases on the other world. MoonHunter definitely being a little bit slow to do much of anything at this point, but he has riposted the attack relatively easily. He's harvesting a lot of Vespene from these ridges. I'm not sure what he's angling after right now. Feels like very slow production, right? He doesn't have a huge army, but a lot of it is cataphracts. So in theory, he should be able to do something here. 2 more mantles coming. 2 cataphracts coming. Plenty of clerics to heal them up as well. Only the 1 Siren. Just more Strigas right now. Counting his workers. MoonHunter checking his corners. Another Anciel is done. Yeah, I'm curious what Lucifirius' game plan is. I think the Strigas could absolutely do some damage. Oh, cataphracts. So capping the geyser in the attempted 3.5 base here for Lucy. It's funny, it's his 3.5 base, but it's at 6.5 o'clock. That's 3, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely feel like MoonHunter has been slacking when it comes to the unit production. Like, he doesn't have a lot of expansions. He's half the worker count, effectively, of Lucy, who's now crossed into the Niblime territory with 100 workers. Well, the Anciel is going to take a salvo of slaps. Really, what's going to matter in this case is, do the Strigas actually get separated out and used correctly? He's got 12 of them, but he needs to actually use them properly, I think. Now, they are going to be pretty effective at dealing with the Durandals in the front line. They are taking a lot of damage, though, and again, this is because he's sort of walking them in while they were in the middle of the rest of his force. A lot of them were never actually able to get to the front line there. Needs to consolidate his presence. He has got Durandals of his own. Madcap's coming as well. The 1 cataphract just sort of tickling. Yeah, I think at this point, I mean, MoonHunter has extra bases, right? But Lucifirius is experiencing Blizzard pathing right now. He's having a good time of it. Stuff on the bottom left. Not really being used right now, but that's okay. Sentinel firing off some shots. And there goes the Anciel. Striga's absorbing a lot of the damage from these cataphracts and also rending them. Now the Durandal is in here as well to do just pretty much the same thing. So these cataphracts are not long for this world. What is going to be happening elsewhere? You know what I mean? That's the question. We've got Ramses, we've got Madcaps, so pretty good ranged damage. The front line took a beating in that last fight. It's nothing but Cataphract and Seal right now for MoonHunter. It's an interesting composition. He has capped his geysers, so there's that. Not the one in the... Oh, no, he has capped this one as well. He's ignoring the ridge, but that's about it. He's got the one blackjack overlooking this area. Not a bad shout. So we are going to be moving on for Lucifirius to try to attack into the upper area. Anseal's getting tickled a little bit. Yeah, the macro difference here is pretty steep. Lucifirius has way more workers for sure. Still up by that 60 workers right now. So the lead is actually growing a little bit. Now, this is an awkward fight. But I think maybe he can get there. He's got some Durandals. Actually, the Lobotomy Mine stuns 2 of his own Cataphracts. And the Strigo almost got the same thing happening there. But no, it looks like the number of Cataphracts here is just too damn high. It's a ridiculous slap fight. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. But Cataphracts are very immobile, so what we could see up next from Lucy is attacking multiple areas, drawing the attention of that very immobile force. Some of those could be transferred over to the base in the bottom left for Lucy. 8 o'clock would be a lovely home for them. When the number of Cataphracts gets this high, you kind of need to overpower them with, you know, stuff that outranges them, like artillery, or stuff that can really, really endure a lot of shots. Which I guess in this case would probably just be like Mass Durandal or something. There's a couple of them here, but not going to be enough. Taking the inner middle base here, or upper inner middle, whatever, you guys know what I mean. Central upper base, upper central base. MoonHunter trying to shoot up the base count a little bit. A little undersaturated in a couple of locations here. But his main is being strip mined at a rapid pace, so that's fine. Pretty decent army for Lucy, but 4,000 gas in the bank tells me that he was smoking some ganja. Where's that tier 3 we need? That's my question. He's got so much money, he could definitely afford it. I'm now checking his other bases in case he built it in some goofy location, but it doesn't look like it. He's also taking 9 o'clock. He's going to have bases out the wazoo. Some Madcaps marching. Going to be checking some of these other locations. They're actually heading here, and then they'll cross over into the other sections of the other world, and there's no units there to respond to this threat just yet, no sentinels or anything. Defenses could definitely be in order here. And the Cataphract count is growing, along with a bunch of Apostles. Well, what's the reaction going to be? All of these blue dots are Masons right now. And if he sends the entire army... No, it looks like he's going to commit to an attack instead. Now, the problem here is that the Cataphracts have such a great position here that I don't really know how you're going to penetrate this, but maybe Lucy will show me how. He's fighting the Madcaps with the Masons, and honestly, he has enough Masons that this is totally fine and will work. Meanwhile, it's chaos. There were some Cyclops with this army. Oh, boy. I've never seen so many Cataphracts in my life. I love it. No, if he's not careful, that Apostle... Oh, it died. Okay, well, if it's going to be a Cata v Cata fight, then the guy with the more sustain will win, and that's definitely Lucy right now, even though he's got less Catas. My goodness. Mesk would have a meltdown if he saw this game. He could move these cataphracts up and do a little bit better there, but he's back at home. He's making masons, dude. He's Nabliming it out. Heracles, not a bad shout. He's got a mason over here. And the Daedala is on the way. We have the one captaincy there for the Apostles. The Daedala is already complete for MoonHunter. Somehow having better tech timing this time around. Despite being so very economically behind. Despite all of the massacring that happened down here, you know, I was trying to look around to see if I could find a mason that had some frags, but yeah, there you go. Found a mason with a kill. Shamans have now arrived to heal MoonHunter's cataphracts. We will have some iron foundries coming. Interesting, okay. Another mantle happening, why not? Spend some of the money that I've got banked up here if I'm MoonHunter. 4,000 Vespine. Once again, Lucy finding it difficult to source minerals. Taking the lower central base. The cataphract firing squad. Where's the shamans? There they are. Yeah, 3 shamans are going to help out quite a bit with this. This is a goofy-ass duel. And eventually it looks like some of these cataphracts will be overpowered. MoonHunter will aggress forward and start ticking these shamans down. Additional forces are en route, mostly cataphracts, as expected. I really want to see diadems here at this point, but... What a disaster, though. Dude, how do you even, like, there's just, it's kata v kata. It's kata on kata violence, nothing else. We've got so many masons, 242 masons. Nablime is happy right now. Nablime smiles upon this. 6,000 gas. We've got claymores coming. Will they be enough to deal with the cataphract menace? My god, it's a massacre. Oh, diadem on the way. Well, he's going to need to hold, because at this point, maybe MoonHunter will get the idea that he can just attack across the map. Do we have any more units out here? Well, another round of cataphracts just finished. We got a lot of madcaps here. But no, MoonHunter is starting to poke out. He's like, huh, I didn't get shot. What's going on here? You'd think maybe some sentinels would have been made. No workers even at this base. Another spot where there could have been a lot of mineral harvesting. Don't worry. MoonHunter is a pacifist right now. He's not aware of any ways to attack. No, looks like maybe now he's clued into it. Coming up the ramp. Diadem getting bopped a little bit there. Shaman deploying on the front line. It's not going to be enough. Ooh, the diadem almost finished. No! Don't worry, a diadem is going to be put together back here. Not on the high ground for some reason. So many cataphracts queued. Meanwhile, a horde of madcaps and one Durandal. No sentinels were made after the first madcap harassment, so this is a totally valid play. Oh, jeez. MoonHunter might take this game despite being down by a third of the workers Lucifirius has. Just need to screenshot that. Oh, Jesus. Don't worry. The diadems have finished. Well, this base is also finished, but don't worry. It was pretty much empty anyway. Don't worry, you've only supercharged them. You only make them stronger. Claymore has arrived. It is not within the minimum range of the diadem, so it will be shot. Actually, it's going to be after the cataphracts. And here comes a penumbra as well, which is also supercharged. The repairs are attempted, but it's not going to be enough. Well, there's still one diadem up, and some cataphracts are over here, but now the madcaps are encroaching. Additional units are being sent across. The masons have lured them back into the waiting arms of the cataphracts. Ooh! But don't worry, this penumbra is still resting in peace. So many masons dead. $12, by the way. 12, by the way. Don't worry, Lucy's got the middle. And the other middle. Dude, he's got so much money. The one shaman healing the penumbra. Big fan. So now what? What is the reaction? More penumbra. Nice claymore positioning there. He could pick that up, but he doesn't want to. Another iron foundry. He's got a couple. No, just one apothecary. He's making dilettantes. Dude, I love dilettantes. They're so good. This was a whack-ass game, Dr. Mambo. This was a goofy game. I guess I should say this is a goofy game because it's still going. Durandal is here to light these guys on fire. Oof. They kill one of them. Cat is too good. Don't worry. There's 4 penumbras. Behold. No, the dilettantes! Oh, wait. There was only one dilettante with that army. What the fuck? Most of those were madcaps. You know, one air unit kills that whole base. Or he could station a penumbra here. Or here. Just saying. One day, Biddy B. The penumbras are too powerful, and only the one diadem is being shaken off. Most of the army is dead. Another diadem shot. Oh, there's a second one on the high ground. But I think the cataphracts are not long for this world at this point. Kiting forward. Charging forward. The one blackjack anchor. It's still alive. Actually, there's a second one over here. Oof. A couple of these penumbras have died, but the ministry was never able to get operational. Not properly, anyway. I like the idea of using shamans to try to, like, splash damage them. But the spread is too good for MoonHunter. He only has to micro a couple of units here. Oh, in the last moment, it doesn't fire its final shot. We've got Ramses, we've got madcaps, but what can really stop this? GG has to be called as the cataphracts storm the sentinels over here. And after 30 minutes, we go to game 2 with MoonHunter up 1-0. Now that is peak TVT right there. Yes, it was a lot of Vespene. A lot of Vespene. What am I doing? Gauntlet, upper bracket, opener 1. We're going to go to Sideshow for round 2. Here we see MoonHunter as the Zafra Blue Terran in the bottom right against the Celadon Terran of Lucifirius in the top left. Now, surely this one will not be a 30-minute extravaganza with a ridiculous amount of mech. Surely. Wink. But if it were, I'm sure Lucy would have something else planned up his sleeve. Nobody's harvesting Vespene this time around, so I think Lucy will be going for a stockade or maybe some sort of cheeky proxy. In fact, actually, I think MoonHunter is going for a cheeky proxy, considering he's got 2 Masons on the way. Who would have guessed something so dastardly could happen? It's going to be a stockade for each player, but on the same side of the map, actually. Now, is this going to be a second stockade? It is going to be a second stockade. So we've got a proxy 2 racks, essentially. Not going to be making too many workers back at home, it looks like. He was thinking about it, but decided not to. Wants to keep his money. And hey, this, you know, his strat has been buffed if it's going to be... Oh, never mind. I was going to say if he's going to be making anchors behind it, he is. His strat is buffed. It's 125 minerals now instead of 150. But does Lucy suspect anything? Oh my god! He's making in a zone. I love it. Second stockade. Just about done. We got Mavericks all over the place. Yeah, it's the same strat. It's literally the same strat, except he's only got 1 stockade. He misplaced one of them. The other one was supposed to be down here, but he built it over here for some reason. That's weird. All right. It's Anchor coming in here. We've got 2 Mavericks shortly. We've got a Scout here. Confirming. Yeah, okay. Silly. He's got his own Huracan. Lucifirius. What are you going to do? He's going to wait. No, he's going to charge forward. He charges forward with Ahmed. No stim on these Mavericks. He almost picked off one of those Mavericks. Meanwhile, no, Ahmed. Oh, shit. He kills one of them. No, he kills 2 of them. Here's another Ahmed. Yo, get this ministry, though. Anchor has to move forward. There was a dead MoonHunter, dead hunter. Maverick. Oh, dear. There's an evacuation happening. A third stockade for Lucy. That one's in his opponent's base. That's right where it should be. My god. Now he has to cancel that anchor. There's going to be a lift. He could try to block it. No, he's not going to be able to, but he can still tear it apart with his Masons. He can do what MoonHunter's Masons did, but in reverse. There's even a little bit of a nice surround over there. His own Maverick finishing. It's going to be a stim in response. What's happening back here? The lift has happened. The Masons are scattered all around the map. There's no money left for MoonHunter. The stims are in. There's no money left for Lucifirius. He made this stockade, but he can't make anything out of it. He has no money at all. Okay. All right. It's official. MoonHunter has no combat units, and none on the way. Lucifirius is mining. MoonHunter is not. The Masons are coming. The cavalry is here. Here comes the anchor. You better watch out, Lucy. It's got nothing in it. It's just bait so his Masons can attack. Oh, shit. Oh, but the micro isn't there. Oh, get them. They're nibbling. Now deconstruct his stockade, quick. Meanwhile, Ahmed is roaming around the map. The Masons are fighting! Oh, shit! No! First casualty. It's gonna be Lucifirius's, but the rest of them are all MoonHunters. GG. And you know what? Lucy is going to make it a 3-game set. We are going on to that last map after all. What the fuck? Dude, what a deranged game, honestly. That was beautiful. And I think it was the 3Crow was watching the second game and the third game. So here we go. We're going to be seeing MoonHunter on Nitro Valley, the top right. We have cross spawns. MoonHunter is the Ultramarine Terran. And meanwhile, we have Neon Carrot Terran from Lucifirius. He's got that camo going on. He will be scouting his opponent very fast, but it is a 4-spawn map, so this scout will actually arrive a little late. Yeah, listen, Mambo, I'm right there with you, dude. I have no idea. All of the bets are off. The first game is like pacifist run to tier 2, kind of pacifist run to tier 3 with cataphracts slapping each other for 30 minutes. Second game is just, what the fuck? And, you know, it's just like stockades in each other's bases, and then workers in Lucifirius' bases. Everybody migrated to Lucy's base. Both players. And now we have a very fast scout here. That just tells me that this is cheese. There's going to be cheese. It's cheesy. Cheese is happening. Stockade pretty forward. He can obviously just lift that off or whatever. Maybe he wants to make it a wall. Fulcrum first for MoonHunter. So playing it a little bit more standard. What a prank. But Lucifirius will scout his opponent. So he's going to have the information that he needs to decide whatever he wants to do. I guess there is no cheese this time around. I know, I was kind of expecting, like, mass gas. BoxTrade did a ridiculous, like, Wraith first and beat... Who did he beat? It was DeadInfested. He somehow beat DeadInfested in a TVT. It was just nothing but Wraiths. It was very ridiculous. And that was on a decider, too. Well, here comes the stockade. It is done. What's he going to make? It's a Maverick. Ooh, tickle. Ooh, tickle. A Cyclops first out of MoonHunter. We all love Cyclops here. There's an anchor being constructed. Mason will be stimmed after. Nope, never mind. All good. And this Mason was massacred. He got it down to 3 hits. That's 3, dude. You know, you too can donate 3s. And keep MoonHunter's Mason alive. Or actually, I guess if you donate 3, then I will kill that Mason in the replay, and then we will desync. How about that? Anchor coming. Another Maverick has finished. Wait, where'd the first one go? Oh, it's in the anchor, of course. And we do have a Mason heading to the 3rd, and that is a suspicious location. I mean, come on, dude. What's going to happen over there? Is it going to be a proxy star pad? He doesn't have the Vespine, so I guess it'll be another proxy stockade. Or maybe just an anchor and he can move his units up there. It's going to be a stockade after all. Okay. Okay. I see you, Lucy. Well, if at first you succeed, why not try it again? Inconspicuously, of course, he ends up gunning for it. And oh my god! Somehow MoonHunter suspected. I don't think he's actually seen that, though. The Cyclops is done. I guess he'll see it when the Watchdog finishes, so the jig will be up. This is the most even matchup, Newt. Newt is asking who the favorite was. So Lucy was seeded 8th, and MoonHunter was seeded 9th. So this is like this is one I couldn't call, basically. I was like, yeah, these players are about even skilled. But Lucy, so I gave it to Lucy because he's been playing and following the project for a lot longer, right? Oh, it looks like it'll be scouted and warded off. The Cyclops is too fearsome. He must fall away. But the double anchor strat over here for the full wall. I guess Lucy can go for an expo. He is adding a star pad now. And MoonHunter, on the other hand, is just banking that gas like usual. He'll expand. He'll feel pretty good about himself. He's got the Goliath on the way, the Cyclops on the way. He's just going to see what his opponent is doing. And I like the wall. I like the strat. I think it's good. He'll be able to compete with the Cyclops and the Goliath, of course. They have the exact same range, since the anchor gives +2. So there goes that Cyclops. Ooh, oh, he traded. He did it. Here comes the stockade. Returning home from its pilgrimage. Oh, there's a star pad for MoonHunter. So we won't see a Giga Rush directly into tier... Oh, there's a second star pad, boys. This is going to be Mass Wraith. Well, maybe not Mass Wraith, but like partially Mass Wraith. No, never mind. This is the 3rd star pad. It's Mass Wraith. And based on his SimCity, I want to see a 4th star pad, dude. Get a 4th one. Complete it. I mean, it could be 3, because 3. Put the prediction in the chat. Do you think there will be a 4th star pad at some point in this game? And you can't count MoonHunters. Well, you can do this wall with 1 stockade and 1 anchor on Sideshow. So, owned, actually. Third star pad is complete. We've got 1 Wraith hanging out above his star pad, just seeing what's going on. Rally point set. Zethra can still get through this, but they're the only units that can get through this, so I feel like most of the time you would end up being just fine. A lot more walling possibilities in CMBW since you can lift the anchors, right? The Trojan is coming. 2 Hurricans and a Cyclops. Another one coming. 3 Cyclops and 1 Huracan. Now this could be a pretty legit unload here, honestly. But there's a lot of bio and a lot of Wraiths and an Anseal and a Trojan. 2 Anseals. Even still, I feel like the army of Moonhunters is going to be a little fearsome. It's just, can he get him across the wall? I think he scouts the wall and he thinks, okay, I'm just going to do a drop. Unfortunately for him, his Trojan is very weak. Response time could be big. He is going to go ahead and get the unload off, but only a couple of units make it out. And so he might be able to get away with 1 Mason frag. No, he gets 0 Masons for that. That is pretty impressive defense from Lucifirius. Could have been on the ball even faster if he wanted to. There's an attempted unload here, but like there's nothing here. So MoonHunter is like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just hang out. They're just hanging out with each other. Now he's got 6 Wraiths. His star pads are idle. Second Anseal coming for MoonHunter, adding some defense. Aware of the potential for Wraiths, but is he aware of the potential for drops? Here come the Wraiths. The proximity decloak is not going to be there to help Lucy. It's actually working against him right about now as he flies haphazardly over the enemy. Well, there is going to be a drop option pretty soon, but instead, it's the one in the main. This one is the high impact. The Wraiths return home, and a lot of Cyclopses are going to get a lot of damage dealt, but not quite. Transferring over to the main, but down to 8 workers. MoonHunter definitely taking a commanding lead at this point in terms of the economy. However, he is still in a little bit of a vulnerable position. The drop is there. The Wraiths are there. You can chase down the Trojan. Drop is going to be heading towards the main, but this one will actually get sniped. Ooh, not even getting any unload off. Lucy losing control. He does end up getting the Trojan there, but his economy is in the dustbin. In the dumpster. He needs to rely on the old reliable Mass Wraith in order to spam out a victory here. He's going to relocate his stockades, get ready to potentially move out with his ground army, which is still going to be okay. I don't know if MoonHunter can end without waiting for Tier 2, which isn't coming anytime soon. There's a lodestone for static detection. It's going to be pretty efficient. The Wraiths are here in pretty good number. We have 3 more on the way. Lucy can't exactly sustain very much production right now due to his low worker count, but it's all onto minerals right now. So he's mostly making Mavericks, some Hurricans, and the Wraiths, of course, cost a little bit of Vespine. He will eventually have to resaturate his gas if he wants to continue making those. But 12 Wraiths is not a bad number. 7 one-shots Masons. Now, can he withstand the attack? The Cyclops are going to be pretty efficient at dealing with some of these Wraiths, but will they even be focused down? The Anseals have lost their shields for Lucy. Cyclops are dishing out a ridiculous amount of damage to all those stacked Wraiths, and honestly, with most of those going down, it's going to be really, really quite difficult for him to repair for that. He also lost his Anseals in the process. Although MoonHunter's own Anseals are working, not doing super good here in this situation. But a couple more shots are exchanged, and yeah, MoonHunter seems like he's taking control of the match. He's got his own Wraiths coming. A Vestry on the way from that stockade. And choosing to engage away from the anchors that had the Mavericks in them, I feel like might have been the hardest part. He was out all the way over here, which means MoonHunter's units were on this side, and that prevented these anchors from getting in touch, right? That's 10 Mavericks worth of DPS that were coming out there. But that being said, Lucifirius has built up a bit of a stronger economy. He's still very far behind where MoonHunter is at. Oof, he says. And there goes his anchor. That's why he oofed. He realized it too late. Oof. You can see the Mason moving in slow motion. Oh, don't worry. I'll just build a new one. Well, a new move out is going to come in. That Mason is not going to be long for the world. There it goes. The anchor has to be canceled. Wraith going down. And I think at this point, the Goliaths are just too powerful. There's even a drop. Oh, no, it's Wraiths over here. They aren't actually doing anything right now. But even without that, the Goliaths are just going to run roughshod over the situation. No armor pen here. The Cyprians will deal full damage. The Huracan is in the back. Ahmed cannot charge forward. He cannot make it happen. GGGL against Hup, he says, and that means that MoonHunter advances indeed to face Hupsaya. So a minor upset, but an upset nonetheless. With that down, we know the outcome, we know the complexion of the next set of matches. Lucifirius will wait for Scoler and Veek to play. That will mean that Scoler and Veek, whichever one loses there, will face Lucifirius in the lower bracket. And MoonHunter will face Hupsaya.